was White Monster flavored.
Yeah, it's lemonade. It's not White Monster flavor. It's just lemonade.
Well, this one is Lando Norris flavored, and I can only assume that this is how he tastes. So, I think that's pretty
Okay, this has
safe.
been showing up all over the internet lately. If you take a chocolate ice cream and a vanilla ice cream cone and touch them together, something really weird happens. The vanilla gets transferred onto the chocolate and the chocolate gets transferred onto the vanilla
I
in
do
the
this with
exact
Macca's
same
ice creams.
spot. This feels impossible. How do both of them transfer material in the same spot?
You know what?
This
He makes
question
a
has
good
been
point.
getting
It does feel impossible. What the fuck? Why does this happen?
tens of millions of views online with people trying to explain it and still walking away confused. Now at first glance, I just thought that the chocolate and vanilla were mixing at the surface, but the problem is that you can see that it's not like a chocolatey vanilla at the contact point. There's still a clear layer of chocolate and a clear layer of vanilla. No mixing that I could see. In this video, I'm going to show you what's really happening here. And along the way, we're going to uncover a surprisingly deep idea in physics. The difference between stirring and true mixing. This difference at first seems pedantic, but you'll see that it turns out to be a line between reversibility and irreversibility, between systems that remember their past and systems that forget it forever. And once you see it, it explains not just the ice cream, but everything from fluid flows to entropy itself. I've always been fascinated by this demonstration.
Are you telling me that ice cream transferring from one to the other is just
fluid
dynamics
that can rotate, and then inject some dye
and to
blobs
understand it, you
between
need
them,
to be advanced
you can
physics?
turn the inner cylinder, and it looks like this mixes all the colors together, or so it seems. Actually, very little mixing is happening at all. What we're really doing is stirring. Stirring is the act of moving materials around. Nothing about the materials themselves has changed. The dye is still dye and the corn syrup is still corn syrup. We've just stretched the layers out. And this specific setup was deliberately designed to make it easy to reverse the exact stirring motion. Since I only turned a cylinder, I can undo that motion. And when I reverse it, all the layers go back to the same spot. This tells us something important about stirring. It is reversible in principle. As long as material is only being stretched and rearranged into layers, the persistent state still contains a record of the past. Stirred fluids can act like history books. For example, if I see these two cones, I can look at the gouge marks and layers and streaks and conclude which ice cream was moving in which direction. But in reality, the cases where we can clearly read history from stirred layers are rare, because most real stirring is not this smooth. The stirring I showed with the dye between the cylinders was laminar. But if I were to take a spoon and slowly stir dye in a cup, even if I tried to exactly mimic the spoon's motion in reverse, I couldn't undo it. Over time, especially when you've created lots of thin layers with lots of surface area, diffusion smooths everything out. Diffusion is the random thermal motion of atoms and molecules. Statistically, two initially separate groups of particles will spread out and interpenetrate. Once that happens, there's no way to reverse the process. True mixing has actually occurred. But if you were a physicist in the late 1800s named Joseph Lockschmidt, you would have had a serious problem with this explanation. The fundamental laws of motion are reversible. If you imagine a hypothetical all-knowing being that could track the position and velocity of every particle in a system, then at any moment that being could simply reverse all of those velocities. If that happened, every particle would retrace its exact path, and the system would unmix, and entropy would decrease. So Lockschmidt asked a deep question. If the laws of physics don't care which direction time runs, then why does entropy seem to...
What? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Invalid what?
It says one or more player options are invalid.
There, I loaded the one that's a turn earlier, see if that helps.
Which Civitas ones did we have?
I don't know. You have a double or color clash? No, it's something to do with mods.
Yeah, it still says the same thing. It's broken.
It just says invalid what?
Yep. It just says invalid.
Where?
I literally can't confirm. It says invalid.
Show me your screen.
It says on the blue banner at the bottom, one or more player options are invalid. I don't know. There's nothing else.
Okay, I need to see it to be able to Google what it... Like, I can't diagnose the problem without seeing it.
The blue banner
Okay,
at the
I'm
bottom
telling you to
below
share
the
your
circle.
screen.
That's all it says. There's nothing
Are-
you will see that I haven't just told you.
The "Are you ready" part?
Yes.
Seem to only ever increase. This became known as Lock-Schmidt's paradox. Boltzmann tried to resolve this by arguing that entropy increase is statistical. Unmixed states are possible, but extraordinarily unlikely. This means entropy increases because mixed states are overwhelmingly more probable. But this was only a partial answer. The deeper resolution didn't come until quantum mechanics. Remember, in quantum mechanics, you can never define a particle's position and momentum past a certain accuracy. This is called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. In diffusion, there are random bumps of molecules that depend on the momentum and position of every atom. And since those can't even be defined together, then that means that the true reversal or knowledge of the system is impossible. Entropy and information are fundamentally tied together, and there's an entire field built around this idea called information theory. Luckily, our original ice cream experiment turns out to be a...
I don't know what to Google, and you already left, so I can't ask you again what it says.
Yeah, I'm reloading the game. It says nothing else but what I've told you.
Yeah, I already forgot, though.
One or more player options are invalid.
be a reversible process. What's happening there is not mixing at the surface, it's something called gouging. Imagine two spheres sliding past each other. As they pass, each sphere overhangs the edge of the other just a little bit. That overhanging section gets stressed out and torn loose. So instead of atoms diffusing together, the chocolate scoop rips a chunk out of the vanilla, and at the same time the vanilla rips a chunk out of the chocolate. Those chunks get pressed onto the opposite surface at the same contact location. Both sides lose material and both sides gain material in the same spot. They're not mixing, they're taking bites out of each other. A surprisingly good way to model this is with colliding planets. On planetary scales, solids don't behave like rigid objects anymore. The forces involved are so enormous that rock behaves more like a thick gel. To show this, here's a physics-based simulation of two planets colliding on this program called Space Sim. I made one planet white and the other red, so it's easy to track the material. As they approach each other, you can see the first chunks get pulled out, right at the moment they slide past a flat contact.
Fuck! I just clicked back on the wrong fucking tab.
Okay, this has been showing up all over the internet lately. If you take a the persistent state still contains a record of the past. Stirred fluids can act like history books. For example, if I see these two cones, I can look at the gouge marks and layers and streaks and conclude which ice cream was moving in which direction. But in reality, the cases where we can clearly read history from stirred layers are rare, because most real stirring is not this smooth. The stirring I showed with the dye between the cylinders was laminar. But if I were to take a spoon and slowly stir dye in a cup, even if I tried to exactly mimic the spoon's motion in reverse, I couldn't undo
That's a
it.
fork.
Over time, especially when you've
says the
created
same
lots
thing.
of thin layers with lots of
I don't know
surface
what to
area,
do. The only
diffusion
solutions I
smooths
saw were,
everything
like,
out.
On the beginning game creation. Like, I can't change any of these settings now.
What mods do you have?
I mean, there's like 80 of them. You want me to read them all to you?
Yeah, is it 80 or 81?
It's like 83. It's 90. But it was 80 the other day.
That's what I'm saying. So which ones do you have that I don't?
What got enabled here? Oh, you know what it was? I probably looked at the 80 beforehand. And then we added those Dragon Ball things you wanted. But you have 80 instead of 90 still?
81. Okay, so outside of those ones, just read them out quickly. I got 89.
89. Okay, you're still one short. Units
Yes,
expansion.
Yes. Hold on, just keep it
Auto-record.
there. Yes, 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 yes. Alright, go better trade screen at the top. Yep. 2 times slower. Carbon recapture.
Oh, yeah, make
Clean
sure, because
nuclear.
there's multiple ones, make sure for you only have the 2 times slower one enabled.
Yeah. Decommissioned power plants, clean nuclear, complete balance.
Clean nuclear, where's that?
In C.
Oh, I see it now.
Okay. More coastal flooding. More coastal flooding. Renewable energy, severe weather. Wires, citywide Petra. Civitas resources, Romania Vlad. Under. Colorized historical moments. Detailed map tax. All Dragon Ball. Emergent goodie huts. Enhanced mod manager. Envoy query list. Extended diplomacy ribbon. Extended policy card. Flying units. Goodie huts.
What about
great-
Napoleon?
Great work. No,
Do you have
Napoleon
Napoleon?
isn't there.
Huh?
No, Napoleon isn't there.
There you go, found it.
It's not showing. Okay. Okay, I'm at 90. Let's try again.
It was Napoleon. That's weird that like it let us create the game though, and you were playing against Napoleon.
Mm.
Diffusion is the random thermal motion of atoms and molecules. Statistically, 2 initially separate groups of particles will spread out and interpenetrate.
Yep,
Once
good.
that happens, there's no way to reverse the process. True mixing has actually occurred. But if you were a physicist in the late 1800s named Joseph Lockschmidt, you would have had a serious problem with this explanation. The fundamental laws of motion are reversible. If you imagine a hypothetical all-knowing being that could track the position and velocity of every particle in a system, then at any moment that being could simply reverse all of those velocities. If that happened, every particle would retrace its exact path, and the system would unmix, and entropy would decrease. So Lockschmidt asked a deep question. If the laws of physics don't care which direction time runs, then why does entropy seem to only ever increase? This became known as Lockschmidt's paradox. Boltzmann tried to resolve this by arguing that entropy increase is statistical. Unmixed states are possible, but extraordinarily unlikely. This means entropy increases because mixed states are overwhelmingly more probable. But this was only a partial answer. The deeper resolution didn't come until quantum mechanics.
And seen early empires rise and fall. Soon you will stand under the towering pinnacles of castles
Sunbeam.
alongside your gallant knights.
Gallant.
That is where the story of your people will be written.
You don't tell
Just
me
as
what
the
my
young
people are gonna
apprentice
be.
learns to carry a sword, so shall you grow to understand your place in this world. Coupe the Navigator, you named the land
That's
of
the
the
first
long
time I've
white
heard him read
cloud,
that.
and
'Cause I
now
read
you
something
are called
different
upon to
every
settle
time.
new lands.
Yeah.
Protect and honor the land and sea, just as your towers protect your people. The Maori will guard the world's natural beauty for all the ages after.
Sean Beebe.
Remember, in quantum mechanics, you can never define a particle's position and momentum past a certain accuracy. This is called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
What was
In
the
diffusion, there are random bumps of molecules that depend on the momentum.
What was the Heisenberg uncertainty principle joke I made the other day?
Couldn't tell you.
Don't you remember? It was I said it about something. It was about somebody's intelligence. Like them always being wrong or something.
Okay, I vaguely remember this, but I still couldn't tell you.
Cause like, I don't know, telling somebody that the Heisenberg uncertainty principle doesn't apply to them is a pretty funny insult.
It is pretty funny.
Momentum and position of every atom. And since those can't even be defined together, then that means that the true reversal or knowledge of the system is impossible. Entropy and information are fundamentally tied together, and there's an entire field built around this idea called information theory. Luckily, our original ice cream experiment turns out to be a reversible process. What's happening there is not mixing at the surface, it's something called gouging. Imagine two spheres sliding past each other. As they pass, each sphere overhangs the edge of the other just a little bit. That overhanging section gets stressed out and torn loose. So instead of atoms diffusing together, the chocolate scoop rips a chunk out of the vanilla, and at the same time, the vanilla rips a chunk out of the chocolate. Those chunks get pressed onto the opposite surface at the same contact location. Both sides lose material and both sides gain material in the same spot. They're not mixing, they're taking bites out of each other. A surprisingly good way to model this is with colliding planets.
Take a bite out of crime.
On planetary scales, solids don't behave like rigid objects anymore. The forces involved are so enormous that rock behaves more like a thick gel. To show this, here's a physics-based simulation of two planets colliding on this program called Space Sim. I made one planet white and the other red, so it's easy to track the material. As they approach each other, you can see the first chunks get pulled out. Right at the moment they slide past, a flat contact layer forms. On one side it's red, and if you flip it over, on the other side it's white. Those layers slide, stretch, and tear just like the ice cream. And at the end of the collision, you're left with a red planet with white material stuck to it, and a white planet with
Hey,
red
that's like the
material
Earth and
stuck
the
to
moon.
it. Right at essentially the same collision point. So the next time you slide two ice creams past each other, remember that you're looking to a map of the past. That map doesn't last forever. Diffusion is always waiting to erase it, so read it while you can. And thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Occurring side character I talk about on my channel for time, someone who is by all possible definitions a hero, a very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on 30, well actually exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights, and dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. To put it even more simply, Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said. That is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water, and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of the gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up! Stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms.
Hey,
Thanks, celebrity.
you think that the push for this type of law has anything to do with Australian gambling?
Maybe.
Like, we have this because of that dumbass law. That's why this is happening now. It's because of the dumbass law that Australia
put it
passed.
Past anything.
You
if
know,
that was
Britain
the
did
case.
something like this too. Like, everyone's doing this dumbass shit now.
And didn't I say, as soon as Australia implements this, every other country is going to do this?
Well, even Britain had it beforehand. It's this illusion of like protecting kids online, but it all it ends up being is getting kids off the internet so more gambling companies can advertise. That's all
what
it
it
is.
seems like, yeah.
That's how much our freedom cares, you know? Like,
Yeah.
like they care about our freedom.
And as
As
corporations,
soon
what
as
are you going
there's
to
a
do? Complain
profit
to the
motive,
government?
bye-bye.
Yeah.
I mean, this is,
Ridiculous.
especially in America, this is a country that built itself on the institution of slavery. So
Yes.
this whole, like,
Well, hey,
idea
Australia
that we're
did as
such
well.
a free country.
The only difference is we didn't do a revolution to overthrow our government because they didn't let us vote in the British Parliament.
you
We
seen-
just
have
said,
you
"Ah,
seen the fucking-
You can remove our prime minister? Cool.
Have
We'll
you seen? You
continue
know who
like
Darren
this."
Aronofsky is?
Name's familiar. Don't know who it is.
Requiem for a Dream.
Okay. Haven't seen it.
Okay, that would be the big one. But he also did that Mother movie, Noah, Black Swan.
Okay. Also haven't seen it.
Yeah, but he's like it's like considered a great filmmaker, and he does these like dark movies and stuff. And he's sold out and does AI slop.
Great.
With Time
Amazing.
Magazine, their YouTube channel, they produced this AI slop thing of like
My game
the
is still
founding
loading.
of America. And it's dog shit. And like everyone's already done this story better. We don't need this. Like, there's so many fucking great miniseries and documentaries. Like, John Adams is so good.
Is that the one with
And,
the bald guy that was in Big Fat Liar?
Yes. Yeah. But like, it's you can tell this like AI thing is like stealing a lot from the John Adams miniseries. A lot of the story beats from John Adams are in it. And it's just like really, really dog shit slop. And coming from somebody who's like such a high profile director. I mean, I never liked him really to begin with. I liked Requiem for a Dream. Black Swan was fine, but like then he got to the Noah era, and like it was so obvious what Mother was. It's just fucking like, you know, Mother was him trying to do what Seventh Seal was doing, where he's like trying to like do this like weird fucking Christian like understory and stuff.
Yeah.
You still loading?
Yep.
Sounds like it broke.
Doesn't it? You'll have to leave first.
They amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking
Wow. Crazy.
Crazy.
We can't even agree on anything. I don't think we should right now.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think there's much agreement to be had across what the
Hey.
political spectrum looks like right now.
I'm gonna.
Fuck bipartisan.
Hey,
Fuck Chuck
I'm
Schumer.
gonna- So I've done this a few times. See this book? It's got a quote that it opens with. Let me read it again. It says, "Fascism is not to be debated. It is to be destroyed." And that is the only debate to be had. Is how you destroy it. That's it. That's the only acceptable position right now. That is the only acceptable position. I've had now multiple people come to me and say, I think violence is inevitable. And it is. Donald Trump and ICE, as well as the Democrats and their absolute inaction,
dick ripped off tonight?
are the primary causes of what is happening right now, and there is no debate to be had. Any Democrats that are not fighting back need to be removed, and the ones that are need to do it on the street. They need to be on the street. The politicians need to be on the front lines, because
Chuck
if something
Schumer swore
happens
at
to them...
though. Chuck Schumer said the F word.
No, Chuck Schumer's a fucking cuck. And like the politicians who actually want to stand by their words should be on the streets
It's
in
so
Minnesota
funny.
with
Chuck
the people.
Schumer just being like, just not fighting, being like, "Hey, donors, what are we doing today?" Like, Chuck, the country is going to collapse and you're going to be out of a job if you don't fucking do something.
Yeah. And it's like these people specifically, people like Chuck Schumer,
The king of the Jews.
are arguably as culpable in this as Donald Trump, as
Chuck
Stephen
Schumer
Miller.
more than most.
Yeah. And as
We will
the
win.
Heritage Foundation putting in this Project 2025 shit,
There's
Like, they are-
2026 now.
equally as culpable in everything that is happening, and Democrats should not be let get away with this. They need to be harassed. They need to be abused. They need to be shouted at. There's no more reasonability. It's fascism in the United
The white
States.
stuff
The
I'm thinking
Democrats
about
are
is-
doing nothing, and they need to be berated for it. They need to be browbeaten into doing their fucking job. Because at this point, the lobbying has succumbed. Like, they've succumbed to the lobbying, and they've entirely abandoned the American people, who elected them to represent them in the event that something like this happens, to stop it. And you are doing nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, Chuck Schumer swore. Oh no.
hate those.
That'll do it.
Thanks, Obama. Hey, fuck you, man!
Okay.
Salvador Ande is so funny that he's in the game.
Points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now, I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is, he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to...
I got a great idea on how to stop alcoholism.
Have
Go
the
on.
ability to create common sense. In their brain, that part of the brain is missing.
feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like, right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control
they hate Jews?
how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats,
You have built
independents,
great cities
we
of
all
stone
Oh,
and seen
Sean
early
Bean needs to
empires
talk now.
rise and fall. Soon you will stand under the towering pinnacles of castles alongside your gallant knights. That is where the story of your people will be written.
It's very funny to say this
Just
about
as the
swords
young
when I don't
apprentice
get
learns to carry
swordsmen.
a sword, so shall you grow to understand your place in this world.
Coupe
the Navigator, you named the land of the long white cloud, and now you are called upon to settle new lands. Protect and honor the land and sea, just as your towers protect your people. The Maori will guard the world's natural beauty for all the ages after.
agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place.
Hey,
they shouldn't
isn't
have
this my entire
unmonitored
argument?
access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online.
If only people
Fucking
listened to
lazy,
me a year and a
trash-ass
half
parents
ago.
just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit.
Okay, pause it.
Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life.
You guys probably don't understand this as a phenomenon because you guys have the American accent as a standard. But there is a phenomenon in Australia where parents will sit their kids on a fucking iPad for their entire childhood and they grow up with an American accent. never been to the US, never left Australia.
So what you're saying is
Born
that it
here.
benefits them?
No, because they get relentlessly mocked for having American accents. They're fucking
Instead of the
iPad
worst
kids.
accent?
iPad kids, yeah. Like, there's a literal term for them. Like, it's a crazy phenomenon. There's so many fucking rainforests.
Chop him down, fuck him.
That's the plan.
Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something...
So I've mentioned this a couple times, but I really think that this is pertinent to actually mention and make sure that people are aware of this. This is not an unpredictable nor unforeseeable thing that happened. The Conservatives, maybe 6 months before Trump took office, were using artificial intelligence to target sex workers by not removing the clothes from them because they're posting pictures that are already largely bikinis, unclothed, whatever, OnlyFans content, whatever. They were targeting them with AI to put clothes onto them. This is... You might laugh at that, but when you really think about it, that is the precursor to this. They got away with it. They got away with targeting sex workers with AI to manipulate their photos for their own benefits. This is no different. Nobody said a fucking word about it before. Nobody. I feel like I was the only one yelling into a fucking void about this. And now this comes out? Maybe we should pay attention. Maybe when shit happens to sex workers, we should pay attention. Considering that they're the first ones it happens to. And because they're outcasts of society, they don't get the protections? That doesn't seem right to me. Like, there's a bigger a bigger thing here. And I don't think people are realizing that, like, this was years in the making. I'm honestly surprised it didn't happen sooner.
Something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep.
The nobleman's before us, decked out in his chainmail. Helmet and shield in place, weapon in hand, he's prepared to do battle, to face his mortal enemy. This one is an exceptionally slippery foe who is often found slinking about ready to engage a brave knight in deadly combat. What evil adversary could it be that causes our brave knight to look so afraid? I can barely summon the fortitude to let forth his name from my mouth. It's the Fighting Snail. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Rough around the edges. By the end of the 13th century, snails had begun to appear in the margins of illuminated manuscripts. Artworks found on the borders of pages are referred to as marginalia, and it was common to find little sketches or notes in the margins of medieval texts. The most expensive manuscripts might be highlighted in gold with intricate edgings framing the main body of writing. There might be other drawings, perhaps coats of arms or fantastical beasts painted with costly pigments such as lapis lazuli. They might have been added immediately or many years later, perhaps decades after the original manuscript had been produced. But these books were extremely expensive and nothing was added by chance. According to art historian Lillian Randall, the snail decorations can be found in all sorts of religious texts such as books of hours and breviaries containing prayers and psalters full of songs. These manuscripts were often commissioned by wealthy households. The illuminations are also found in pontifical works for the rites performed by bishops and even decretals, letters dictated by the Pope and sent out to members of his clergy, perhaps on a matter of discipline or the giving of advice. The marginalia might be good-humoured, strange, fantastic,
What
or
the
even
fuck?
a little naughty. Bare
Did you see that? Oh, I missed it.
perhaps on a matter of discipline or the giving of advice. The marginalia might be good-humoured, strange, fantastic, or even a little naughty. Bare backsides, medical problems, and penises turn up a surprising number of times. There are also a huge number of homicidal rabbits that adorn the pages of what could otherwise be considered a perfectly solemn piece of text. Then a new obsession began, and for a short period in the 13th century, the decorators of those books, known as illuminators, started to add the reoccurring scene of the brave knight facing off against a fighting snail. Randall found that there were 70 examples from across Europe covering 29 different books, many of them dating from a 20-year period between 1290 and 1310. There was a successful manuscript manufacturing industry in France at that time, and it was from there that she found most of the illustrations. The next new thing. The snails seem to have been randomly drawn and absolutely nothing to do with any of the text or other illustrations around them. The composition of the illustrations doesn't really differ much from country to country. Most show an armed knight with a sword or mace challenging the snail, which often has its antennae extended so they look like horns, or pointing out in an aggressive manner like arrows or swords. Some of the men wear a short tunic, others are completely naked. They may carry a sword, spear, axe, or slingshot. One scene depicts a nude woman confronting a snail with a spear and shield. To highlight the humour of the design, there are numerous depictions of a knight kneeling meekly before his tiny enemy having dropped his weapon. In other scenes, women are pleading with the knight not to engage with the intimidating beast. Some of the gastropod's opponents are not human at all, but rather hybrids or animals. One snail, which has
Mussolini
the head of a mouse,
won't stop sending me messages. He's always like, hey, can I do this? Hey, can I do that? And the dude doesn't even like me. Like, leave me alone then. Large standing force expect other civilizations to do the same. So you're mad because my army isn't huge?
That's what it sounds
Holy
like.
shit, his army's actually pretty fucking big.
is being stalked by a cat. Some are hybrids of men and snails and are being ridden like a horse by rabbits, of all things. Other illustrations show the snail's opponents to be a dragon, a horse, a hare. Some depict apes, either equipped with a crossbow or a sword, or mounted on a horse with a spear.
That's an ape?
In another, a fox turns tail and runs away from his shelled foe. Only 5 of the scenes included in Randall's research portray the snail in a submissive role. 2 have huge heads and are sitting at the top of a sequence of steps. There are 3 snails sliding down a ladder, another is towing a cart loaded up with a wine keg. A man hunts down a stag while riding a snail like a horse, and one magnificent gold snail is being attended
their
to
little
by an
dicks.
ape-like physician.
Both of them got little baby dicks.
That's
Look
hilarious.
at them. They're little cocks.
Several other gastropods appear to be minding their own business before being set upon by a large bird, possibly a crane. In just a short space of time, the snail had become an accepted motif in medieval imagery, and the fad was spreading, spilling over into other places. In Lyon, the Gothic cathedral has 3 reliefs on the facade. One depicts a snail with a dog's head being set upon by an axe-wielding man, the other 2 are the commonplace knights attacking the spiraled shell creatures. And as a testament to the theme and the spread of its popularity, an early 14th century manuscript that was written in a Genoese monastery in Italy depicts a fighting snail marginal. A mystery wrapped in an enigma. No one seems to know exactly what these medieval fighting gastropods are about, and there has been a lot of learned debate on the subject. Many believe the idea to be simply the representation of human cowardice. The idea of a full-grown, kitted-out knight being scared of a tiny, defenseless snail. But there have been other interpretations. The first one popped up as early as the mid-19th century. The fabulously named bibliophile Comte Auguste de Bastard d'Estaing published the first reproduction of illustrated manuscripts. He connected the
What a
snail
name.
emerging from its shell with resurrection when he found the motif in a French book of hours, and the image was right next to a miniature of the raising of Lazarus. However, the realist art critic and novelist Champfleury dismissed this idea as, quote, overzealous symbol-seeking. He preferred the notion that the marginal art pointed to the idea of the snail being nothing more than an agricultural pest. One Flemish art historian thought that the snail, safe inside its shell, was an observation on social oppression. A satire on the powerful who, in their fortified castles, laughed at the threat of the poor whom they exploited. But this doesn't explain why the snails drew the attention and animosity of noble knights. Lisa Spangenberg, a digital medievalist, came up with another idea. She thinks that the armored snail fighting the armored knights is a reminder of the inevitability of death. As it is written in Psalm 58 of the Bible, quote, like a snail that melteth away into slime, they shall be taken away. Like a dead-born child, they shall not see the sun. Lillian Randall believed that the snails symbolized a medieval ethnic group of people known as the Lombards. Over a couple of hundred years, the Lombards were a Germanic people who conquered most of the Italian peninsula. After Charlemagne crushed the Lombards in 772 and declared himself the King of Lombardy, they turned to pawnbroking and moneylending and were regarded as cowardly turncoats. Along with the Jews, they were Europe's bankers and guilty of the sin of usury, were seen as greedy, malicious, and Randall says in her article, The Snail in Gothic Marginal Warfare, the Lombards were accused of non-chivalrous comportment in general from the middle of the 12th century. This could account for why the snail is so frequently seen attacking armoured knights, but not why the snail is often seen as the victor, or why the images were shown in psalters and prayer books rather than historical treaties. Sign of the times. We all know that a snail carries its own little house around on its back and moves at a really slow speed, but one of the reasons why it is so difficult to make sense of the meaning of the snail in regards to the medievals is because we are so unsure of its symbolism. The 20th century author Hans Biedermann, who wrote a book on the subject titled Dictionary of Symbolism, Cultural Icons and the Meanings Behind Them, considers the snail to represent simple living and self-sufficiency as it carries around everything it needs. And it represents the resurrection of Christ because it lives in a harmonically formed spiral shell, and, quote, it seals itself inside with a lid that it subsequently knocks off to re-emerge after winter or drought are past. Biedermann also talks about how Hildegard von Bingen, the 12th century philosopher, polymath, composer, visionary, and all-round smarty pants, used powdered snail shells as a cure for worms. Who knows whether it was a simple statement on the snail's bothersome character of the garden pest, a comment on social climbing, or even, as some have thought, a symbol for female sexuality related to female genitalia and hermaphrodites. One marginal image on a Flemish psalter depicts a knight dropping his weapon at the side of a gastropod. The bagpipe above that is shaped like testicles and the ram attacking a woman's basket on the opposite page suggests a light-hearted link to the theme of sexuality. But it is unlikely that the snail on the edge of a royal charter bearing the seal of King Edward III of England no less has anything to do with sex. Neither does the mollusk appearing on the choir screen at Chartres Cathedral. The fact that it shows a knight running away from the snail, as do the images carved into the west front of the cathedrals at Amiens and Paris, probably alludes to the idea that the failing of cowardice is a sin in the eyes of God. The manuscript, known as the Smithfield Decretals, dating back from the beginning of the 13th century, contains the directives of Pope Gregory IX. It originated in the south of France. Belonging to the category of religious literature, it is a collection of papal letters and could be said to relate to the politics of the time. The decretals contain two images of combating snails. In one, a young boy is about to attack a large snail, which is as tall as he is, with a catapult. We can't be certain whether or not this is a tongue-in-cheek depiction of, or just a contrary allusion to the biblical story.
I tried to pause, and apparently space is full screen as well. There's two of these games. One of them is called Grounded. And one is like a single-player game, and the other one is kind of more like an MMO type game. But the plot of the game is that you're just small in our regular world.
Okay.
But like the one of them, the spiders are so terrifying that they implemented an arachnophobia mode into the game that has a toggle where if you maximize it, it basically reduces the spiders to just 2 circle polygons, like for the head and the thorax.
Yep.
Like the first thing you'll do is take away their legs on level 1, then their eyes, then their mandibles, and then they're just polygons. But like, it just reminds me of this because like the games look cool, you know. I don't know what the other one is called. Grounded, I don't think is the one that has the arachnophobia mode.
Okay.
Maybe it is. There's 2 of them, so. Just gonna put scary spider. But I wonder if you fight snails in this game.
I mean, you might.
This one is just called Grounded. Really scary first spider encounter. Yeah, so the other one is also third person. The MMO one is third person. This one is more like a survival crafter game.
Okay.
But they both just came out not that long ago.
I'm not giving iron to Mussolini or fucking...
Yeah, fuck them.
No fucking way.
And there's no commentary. You tell me if this is scary.
Take that, vampires! And, you know, bugs and spiders and stuff.
I literally jumped.
That's so funny. I mean, for someone with severe arachnophobia, sure. That diving game I have has a thalassophobia mode, where it takes away...
Subnautica?
No, I don't think it's Subnautica. It's something else. Abzu?
Never heard of it.
Story of David and Goliath. It could be possible that this is a symbol of youth sneering at humility. In the other scene, the snail attacks aggressively with its horns, whilst the knight, who appears to be on the back foot, swings his mace and looks more than a little intimidated. If the gastropod here symbolizes humility, could the soldier represent discourteousness and pride? We should remember that the little drawings in marginalia are likely to be social comments on the medieval world, the meanings of which have been lost over time. Think of them as memes for the medievals. These things tend to move on and evolve over time. By the 14th century, the knight versus snail idea had disappeared, only to return again by the end of the 15th century, when any current meaning would have been altered to fit the period. Scholars, bloggers, art historians, and armchair detectives have come up with various ideas about the symbolism of the marginal snail stalker, as well as the ones already mentioned here, such as the resurrection, female sexuality, the semi-slug as a nuisance for the gardener, the certainty of death, or a critique on social climbers. Other theories have included the sluggishness of time, the segregation of the nobility, the oppression of the needy, humility versus pride, and powerful members of the Catholic Church turning away from their problems. Perhaps you even have some ideas of your own on why these intimidating mollusks graced the margin of medieval manuscripts. So we'd love to know what you think down below in the comments. Thank you so much for watching this video.
It's submechanophobia, which is the fear
This
of
video
things
is made
underwater.
possible thanks to the support of my
It could
Patreons.
be,
If you enjoy my content, if you like this video, please consider supporting us on Patreon. I'll put a link in the...
It could be Subnautica that mode is turned off.
But you should see Hassan trying to play Subnautica. It's very funny because he won't go underneath the water because he's terrified of the game.
Hilarious. Isn't the whole point to go underwater?
Yeah. But he was playing it because people wanted him to play it because they knew he was terrified.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
You know, it's like Rooster Teeth when the Resident Evil Biohazard came out. Jeff of like the Achievement Hunter guys, like he's terrified of scary games. And like so they made him play Resident Evil thinking it would be funny, but it was dog shit because he was so afraid that he just decided to go through the game backwards because he was too scared to face forward. And it's like, wow, great video, guys.
That is pretty
description
funny,
box.
Okay, so I'm about to go see the Melania movie. It was directed by Brett Ratner, and I didn't know that. He was pushed out of Hollywood during the Me Too movement because of several very serious accusations. It's kind of insane because I've been researching every single aspect of Melania's life over the past week or so, and I genuinely forgot to even look up who directed the film. But anyway, I bought my ticket yesterday, so I'm gonna go. I really wanted to see this film and make a video about it because I think it's symptomatic of a broader cultural shift away from performative social progressivism activism towards MAGA culture are increasingly platformed by tech giants. I say this because the rights of this movie were bought by Amazon by its CEO Jeff Bezos for $40 million, which is wild because it looks like it's gonna flop. But the timing of the release is telling. You know, we've been with
Technically, it's doing amazing for a documentary. There's a reason why documentaries don't get wide released.
Hey, you took my fucking elephants, cunt. I had 3 squares.
There's elephants right there.
No, I know. There were 3 squares. You took one of them.
Get your own.
That was mine.
Yeah? Remains to be seen.
witnessing brutal attacks against undocumented individuals and protesters, as well as escalating tensions between the US and its allies.
For sure.
That's why, to me, the release of Melania right now doesn't feel like a coincidence. Melania is a discreet woman, but she has always broken her silence to defend her husband when no one else would. She did so when the grab him by the tapes came out.
I believe my husband. That my husband is kind and he's a gentleman.
She did it again in 2023 when she declared she was pro-choice.
He would literally deport her if the divorce was forced. like you know for a fact his ass would try to deport her.
Oh, 100%. Zero loyalty whatsoever.
At a moment when female voters had largely turned their backs on Trump.
I want to be in charge of my own body. Why should somebody else tell me what to do?
And she did it recently when she asked protesters to protest peacefully just to avoid more death, I guess. It worked the first few times, but can it work again? Okay, I really need to go now.
Why are you getting dressed on camera?
Wish me luck. I know it's gonna be bad, but someone has to do it so that you don't have to.
Oh, she's prepping for the movie. I see.
Okay, guys, reporter Alice here. The movie just ended. We were just two in the whole cinema, myself included.
It's a new character I'm doing. It's called Reporter Alice. Because she's in the field. So now she's a Reporter Alice.
Hilarious.
In Malibu Barbie. Reporter Barbie.
And to be fair, I'm not even sure what I've just watched. I was so bored at some point that I started thinking about what I read last night about the women who are so obsessed with Melania that they spent thousands of dollars in plastic surgery to look like her. I was thinking about how excited they must be to see the movie. That's the sort of thoughts that cross
her
my
being
mind,
hit by a car?
But anyway, one thing is clear. Even after the movie, we still don't know who Melania is, and I find this way too shady. So, what I propose to you is that I do the research, I dig in the archives, I watch the interviews, put that together, we meet back at the studio, and I'll share with you all the stuff I found. We gotta figure out who this woman is, okay? Let's go.
A friend of Epstein's.
Okay, look at this picture, and now compare to this one. On the left, you have Melania's promo image for the movie. On the right, you have Claire Underwood, the fictional first lady who becomes president in the series House of Cards. The similarity between the two is interesting, isn't it? Now look at this. This is 30 years ago. It's an ad where Melania is presented as a girl boss, as the president of the United States. So Melania seems to enjoy playing the role of a powerful businesswoman, which kind of contradicts her reputation as a submissive wife or gold digger. Actually, we don't really know what Melania's ambitions are, and to be fair, most of us don't even know who she is. As First Lady, she has remained extremely quiet, and her personality in life has been so mysterious that we left...
What's the guy's name from the judge from Roger Rabbit? Judge Dredd. What's his name?
I don't think it's Dredd.
I know it's not. It's called a joke.
Doc Brown.
I don't think that's it either.
No, I don't think so. He was a literal judge, wasn't he? He goes around melting cartoons. It was something along the line of Dredd. It was like something along those lines. You should add that movie to the movie list.
Doom. It's Doom.
It is Doom. You're 100% correct.
Searching for meaning in simple gestures like the choice of a hat or a hand pushed away. The release of her memoir and now her film were supposed to give us more insight, but everything feels so curated that it's hard to tell what's real and what's fictional. So in this first part, I'll share the information I've collected that hasn't been denied or publicly attacked by Melania. And to start off, we need to travel back to Slovenia. Melania Trump was born Melania Knavs on April 26, 1970 in Novo Mesto, in what then Yugoslavia is now Slovenia. She grew up in the nearby town of Sevnica, where her father worked first as a chauffeur and later as a car parts salesman, while her mother worked as a pattern maker and some even say a designer. As a teenager, Melania began modeling, eventually leaving her university studies in Ljubljana to pursue the career full-time. By the mid-1990s, she was working in European fashion markets, including Milan and Paris. She spent the following years traveling across Europe for modeling jobs, including one in which she was portrayed as the first female president of the United States in 1993. That's the video I showed earlier. Around the age of 23 or 24, she made Paris her primary residence, where she lived with her roommate Victoria Silvstedt, who I know for French sofa ads.
Quel design! Je le prends. Château d'Axe?
Gosh, the 2000s were... Anyway, that phase of her life largely ended in 1996 when Melania moved to New York. The move was arranged with the help of Paolo Sampoli, a friend of Donald Trump, and a modeling agent who sponsored her immigration after meeting her during a scouting trip in Europe. Sampoli encouraged Melania to live near and socialize with people in the fashion industry, as she was a bit shy and didn't really lead the active social life that consumed many models at the time. She didn't drink much, she didn't party much, and managed her diet carefully. French photographer Alexandre Allais de Basseville, who met her in the early days of her New York career, later recalled that she looked rather lost and sad, like many foreign-born models who arrive in New York with no friends or family. Now, quick pause, because this interview that I found in the documentary, which I can't show you, unfortunately, I don't have the rights. This interview opened the whole research tangent for me. There's something in it that triggered me and led me to want to learn more about what happened on the day where they met. So try to picture this. Basseville is a pretty renowned photographer. He works with a bunch of very popular models. Melania just arrived in New York. She's 26.
What do you do to get him back?
She's too old to have a
it's like a
proper
tribal
model
village.
career. She doesn't have a big portfolio either, just a few pictures.
So basically how Shenron works is every 7 turns. So basically you gather a ball per turn. And then at the 7th turn, Shenron appears and you get a tribal village. That's pretty cool. And then, as I said before we started the stream, the lookout, Karin Tower, you get sensu beans, and all your units heal after turns, which is fucking cool. The Kami House gives you perks for units trained in that city.
The Kami House?
Yeah. And then the Tenkaichi Budokai gives all current units 20 experience points, and then can initiate Host the Budokai, which gives you gold every turn and amenities while active. So that's a pretty good one as well. Honestly, the perks for most of these Dragon Ball wonders are pretty good. And it's not like good as in like effects good. Like it's good as in like it matches the lore of Dragon Ball. So whoever did this did really fucking well. Also, Shenron looks amazing. I'm so surprised they were able to put this into the game. And for it not to break it completely. I'm gonna take a picture. Looks good. Shenron. Fucking Shenron. And especially because wonders give me bonuses for districts. So if I build districts around a wonder, and I kind of fucked up because there's 4 luxury resources or strategic resources. I think I can remove the luxury resources, but the strategic resources I can't move, and there's 3 surrounding the 6 tiles around it. So I kind of fucked up, but it also looks great. Bloody Shenron. And I think I said you should build the lookout.
I'm working on it.
Because I think the lookout had perks that might benefit you. Where am I? Okay, aqueduct. Chicken itchy.
And this renowned photographer, Basville, sees her, he meets her, they have a nice chat and everything, and he ends up taking nude pictures of her. I later learned that those pictures were allegedly unpaid. That was for exposure. She did that bullshit for free. But the issue is that those pictures later resurfaced to tarnish the reputation of Melania. While her husband was running for office, Melania said that she was very proud of those pictures. But the funny thing is that those pictures were actually bought by the New York Post from Basville. So Basville sold those pictures for, I assume, a really good price. Now, these are all the information I managed to collect. And my interpretation of this is that Basville really took advantage of Melania.
During Trump's campaign was probably one of the weirdest things they did. Like, leave the woman alone. Like, criticize her for being the weird speech taker that she is. Not the fucking nude pictures she took when she was young. Like, who gives a shit? Like, I don't understand where this, like, stigma of like, oh, you did porn earlier in your life. Like, who gives a fuck? Oh wow, she got dicked for money on camera. Who cares? Wow, they got money? Cool. We hate money now? Like, what are you talking about? Everybody consumes porn. Even the fucking people who are like, ban porn. Also consume fucking porn. If we want to criticize porn, we should criticize porn for the fact that that a lot of the women are doing it because there's like obligations that they've got through whatever kind of debts they accrue through the thing, and it becomes an abusive relationship, and it becomes not a career or something they want to do. It becomes something they're trapped in. Maybe that's what we should be criticizing porn over.
Like, OnlyFans like helped stop a lot of that type of
exactly.
stuff. But then there are people who will still formulate companies of multiple models.
Which is also a problem.
So it's just the same system. Like, this is what Andrew Tate did, you know?
Yeah. And like this is the real
like
problem. There's not women doing sex work.
Eastern Europe stuff is rough. Like, a lot of it is super exploitive in Eastern Europe.
Like sex trafficking and stuff.
Yeah, like what Andrew Tate was doing. It's all campsite stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, I just want to say that I've never made or looked at porn. I don't know what that is.
And it's like
my pussy isn't on the internet. That's all I know.
Like, it's just, it kind of aggravates me that it's still like this. That people still have this stigma.
Texas, you literally can't log into Pornhub. Fuck off! I just finished beating my shit.
And it's like, it's just wild to me. Like, who gives a fuck what a woman decides to do? Whether it's film it for private use. Yeah,
I do.
And then that on top
I'm
of
just
it, right?
saying, there's some things we can't forgive Gal Gadot for.
And it's just like we're sitting here, and it's like, I swear everybody has filmed it at one point. They're like,
Not
I wonder
me.
what this will be like.
I've never done anything like that.
Innocent Christian boy. And it's like the real problem, and again, even if it's like, oh, a sex tape leaks, it's like, okay,
Definitely
that's fucking
don't have
weird.
one.
Huh?
I definitely don't have one of those.
And it's just like, all these celebrities have these sex tape leaks. And it's like, oh, are we shocked that celebrities have sex? What the fuck is happening? Like, who cares? Who cares? I cannot stress this enough. It's just like, why do you care? Why do you care? Oh, the purity of the children. You don't care about kids. You never have. This is a personal bias
I don't either.
that you've got because you're a Christian weirdo.
Fuck them
That's
kids.
all.
That's all I'm saying.
You don't, like, these people never actually care about children. If they cared about kids, they would fund education. But they don't, do they? You know what they do though?
Ladies and
Do.
gentlemen, we are all domestic
They
terrorists.
empower homeschooling. You ever ask why? And the better part is, if sex ed was more prominent and conservative weirdos didn't cry about kids learning about sex early, i.e. kids being able to tell when abuse is happening, because you teach them consent, and that's basically all you do, is you teach them no-no zones. You'd be like, if an adult touches your no-no zone, tell somebody, right? Oh no, that's sex education, better protect the kids.
Do not come.
From what?
Do not come.
Telling them how to detect whether an adult is trying to touch them? That's what you want to stop them from learning? Is that what we're really discussing here?
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Hold on. But it's like, it's just like, can we please just refocus the outrage to something useful? Like, there's a literal cabal of pedophiles protecting Jeffrey Epstein, mates. And you want to believe that these people want to protect kids? Where are the pitchforks? Where are the torches going to burn down the houses of the people in these fucking files? Where the fuck are they? Do people really want to protect kids?
Did I make them understand how big, truly big my penis is?
Like, get some fucking priorities. I know multiple people who have been brought to tears by the Epstein files. Because they feel powerless to stop what the fuck is going on at the top levels of power. Literal child abuse. Systematic child abuse. Enabled through a guy with massive connections to power. And we're sitting here seriously talking about trans people targeting kids? That's the argument you're going with? Bro, I think power is a bigger pedophilic enabler than trans people. Don't you think? Maybe we should realign our focuses here, don't you think?
Well, I think we should launch more satellites.
Like, it's just so frustrating watching all these people who for years have said that they cared about kids ignore the Epstein files. And it's just like, all of this is fucking connected. Every single one of it. And people need to realize
Mostly
that
because
this is
of Steve Bannon, though. Let's
like
be
trait.
clear.
Yes.
When
yes.
it comes to like a lot of this right wing shit, it's Steve Bannon more than it is Epstein.
Yeah. But even then, How many people did Epstein get introduced to through Bannon? Who he then raped kids with.
You know about Steve Bannon and Maxwell's relationship, right? Have you heard about that?
No.
Oh, they were sending like love notes to each other and how they were soulmates and shit.
Oh boy.
So he was closer with Maxwell, who's still alive, is what it sounds like to me.
Maxwell, the actual trafficker.
Yeah, one of them. It's not like she was the only one. So
that's right. There was multiple.
Maxwell's trafficking is specifically implemented in a specific kind of trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the girls who like aren't girls you can just buy in Russia, you know?
Yes, it's the ones you have to find.
Yeah, the ones that you have to like work on and like break down over years.
Yes. Disgusting. Can you reaction my track?
And this situation. The way I view it is that he saw this young woman who had barely any pictures in her portfolio, who just arrived in New York, clearly way too late, and he just thought he could make a few pictures out of this, some nude pictures for free that he could use for his own benefit, and eventually made a lot of money out of it. Now again, I don't know if that's exactly what happened. This is my interpretation based on all the facts I collected, but I know that this is something that happens a lot, especially in this industry. You know it too, we know it too well. Anyway, let's go back to Melania's story. In New York, Melania continued working as a fashion model, appearing in print campaigns and magazine spreads. She operated under the name Melania Knoss, which she used professionally for years. While she was never among the most famous models of the era, she kept working and became part of the city's fashion and social circles. In 1998, she met Donald Trump at a party during New York Fashion Week. Trump was already a highly recognizable public figure, known for his real estate business and media presence. They began dating shortly afterward, and their relationship unfolded over several years, during which Melania continued modeling while increasingly appearing alongside him at public events. Their marriage in January 2005, held in Palm Beach, Florida, marked a clear turning point. Media coverage of Melania intensified, and she began to be treated less as a model and more as a public figure tied to Trump's business and celebrity status.
I was
in 2006, the couple had a son, Baron William Trump, and later that year, Melania became a naturalized US citizen. For much of this period, Melania maintained a relatively low public profile, especially compared to her husband, but that changed when he announced his presidential run in 2015. Melania became part of a national political campaign, against her will, some said. There are reports that she cried when she learned Trump would become president, but we don't know whether those tears were from joy or despair, and I'll let you interpret that however you want. During the 2016 election, Melania appeared selectively, avoiding...
What's the difference between a diplomatic quarter and a government plaza? Because I can only put one government plaza, but I can put diplo quarters in most.
You can only put one of each.
No, but I can put diplomatic quarters in any city.
You can put government plazas in any city too.
Yeah, but only one.
Yeah, I think you can only do one diplo quarter as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But there's a big difference. The government building
is exist in your empire. Okay.
The government building is super important because that's the one that will give you they give you the policy card.
Yeah.
So like whatever government you have when you build those buildings is what you'll permanently get that policy card. So like if you're planning military and you go oligarchy in the beginning, then you're always going to have that combat boost card.
Yeah.
And they also are the one that let you buy units with faith. Diplo quarters are for the city-state stuff.
Okay.
So most of the stuff that they do help you towards city-states.
Okay. Makes sense. What have I got here?
And, you know, if you build them next to other districts that get bonuses, like the Theater Square.
Yes.
That's another reason to build it, is that it might give you a small bonus there, too.
Okay.
the constant visibility typically expected of political spouses. Her most prominent moment came at the Republican National Convention, where she delivered a speech that later drew criticism for including passages similar to one given by Michelle Obama in 2008.
So many of the same values. You work hard for what you want in life.
The values that you work hard for what you want in life.
Yeah, the incident became a major media story and reinforced her reputation as being unfit for the role of First Lady. Melania was mocked and claimed that she had been tricked by Donald Trump's team. In the movie, she takes revenge by disclosing the scene where she made a recommendation for Trump's inauguration speech.
Legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker and defiant.
As a way to redeem herself and her reputation. During that same campaign, Melania also appeared on television to defend her husband against serious allegations of misconduct in an effort to save the female vote. After Donald Trump's victory on November the 8th, 2016, Melania became First Lady of the United States. She was the first First Lady to be a naturalized citizen and the first whose native language was not English. But the real question isn't how Melania became First Lady, but what that role actually demands and whether she was fit for it. What is the purpose of a First Lady?
Who's
Big
siphoning
question,
my
I know.
funds?
Now, to be fair, that role has changed very little over the years. No matter how involved a First Lady may become in state affairs, the role has always first and foremost been about support. It reassures the public that the men leading the country remain grounded by their partner. Journalist Cathy Martin argues in Hidden Power, Presidential Marriages That Shaped Our History, that the role of the first spouse is far from symbolic. As the person the president speaks to, first in the morning and last at night, Martin describes the presidency as inherently a two-person job. In that context, Martin says that the nature of the First Lady matters. Quote, if we suddenly had as First Lady a model whom we would look to for fashion tips alone, that would be a transformative moment, and I think with serious consequences. End of the quote. For Martin, the value of a first spouse lies in their ability to engage the president directly and substantively. Quote, if the president has got a smart, plugged-in partner who can get his attention and tell him what's going on in the land, and when he's being an idiot, as the best one have been able to do, that is in our interest. She adds, quote, everybody else serves at his pleasure. I think you guessed it by now, but Martin does not like Melania. She has even characterized her as, quote, the least experienced and the least
quote,
prepared First Lady in history. In the movie, Melania asserts that she wants to take the First Lady role beyond social duties, but the movie itself doesn't really show how. It's just at the very end that a list of all of Melania's accomplishments as First Lady appears one after the other. So yeah, the movie first.
It's funny. They literally built it off the Machu Picchu model.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's Machu Picchu there.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Is this where that blackface character lives?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Further convinced me that Martin's take, so the idea that First Ladies have an important role to play, feels exaggerated to me. I think it's a very romanticized view of presidential couples. You know, it gives behind every great man there's a woman. It's the feminism for the desperate, really. The same desperate people who called Abigail Adams, the wife of President John Adams, a feminist for writing in a letter to her husband, remember the ladies. That's celebrated as proto-feminism by some scholars. And I'm like, are we that desperate for feminist icons? Like, our standards are so low, it's depressing. Guess what John Adams answered to that letter, actually? He said that American women had too much influence already. Good job, Abigail, at least you tried. I don't feel like she's fit for the job. Melania has had time to prepare. On October the 7th, 1999, Trump announced his candidacy for the Reform Party presidential nomination.
Nobody's really hitting it right. The Democrats are too far left, the Republicans are too far right. And I don't think anybody's hitting the chord. Not the chord that I want to hear, and not the chord that other people want to hear.
She supported the move, and when asked what her role would be, she said, quote, I would be very traditional, like Betty Ford or Jackie Kennedy, end of the quote. That reference to Jackie Kennedy appears very clearly in Melania Trump's outfit at Trump's first presidential inauguration. You can see it on screen. There are clear similarities between Jackie's style and Melania's look. It was her way of signaling to the public that she was fit for the role after a long campaign that did not present her in the best light. That people-pleasing energy was definitely gone in 2024 when she showed up at the inauguration with this outfit, where she's clearly saying, I'm now setting my own terms. First ladies don't usually speak directly to cameras, so their outfits are a way to express themselves through symbols. Melania's black hat, which covered her eyes, was meant to provoke social commentary, with some suggesting that it created distance between her, the role, and her husband. As we said earlier, the First Lady is used politically to soften the image of a plugged-in, serious president. This is true for political leaders across the political spectrum. I'm talking about Melania in this video because her film just came out. But honestly, I'd rather make a video about Rama Douadji, Zoran Mamdani's wife and First Lady of New York. Like most First Ladies, Rama is mostly seen, not heard. And I assume that's also her choice based on her Instagram, specifically the absence of content related to her role as First Lady of New York. Her presence at official events and her relationship with Zoran have led to positive coverage of him, often presenting him as a cute, affectionate partner. However, I did see people online wondering whether the positive coverage from progressive media might be influenced by the assumption that Muslim men cannot be affectionate. There's so much anti-Muslim sentiment in society that it could be the case that the excitement around Zoran's public display of affection stems from surprise that a Muslim man openly values his partner. We can have this conversation in the comments. Unfortunately, we have to stick to Melania for today. In the movie, we get to see Melania's modeling experience. Her outfits are carefully picked and designed, and 60% of the movie is just her walking down the stairs, walking along corridors, walking out of the car and into the plane. It was a tribute to the catwalk. It felt like I was watching the new Devil Wears Prada trailer on repeat. She also shows herself having girl boss chats with Brigitte Macron, who would do anything for attention, and also the Queen of Jordan. You can tell Melania wanted to show that she's more than just a great body and a beautiful face. She said she wants to push the First Lady role beyond social duties, but that's all you see in the movie. The film starts with her claiming that everyone wants to know what it's like to become the First Lady of the United States. Yet the only moments I was drawn out of boredom were for the dress reveals, and I'd rather watch Drag Race for that. Melania wanted us to see her as a socially engaged First Lady, but it's impossible for us to take her seriously with Donald Trump as president. During Trump's first term, it felt like the First Lady role was split between two of the women in his life, Ivanka Trump, who better embodies the historical role of the American respectable First Lady, and Melania, who better fit the Mar-a-Lago traditional rich wife stereotype. By Mar-a-Lago traditional wife stereotype, I mean something very specific. I mean this.
Working hard for 2020. So tell us what's going on here. This is our hockey party.
These are the Trumpets, led by Tony Holt. They raise money for Donald Trump campaigns and are filthy rich. Some have inherited, others are the wives of businessmen. Melania certainly appears more sophisticated than them, but ultimately she fulfills a similar role, that of a mother and a wife to be brought to glamorous events with a few business ventures to brag about at fancy dinners. I went on another research tangent for the Trumpets and realized that a lot of these women's job is to wait around and stay attractive for when their husband needs them for an event. For a long time, Trump used Melania in that way and instead invited Ivanka to speak at political events, or at least stand in the background. Now, Trump's relationship with his daughter has been, against her will, quite strange. His tendency to systematically sexualize women extends even to Ivanka, who he has publicly complimented for both her looks and her intellect.
If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird!
Like Melania, Ivanka has had to apologize for her father many
Why would you
times.
say
I've already
that,
given
though?
you some examples
It's so
of
strange.
Melania's intervention in the intro of the video, but I forgot to mention one that received a fair amount of backlash. You know, like most First Ladies, Melania Trump launched her own civic philanthropic initiative called Be Best, which is mentioned many times in the film. Some of you already know where I'm going with this, but let me explain for the Gen Alphas and late Gen Z in the room. So Melania Trump rolled out her Be Best anti-bullying campaign in 2018. It focused on kids being kind online and staying out of trouble. But then her husband, who she calls his big boy in some interviews, went on and murked a 16-year-old climate activist whose name is Greta Thunberg. He did that on Twitter, and suddenly everyone was tweeting #BeBest at him, just to remind him of that campaign that his wife was doing and about the whole irony of it. Now, Melania did not publicly scold him or call him out. She mostly kept her message positive, telling critics to contribute something good and productive. But the whole situation made her initiative feel a bit ironic to a lot of people. It reminds me in a way of Erika Kirk's defense of the president during that CBS interview when the student who had asked the final question to her dead husband was brought into the room to ask
another one.
My call to action from that is parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin?
The whole setup was the kind of spectacles that makes Europeans like me see the US as a properly unhinged country. The question was about Erica's condemnation.
That's great.
I got something for her.
The French are ungovernable.
Of the shooter and her supporters' violence. And so the student asked whether she extended that condemnation to Trump.
President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message. Hang them. Will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
She avoided the question, just like she avoided questions quoting Charlie Kirk's most racist takes, defending them instead, much like Melania has done. It's funny though how the internet loves to imagine these women eventually leaving their relationships, whether it's the Erica Kirk, J.D. Vance law or the Melania Trump hat discourse. It shows that we do know that having to defend the indefensible is painful and deeply humiliating. And when the public starts to notice distance, silence, or irony, the next question follows naturally. In 2013, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "I love watching the dishonest writers at New York Mag suffer the magazine's failure. One of them, Dan Amira, retaliated by writing, quote, your wife is waiting for you to die." There has been a lot of discourse around Melania Trump's relationship with Donald, especially after the infamous hat incident. You all remember it, we've shown it a few times already. Trump tried to kiss Melania Trump, but her black hat prevented it. Many wondered whether that moment marked the beginning of the end. Is Melania going to leave Donald now that Barron is an adult and she has her own life, image, and projects? I don't have that answer, I'm sorry, but I know 2 other stories, kind of similar stories that I do want to share with you. 2 stories with very different endings, but you'll pick which one you think is gonna be the one for Melania. So we're dealing with 2 first ladies, 2 European women who, strangely, look similar to Melania. Carla Bruni on the one hand, and Veronica Lario on the other hand. We'll start with Veronica, the ex-wife of Berlusconi. Veronica Lario met Silvio Berlusconi in the early 1980s.
Do you know who this is?
No. Berlusconi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the
Mr.
Forza Italia guy.
The Bunga Bunga guy.
Yeah. Hilarious. I first need to forward settle the creed.
He really is the Donald Trump of Italy. Like, they could not get rid of him.
He's still there.
When she was a young actress performing in the theater, and he was a married, immensely wealthy media entrepreneur on the rise. Their relationship began as an affair and gradually solidified into a long-term partnership. By the time they married in 1990, they already had 3 children together. For years afterward, Lario remained largely in the background, living the rich life inside Berlusconi's villas and therefore avoiding the decorative role of a political wife. But as Berlusconi's powers grew, so did the strains in their marriage. Lario became increasingly uncomfortable with the way his private behavior bled into public life. His obsession with youth, his habit of surrounding himself with showgirls and aspiring models, sometimes very young, all amplified once he was prime minister. These were not isolated incidents, but a pattern, one that Lario occasionally criticized publicly as degrading and corrosive. By 2009, after Berlusconi attended the 18th birthday party of a girl he barely knew, her accumulated frustration finally broke into the open. Lario denounced his conduct and filed for divorce. The split did not end his political career overnight, but it marked a turning point. The divorce received huge media coverage and amplified all the negative press that followed. It was the beginning of the end for his political career. But I could see a scenario like that happening for Melania. If you're not convinced, no worries, I have an alternative story for you. Carla Bruni was an internationally famous model throughout much of the 1980s and early 1990s. She had the kind of career Melania Knoss, 3 years younger than her, hoped to achieve when she moved to the Big Apple. Bruni eventually met Nicolas Sarkozy, the former French president, who was in midlife crisis and hungry for power after divorcing his ex-wife. Bruni, on the other hand, had left modeling behind and turned to singing. Their courtship was fast and highly public, culminating in marriage in 2008, just a few months after Sarkozy was elected. Unlike Veronica Lario, Bruni didn't resist the role she was given. She stepped into it, using her elegance influence and cultural capital to soften Sarkozy's provocative image and bring international glamour to his presidency. Sarkozy's terms unraveled, and corruption, investigations, and problematic foreign entanglement were brought to light. When that happened, Bruni stayed firmly by his side. The president was accused and put on trial over claims that his 2007 presidential campaign was illegally financed with millions of euros from the regime of Libyan dictator Gaddafi. Throughout the trial, which ended just a few months ago and sent Sarkozy in jail for 21 days, enough days for him to write a book that is now a bestseller. This guy is absolutely insane. He'll do anything for the money. So during that trial, Carla Bruni defended him and accompanied him and also allegedly helped him in setting up some of those shady businesses. She chose to stay for love, that's what she says. She wrote a song about this as well.
Peux-tu jouer une chanson, mon amour?
Avec plaisir.
When I find myself in times of trouble,
Pretty sure this.
Mary comes to me.
Pretty sure she didn't write this.
Words of wisdom, let it be.
I'm pretty sure she didn't write this.
This story echoes Melania and Donald Trump's story in a different way. Melania has been many times in her life a victim, but that victimhood doesn't make her immune to criticism. She has supported her husband as he pursued his political agenda. She's still standing with him now. The film doesn't question her loyalty at all. While many suspect that she doesn't like her husband, I can tell you from watching the film that the only moments when we see immersion on her face are when Trump enters the room. I think she genuinely likes him, and that wouldn't be too surprising. She has found a form of comfort in her life as First Lady. She's filthy rich, she doesn't have to care about the consequences of what's happening in America, and she has forced herself into our faces, in our cinemas, onto streaming platforms, and even onto the goddamn Duomo of Florence. As the Guardian critic of the film pointed, quote, "It's one of those rare unicorn films that doesn't have a single redeeming quality. I'm not even sure it qualifies as a documentary, exactly, so much as an elaborate piece of designer taxidermy, horribly overpriced and ice cold to the touch and preferred like a medieval tribute to placate the greedy king on his throne." Ratner's films play like a gilded trash remake of Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest, in which a button-dyed Cinderella points at gold bubbles and designer dresses, cunningly distracting us while her husband and his cronies prepare to dismantle the Constitution and asset strip the federal government. End of the quote. We're approaching the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. I actually really enjoyed researching this video, writing it. I have felt less motivated with YouTube in the last few months, I'm not gonna lie. And part of it is that I've been very busy working 2 jobs, so I'm pretty tired, but excited that the other non-YouTube job is slowly coming to an end and that I can spend more time reading and researching more and moving on to other projects that are much more related to what I...
Love you.
Hey, the big man's back! www.thekidfrombrooklyn.com. You ever see them signs on the highway billboards years ago? I'd walk a mile for a camel. Or they used to have cigarette commercials. The guy used to say I'd walk a mile for a camel. Well, let me tell all you young people out there, the big man would walk 20 miles for a Quaalude. Let me tell you, that was the drug back there in the late 70s and 80s. Quaaludes, the good old Aurora 714, and they changed it to lemon. I tell you, I wish I had a couple of them fucking lemons now. That was the best fucking drug ever made. It was so fucking good. The government took them off the fucking market because they were putting the fucking drug dealers out of fucking business. Non-narcotic, non-addictive. Bring back the fucking Quaaludes. You can take all the fucking cocaine, marijuana, and all them fucking designer drugs they make today and stick them up your fucking ass. There's nothing like a fucking Quaalude. I tell you, they were the fucking best. Having sex on a Quaalude, you thought you died and went to heaven, let me tell you. And when you had an orgasm, You thought you were on a fucking moon! Bring back them fucking Quaaludes! Anyway, think about it! This is the big man, the voice of the people! Aurora 714! And the big man's always, having a seat.
I'm sure everybody has seen by now that clip of Trump and Caitlin Collins where he asks Caitlin Collins to smile. Or
he just points out that he's never seen her smile.
He's never seen her smile, you know.
Psychology.
Right. I do. His misogyny just gets so much more old man-y as his dementia gets back. It's exact.
It was fucking crazy. I couldn't believe it. Actually, no, I could. That's a lie.
What's this webcam that I use? Where's this even from? Made in China. Is this a product code? We'll see in a second.
This is another message that came through that I didn't see.
Huh?
Is this a message that came through I didn't see? What is happening?
What are you talking about?
Why are you talking about webcams?
Oh, I'm just looking at what I have.
Uh-huh.
Oh, discontinued.
I just use a Logitech Brio. They're pretty good.
Exactly.
First chapter, introduction.
Right. I mean, you know, what Quiet Piggy was grosser, but like, you know, you have to go
grad school, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have gone to women and gender studies 1-on-1 to say like, oh, okay, this is a way to humiliate a woman in public by calling her unattractive, or and also even not pig but piggy. So you're like you're almost like making it into like a childlike or weak feminine kind of nickname. Like that had more layers to it. But you should smile more is like absolutely just stereotypical.
Yeah, and he's always so like sensitive too. So like if she were to hit him back with the like, you know, I don't smile at child predators, like he would get really mad and like sue her. Like, you know, like he would get really upset. Yeah,
like,
he would get like really upset.
It's like, I'm talking to you about like sexual assault. Why would I be smiling?
Exactly. She was asking a question about the Epstein victims, who she's featured a lot on her show, and I'm sure he is aware of that. So Megyn Kelly sat down with JD Vance, and Vance brings this up because how funny is it that Trump did that? Or perceptive. God, I mean, shouldn't do that on camera. And Megyn Kelly gives this reaction to it that it was just shocking to me. It was really unbelievable because she accidentally makes the point that we're making.
I mean, like, there was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but, you know, I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have, like, a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, why don't you ever smile?
Yeah.
And it's actually, like, so perceptive, even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously. Like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles. Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you remember smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun.
Oh, Roger Ailes said that?
Yeah.
Wait, is it
Roger
the same
Ailes
Roger
did
Ailes
that?
who headed up Fox News when Megyn
Megyn Kelly was saying that they were sexual harassing her? I mean,
let's take let's take a trip back in history. This is number 6 here. This is from 8 years ago. Megyn Kelly explaining Roger Ailes and their relationship.
Oh, that's just him. So the harassment that I went through wasn't obviously harassment in the beginning, and then it graduated. You know, it just got worse and worse and worse to the point where you couldn't deny it. And it was explicit quid pro quo sexual harassment, which was, you know, basically you sleep with me and I'll give you a promotion.
Oh, he
and
said.
Even in those moments, I tried to laugh it off and pretend I wasn't hearing what I was hearing, or try to pretend that I had misunderstood, because I didn't want a direct confrontation with him.
Big fan of your work.
I didn't want to have to reject him explicitly, and I think this is telling, because a lot of women to whom this happens in the workplace have this calculation where you're thinking, holy, you know what? My whole job is on the line right now. The last thing I want to do is upset and reject my boss. You know, we generally want to charm our bosses and have them feel good about us.
Why did you settle it so far down?
The culmination of it was in his office when, because you'd go in there and he'd shut the door and he'd lock the door.
Terrifying.
And you would sort of shrug it off because he was known to be very paranoid about security.
A COD's there, so I couldn't get any.
But that feeling I'll never forget of like going in there and having him lock that door.
I don't have that revealed yet.
And then so it culminated in him trying to be with me physically, and it was only at that point where you couldn't pretend it wasn't happening anymore.
That was the perfect place to put a city.
That I really had to come to terms with it, and I ran out of the guy's office. I mean, he tried to grab me 3 times, make out with me, which he didn't. But I had to shove him off of me, and he came back, and I shoved him again, and he came back a 3rd time. And then when I shoved him off the 3rd time, he asked me when my contract was up.
Oh my God.
So there you go.
So how do you?
Yeah.
Caitlin Collins should take a bit of advice from the great Roger Ailes. You know, if you don't sleep with your boss.
Well,
I'm sorry. We're talking about the smile. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like she got like sexually harassed at the misogyny factory, and so she quit and then started her own like woman-owned misogyny built business. Yes. And like she wants you to take her advice as though like, you know, she's the expert on all of these things.
Yeah, I mean, still get credit as some sort of hero for it.
It's so craven because she left Fox News just to look at her history and her career. She was hired because in this moment, this was like, we were talking about Me Too. That was 2017. She was getting attention based on like her coming out and telling the story. She was pretty late. Gretchen Carlson and others were talking about Roger Ailes being a predator for a little while. Megyn Kelly eventually told her story.
Like you said, after Gretchen Carlson broke it open and made it untenable to continue looking the other way.
And she parlayed that into a media tour about the horrible things that she experienced, got on the Today Show, eventually said a bunch of weird racist crap, and they fired her because they were reminded, oh, this lady came from Fox News. Maybe her icy cold demeanor and her obsession with Santa's racial purity isn't the best for moms in the morning.
Need to fire this starving racist.
The selection process that got her there wasn't America loved her. It was Roger Ailes.
No, I specifically didn't do political stories on
and
purpose.
she was pretending to be an ally of other women in that time period. But then when you see that clip of her with JD Vance, can we just play the final 10 seconds? Because this is indicative of like women trying to appease men to make it feel like I am one of the good ones.
She's Ghislaine Maxwell maxing.
This final 10 seconds of this clip where she is trying to riff with him, and she's also in the media. Like it's not just about having female solidarity, which is incredibly important. Have solidarity with somebody who's in journalism, I guess. I mean, I don't know why I'm even including her in that. But at the beginning, she was pretending that she was a part of like a class of people in the media that maybe you would have some solidarity with from being harassed by the president. None of her those colleagues of Colin said anything, by the way.
But this is why you can't not only just trust these people, but rehabilitate their image. Yep. Like there are so many of these right wingers or conservatives that come out after years of being horrible and claim to have this epiphany, and the
look. I have a whole thing. So these are all the things, the stories I wrote for them. Missing woman parked in car. Whole story about the Ukraine plane that got destroyed.
Gay.
Taiwan. NYPD. Union president. Kentucky Derby. Snoop Dogg. Yeah, so I tried to avoid political stuff as much as I could.
Pussy.
There was
Hey,
one that I
Mao
did
wants
about
to be my friend.
a rock.
Oh, he said
this one.
Box. As a
black
I
diamond.
guess that means
this
yes,
one.
I will be your friend.
So
So
I explicitly
Mussolini,
remember
Mussolini,
this
I
one.
declared friendship, and he just said good.
Hilarious. But yeah, so it's mostly just stories like this. Nothing too crazy. And I applied for a fact checker role, and I used the bio labs as my as my thing, and I guess they didn't like that. So I kind of find it funny, because I didn't really get any feedback on it either, which is interesting. Mine. Mine. Oh my god, Settler, hurry the fuck up. Get to where I need you to get. Christ. But yeah. Yeah, fair. Like what? Give me some examples. I'm kind of curious. Because I don't really like her, to be honest. I kind of agree, but I'm curious what you think. There's something off about her. But that's just vibes.
What's
not
going on
actually
over
knowing
there?
her. What are you talking about?
Nonsense is afoot.
You fucking settle on my point.
I mean, yeah, it's good land.
Yeah, no shit.
What's with the nonsense? We don't need to do nonsense today.
Always need nonsense.
They never stop. Nationalism.
The media, liberals, individuals, not talking even about like any established group, just like people, give them grace and decide, oh, they're coming around, they're good now. No. You can't do this then, but this should be a perfect, obvious lesson of why, if you did do this in the past, you can never do it again. These people do not deserve to be welcomed into any fold. They do not deserve your care and grace and no.
Yeah.
No.
Just this part again.
And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles.
The fake laugh.
Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you remember smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun.
Oh, just be cut off.
Ah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I really that's all I needed.
Wow, you cut a woman off. There you go.
When you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein, just be silly in the White House.
Yeah. Why didn't she wear? Did she? I mean, honestly, was Caitlyn showing a little bit too much skin or not enough? I don't know. She got to find the right mix to please the men.
Well, I mean, just a few weeks ago, Megyn Kelly was talking about like what the barely legal girls that Jeffrey Epstein liked. I forget what age she was quoted as saying.
I have this
something.
Here
Yeah,
it
like
is.
I
Here's
mean,
the
so
clip.
I think.
Tight.
Yeah.
Here's this. This was from with the Batarangar Sargon, one of the most like brainless morons in propaganda right now. But he and look what her dad was, in case you want to see what kind of working class bona fide she has, particularly the Harvard opium stuff. But on the subject here, here's Megyn Kelly talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not
who?
Alan Dershowitz.
She's talking about Dan Bongino, I think.
Everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked...
Megan! Do you have the other part of it?
No.
What are you talking about?
15-year-old girls.
Ooh. That's not barely legal.
I think she picked. Okay, so I think she picked that number. So I hate to do like discourse analysis, but that number seemed improvised. It seemed like she was just drawing from any number out there, and like 15 with what she landed on. It's gross, but I think she wanted to go lower. I think she was going to say 14, and she caught herself with like 15. 15 is not legal in any state in the United States of America, as far as I know it. And I watch a lot of those Chris Hansen videos, so like you'll have to excuse me for questioning like that, like barely legal status.
Am I one of the good ones, right-wing men? Can I excuse your pedophilia? Am I gonna say that it's really okay for you to tell a female reporter to smile? Please, JD Vance. I mean, I'll smile for you and sit right here. I'm one of the good ones.
Also, the silliness thing, though, like, oh, have fun at work. Like, how would these guys have felt if, like, someone like a Caitlin Collins decided on that day, what was it, September 10th, 2025, if she came to work and she was just like, hey, Vance, JD Vance, Donald Trump, you see that video of Charlie Kirk? Blah. I mean, how would they feel about that? I mean, would they be like, oh, be silly, you should smile? Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, I'll tell you this. Like, if you want to have fun at your job at the White House, certainly you should bring your daughter to work day with Trump as the president.
Oh, my God, yes.
You gotta like have fun within reason. Like, know your limits and play within it.
Who was the right-wing influencer that brought their baby to the briefing? What was it?
That was wasn't that Benny Johnson?
Or I forget. I think it was a woman. It might have been like Riley Gaines or something. I'm sure an IMer will
probably
will tell us. Henry Gold says, Emma, the term you're looking for when you say one of the good ones is a pick me. I know. I was avoiding saying the term pick me.
There's something even more than that, though.
But it's worse than
you could Ghislaine Maxwell, or look at these other women who are saying. I saw one email that's saying like, I have some young women to bring you. Some past their sell-by date. Like there, of course, this is a sort of example of organized criminal patriarchy. But there are women who are willing to play the role and even facilitate and be a huge part of it, and including. Like Ghislaine Maxwell participated in the abuse. The victim said like she was participating in the massage stuff. Like. They are collaborators and participants, and like this idea that people like this get to present themselves as representing victims for a little bit until it becomes time to say, well, actually, Jeffrey Epstein was only into the barely legal type. Trust me, unnamed sources.
They did say that.
Well,
insane.
Well, I mean, I think people might be surprised by that. Like, there might be so many women collaborating with Jeffrey Epstein, but that's also just a function of like misogyny and the way in which historically we've erased women from history, right? And so that doesn't just mean erasing the good things women have done from history. It means erasing all of the ways in which like certain classes of women have been instrumental in the spreading of like white supremacy and the spreading of like ethno-religious mania and the spreading of all sorts of like bigotry that like have been like marching in lockstep, the women in the Ku Klux Klan. And a lot of times like people just like are not aware of the reality that certain classes of women have always been able to empower themselves within the white supremacist patriarchy by not only being like bad to other women or being bad to other marginalized groups, but overperforming that kind of like negativity towards women and people of color because like, well, yeah, you know, you're actually not one of the guys. And that's a common like phenomenon too, because you're not a cishet male. A lot of times like people will just overperform those things. So, you know, people shouldn't erase the negative because a lot of people are trying to victimize Ghislaine Maxwell now. They're trying to pretend as though she was just like a victim of it. But like, this is just like a function of like misogyny.
For me, for my money, I don't know if it's that. I mean, it's hard to say who's the worst criminal here, but as a woman, it is quite difficult for me to understand participating in mass rapes of girls over and over, being a part of it, running out, finding girls in their school uniforms in the park as she would do, and giving out his number, going to the poorer areas in West Palm to recruit girls and using money to make sure that that would happen. I mean, Epstein would require her to give him 3 girls a day. And she happily engaged in that abuse, sometimes as a part of it, but at the very least as the recruiter. So it's hard for me to say who's worse, but it's quite difficult, like from a feminist perspective, for me to not even have more disgust for her.
And Trump's going to probably give it a
Phyllis Schlafly is another good example of the dynamic you're talking about, Brandon.
No, I was going to say, I mean, like Ghislaine Maxwell, like undeniably, Ghislaine Maxwell is in a better position than she was when those files came out. Like she is in a minimum security, like work camp with like reality TV show stars who are in jail for like, you know, financial crimes in Elizabeth Holmes, like in violation of the Bureau of Prisons, like standard operating procedure. Like, you know, she's basically already free, essentially. Like she's already like up in a place that she's not supposed to be. It's an affront to justice.
Let's do I wanted to well another woman that's insane. I want to do this Nancy Mace story.
Oh god.
We'll do 11 and 12.
She might be the insane woman right now.
Yes. Oh wait, do I not have the right I'm sorry.
I can find that though. Is it on?
What number is it? I might have.
It's not on today's, but I'll find tomorrow's.
It's not? I'll read some IMs while you find it. But
what do you mean?
Both the
By that,
still
Wendy?
and her clip. Her clip. I'll read some IMs as we pull that up. My Bourbon Gamer, Maxwell got the Lucille Bluth treatment. Read Marx and Lenin. Barely legal is 18 and 19, which is still creepy for a full-grown adult to be into. 15 is just illegal. It's not even barely illegal. It's just illegal.
It's massively.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there in the 2 words. You just have to understand what those 2 words, barely legal, mean. Yeah. It still means they are legal, but they're just over the line. That's what that means.
Yep.
And also, I would just, again, repeat, the things that this operation did to women who were, say, 18 or 19, still disgusting and prosecutable.
Yes.
Rory in Minnesota, Megyn Kelly covering for pedophilia and misogyny reminds me of how Jennifer Welch always talks about how people think she's a safe person to be racist around. The difference is Jennifer actually stands up for the people who are being targeted and doesn't let people say that stuff around her. Megyn is a safe person for pedophiles. Yeah. I mean, I will never forget, I was in an all-white room in college, and someone said the N-word in front of me. Of 12 girls. Although the girl didn't know that there was a mixed-race girl in like playing a card game, saying N-words and then a slur for Native American people, right? Red, black for the cards. And I flipped out,
Great
obviously.
Yeah.
You'd be shocked to know that the girl played lacrosse. I flipped out, obviously, but that was a dynamic of like, she just assumed since everyone, like it was a very white college, I was in a sorority.
She assumed that because everyone was white that it was okay to say the N-word.
It was
crazy.
Yeah.
So it works as long as the situation is not mixed.
It was hard R.
It's so funny.
It was unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, and I think that is like, you know, there's a lot of people that just like feel safe in that setting. And like, I guess I was ignorant of that's how people talk behind the scenes. There's a great documentary right now on I recommend it to you, The Perfect Neighbor, Matt, on Netflix right now, where there's a woman who kills a black woman, and it's all body camera footage. It's really depressing. But in her police interviews, they were like, did you use the N-word? And she's like, I was taught to use that as somebody growing up as someone who was low class and like poorly educated, so it slipped out. And it's like that your explanation doesn't make it worse, or might make it worse. But anyway,
Whatever.
What were you gonna say, Matt? Sorry.
I don't remember.
Wait,
Okay.
so you
Anyway.
were taught to use that as a slur, but just not specifically for black people. That's like
Right.
excuse.
Actually, what I thought was, I'll be honest, like I hate all those card games, and I've always suspected that that's the secret reason people like to play them is to say slurs.
Wow. Anything but apples to apples, right?
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it.
I sent you a bunch of videos.
Fuck your mother. Fuck your whole ancestor.
With him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother Mark told the Washington Post, as reported in 2019, they were good friends. I know Trump is trying to distance himself, but they were. He added that Trump used to comp Epstein's mother and aunt at one of Trump's Atlantic City casino hotels. When a Post reporter sought further details, Mark Epstein hung up. When Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book was made public a few years prior, it listed numbers for many celebrities, and there were several numbers for Trump, his family, and associates. Epstein and Trump reportedly had a falling out in 2004, perhaps very late in the year, as Vice News published photos of Epstein's message book from that November, which showed Trump had left 2 messages for him. The 2020 book The Grifters Club, about Mar-a-Lago, alleged that Trump kicked Epstein out of the club after he made an advance on the teenage daughter of another member. This was according to another member named George Lombardi, who's a close friend of Trump and at one point his neighbor at Trump Tower. The Washington Post report suggests that a Palm Beach mansion came in between them, which led to their split. But in July 2025, Trump himself said that their fight was over Epstein poaching workers from his club at Mar-a-Lago.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate.
I believe him because he is a
hired
petty
help.
little bitch.
And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth.
Trump repeated this version of events to reporters aboard Air Force One.
No, he took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
When pressed, he gets angry at the reporter.
What was meant by me?
Who are you with?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the travel pool, but I'm with NBC News.
NBC fake news. Okay. NBC's one of the worst.
Together with his Truth Social posts, we can see that this is a sore subject for Trump, and he likes to deflect attention away from it. In the days that followed, Trump fumed on Truth Social not only at Democrats, but also the most vocal Republicans, calling for the release of all Epstein-related files held by the Justice Department. Despite his suggestion that he would release files related to the disgraced financier, by July 2025, Donald Trump was talking about, quote, the Jeffrey Epstein hoax.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
On the 12th of July, he asked, What's going on with my boys
not give
and,
you
in some cases, gals?
gunpowder,
They're all
Mussolini.
going after Attorney
The
General
lookout doesn't
Sam
say
Bondi,
anything
who is
about
doing
healing.
a fantastic job.
Is it not the lookout?
We're on
no,
one
that's
team,
the car in
MAGA,
tower.
and I don't like what's happening.
The lookout's
We have
a
a
different perk.
perfect administration, the talk of the world, and
Oh, where's that
selfish
one?
people are trying to hurt
if
it.
you go to
all
the city
over a
it's in,
guy who
and you
never
click
dies,
the
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, you
For
built
years,
it?
It's Epstein, over and
No,
over
you
again.
built the lookout.
In the penultimate
You need to
sentence,
check it.
he
So
says
go to
to
the
not
city you
waste
built
time
No, I
and
just did.
energy on Jeffrey Epstein.
It doesn't say
somebody
anything about
that
healing.
nobody cares
Yeah.
about.
And what
Many
does it say?
users on
The
Truth
car in
Social
tower
were
is
taken
the
aback
healing.
and expressed their disappointment with the president. One response
Where's
with more
that?
than 15,000 likes reads, "This
I don't
statement
have it
breaks
yet.
my heart, Mr.
Oh,
President.
you're building it?
I voted for
I haven't built
everything
it
you
yet.
are doing.
Oh, but you're building
Accountability
it.
was not
I
something
don't know
negotiable.
yet.
I, my
The
family,
lookout
and
is a
those we
different
convinced
perk.
to give you a
You need to
chance are all
find what the
counting
perk
on you
is.
to bring sick, perversion
Oh, I
So
just
go
don't
to the
see it in
city.
the wonders.
Otherwise, it will
Yeah,
continue
go to the city
happen.
and go to the purchase
Another
tile,
response
and
with
it'll
more than
highlight it, and it'll
19,000
tell you the
likes
bonus.
Yeah, I
declares,
thought you were
"We
saying
want
I
the
had that,
elite
though.
exposed.
No, I
You
said the
promised
car in
us
tower
that.
is the one that does
Now
that.
it's our
Yeah,
fault
I
because
got
we
that
want
already.
that promise
And
fulfilled
then I asked,
and call
are you
Pam out
building
every
it? And
time
you
she
said,
lies.
no.
What else has she lied to us about? Other supporters threatened to turn against him, with one saying, "It appears you or a loved one was in on it, and you want this to go away." Days later, on July 16th, Trump doubled down. "Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax," he wrote. "And my past
The
supporters
lookout gains
have bought
100%
into this
combat
bullshit,
experience.
hook, line,
Military
and
units
sinker.
trained in the
All
city
these
start
people
with
want
free
to talk about
promotion.
with strong
I have
prodding by
that.
the fake news and the
Plus
success-starved
boosts for
Dems
each
is the
city
Jeffrey
following
Epstein hoax.
the religion.
Let these weaklings
But has a
continue
lineup.
forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Once again, the
Cry
response
baby
was
bitch.
awash with criticism. One response with more than 4,000 likes reads, "You're running cover for something very nefarious, and you want us
you
to
see
look
that
the other
fairy
way.
kicking
Not
over the
going
ice
to happen.
sculpture?
You've lost
Yes.
my trust."
And the posture
Another
he had
response
doing
with
it?
more than
Very funny.
9,000 likes asks,
I
"Why
have a
was
picture.
Epstein in prison then? How about Ghislaine? For a hoax? I don't think so. This is the hill we all die on." It's clear Trump was bothered by the pressure to release the files, especially from those in his own party. In November, a House committee released emails that named Trump, including one where Epstein himself alleges that Trump, quote, "knew about the girls." On the same day that these emails were made public, Trump railed against Democrats who he accused of attempting to distract from the government shutdown. The Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the shutdown, and so many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. Trump was especially incensed with Representatives Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. He announced on November 15th that he was withdrawing his support for the latter. His ranting didn't end there, as he continued to post about her for days, calling her a traitor and a disgrace. She even resigned. On November 20th, Trump was still posting lengthy diatribes about the Epstein files, saying he'd signed a bill to release them. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required the Attorney General to release Epstein-related files within 30 days, with exceptions including material relevant to ongoing investigations, practically guaranteeing that they would not all be released. 2 days after this post, Trump brings up fraudulent money laundering activity in Minnesota, saying he's terminating temporary protected status for Somalis. On the 25th, Trump pardons a turkey, per the White House tradition, before the Thanksgiving holiday.
It's turkey.
A few days later, 2 National Guard troops are shot in Washington. Trump expresses his outrage on social media. He speaks to reporters a day later
outta here!
about the incident.
I gotta get a spy.
Is an Afghan national.
These
After his
motherfuckers.
talk, which covered a
Stop
number
stealing
of
my
issues,
stuff!
he opened the floor to the press.
Many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here.
Trump then abruptly pivots to Somalis after complaining about Afghan nationals.
What's taking
That's
place
weird.
between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of
He's a dickhead.
money going back to Somalia.
Trump doubles down on Somalis in Minnesota on Thanksgiving Day. After a long and fuming screed against foreigners in the United States,
Did it say
he
I
wrote,
left?
"Hundreds of thousands of refugees from
No.
Somalia are completely taking
save the
over the
game.
once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey."
It's going to spend all my gold
Picking
again.
Minnesota was not difficult for the president,
been
as
not
the state
upgrading units
contains
on
two
purpose.
people he loathes,
It's gonna spend all
including
my gold.
Governor Tim Walz and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who has accused the president of having a bizarre obsession with her. On December
He
2nd,
does.
Trump is asked by a reporter about the fraud scandal in Minnesota and whether
He really
Governor
does.
Tim Walz should resign. Local and national outlets had reported on fraud in the state for years, especially after a fraudulent food scheme raked in hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. Trump is quick to say that not only should Walz resign, but he also launches into another tirade against Omar and then Somalis generally.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be
It's
honest with you, okay?
pretty
Somebody
much
say, oh, that's not
guaranteed
politically
to crash.
correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country.
That same day, the New York Times reported that
It's a
new ICE
desynced.
operation is said to target Somali migrants in Twin Cities.
Give me a
The
second. I might be
directive
able to join back.
reportedly
Don't
came
touch it.
immediately after Trump's remarks.
It didn't say you
At
left.
the time, the new operation involved 100 officers and agents.
Now it has.
2 days later, the
Okay,
Department of
don't touch
Homeland
it.
Security referred to this deployment as Operation Metro Surge. The choice to target Somali Americans with immigration enforcement officers struck me personally as odd, since it was my understanding that Somalis are not known for entering the country illegally in significant numbers. In fact, the overwhelming majority of them are U.S. citizens. On December 12th, the House Oversight Committee disclosed a number of photographs containing images of Jeffrey Epstein with Steve Bannon, Noam Chomsky, Woody Allen, Larry Summers, Richard Branson, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak, and Donald Trump. The deadline for the release of the Epstein files, pursuant to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, came on December 19th. The Justice Department released some, but by no means all of the files. The documents that were released were met with criticism and even mockery due to the extent of the redactions, some of which could be easily bypassed by simply highlighting the underlying text, copying and pasting.
Select the whole paragraph, copy and paste into a Word document. You can actually see what was underneath those redactions. And it was uploaded by the Virgin Islands Attorney General.
The dump included hundreds of pages that were completely blacked out. Photos that were released on the 19th included Epstein with, perhaps most notably, former U.S. President Bill Clinton. But more problems for Trump came with a subsequent release on the 23rd of December, in which he was again mentioned. In announcing the release of the files on Twitter, the Department of Justice preempted criticism by stating that claims made against Trump in the files were untrue and sensationalist. The department's suggestion that they were committed to transparency earned
not
the
know
Post
about
a
this. That's
rebuke
very
in the form
interesting.
of a community note. The note criticized DOJ for missing the deadline to release all files related to Epstein and for their, quote, excessive redactions.
They give me their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But they, he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers, and Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But everybody.
I don't have a mood for
One email
clowning right
contained
now.
in the files, sent in 2020 by an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, observes Trump flew on Epstein's plane, quote, many more times than previously has been reported. This was before Epstein's file logs were made public in 2021, which showed that the current president was a passenger on at least 7 flights between 1993 and 1997, which contradicted Trump's earlier claims that he had never ridden on Epstein's plane. Also
He forgets
included
he
in the
rides on many
files were
planes.
mentions of co-conspirators of Epstein. After the 26th of December, Renewed attention to the Minnesota fraud scandal increases not only attention to the state, but also the number of federal officers sent there. That's because on that day, a 45-minute video was uploaded by Nick Shirley on Twitter and YouTube. I just wanted to say thank you to all of my patrons. I wouldn't be able to create these videos without you all. I can't overstate how much your support matters. If anyone would like to support me and get access to exclusive content that's not appropriate for YouTube, go to patreon.com/GDFofficial. Fraud involving Somalis in Minnesota had been the subject of investigative reporting for several years, especially by local Fox affiliate KMSP-TV, or Fox 9. Back in 2013, Jeff Balian reported on welfare fraud at a daycare center in a story that began with a raid by federal law enforcement.
The raid included agents from the FBI, State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Ramsey County Attorney's Fraud Unit. It went down, coincidentally, as the Fox 9 investigators were in the middle of our own probe of the same business.
The investigation of Deco Daycare resulted in charges for the owners, a husband and wife, who apparently disappeared and didn't face trial. In 2015, Balian spoke to a former fraud investigator for Hennepin County.
This is a cover-up. This is a deliberate attempt by the officials in Hennepin County to deceive the taxpayers. I have emails, I have documents, I have everything to prove emails, and they look the other way.
In 2018, Balian's reporting became the subject of hearings in the state Senate. Balian spoke with then county attorney for Hennepin County, Michael Freeman.
It's a great way to make some money. You know, it adds up when you begin to look at how many people are involved.
He also spoke with an FBI lawyer, or the Associate Division Counsel at the FBI's field office in Minneapolis. Balian's reporting was compelling because he interviewed a number of sources with relevant expertise and experience. For example, Mr. Steve Halicki worked for Hennepin County and investigated welfare fraud. He additionally spoke with the then acting commissioner for Minnesota's Department of Human Services.
I certainly think that some of the schemes that we're seeing, and certainly the ones that we brought forward already for prosecution, involve millions of dollars. I mean, this is not a small scale that we're looking at.
Fraud in Minnesota became national news with the infamous Feeding Our Future case, in which hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars for meals were pocketed. Feeding Our Future was founded by Amy Bach, a white American woman, but the case has been categorized as an example of Somali American fraud, as Bach's associates, employees, and co-defendants
it says
were
the game's
largely
waiting
Somali.
on me, so.
The story became all the more dramatic during the trial in the summer of 2024, when a bag filled with $120,000 in cash was left at the home of one of the jurors, which was widely reported on. By November 2025, Ernesto Londoño, a Minneapolis-based New York Times reporter who had covered the story for years, published a searing expose of fraud in the state, fraud that occurred, in his words, on Tim Walz's watch. Federal prosecutors say that 59 people have been convicted in those schemes so far, and that more than $1 billion in taxpayers' money has been stolen.
No, it removed
in 3 plots
the governor from my fucking capital.
That is more than Minnesota spends annually to run its Department of Corrections. Minnesota's fraud scandal stood out even in the context of rampant theft during the
decisions
when
that the
Americans
fucking
stole tens
robot
of
makes.
billions through unemployment benefits, business loans, and other forms of aid, according to federal auditors. On the Feeding Our Future case specifically, Merrick Garland, Attorney General during the Biden administration, called it the country's largest relief fraud scheme. I don't actually think this is accurate, as the EDD fraud in California during the same period apparently reached more than $30 billion. That may be the biggest fraud of American taxpayer dollars in history. On December 18th, Londoño says prosecutors say Minnesota's fraud scandal goes further than previously known.
It made my
This followed
builder
press
go to a
conference
tribal
held by
village.
then U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joseph Thompson.
The fraud is not small.
Idiot decisions.
It isn't isolated. The magnitude cannot be overstated.
Nick Shirley took up the Minnesota fraud story around the time that Trump posted about it on Truth Social. As we've seen, he followed in the footsteps of other investigative reporters, especially Jeff Balian at Fox 9, who had been covering the story since at least 2013. Years later, the Feeding Our Future case became national news, and in the lead up to the deployment of officers and agents to Minnesota, liberal outlets, including the New York Times, reported on the scale of the fraud. What made Jeff Ballion's reporting damning is absent from Nick Shirley's video. Rather than speaking to someone at the U.S. Attorney or County Attorney's office, or former law enforcement officers with relevant experience, or anyone at the Department of Human Services, or former employees speaking against the interest of the allegedly fraudulent businesses, Shirley introduces a man simply by his first name, David.
I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is
to how poorly
David.
he
The man
He
had
sounds
apparently
like me.
sent a message to Shirley on Instagram, as revealed in his interview with Channel 5's Andrew Callahan.
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right.
David's full name is reportedly David Hoke. The Intercept referred to him as a right-wing lobbyist who called Muslims demons. Rather than being perpetrated by a minority in a largely impoverished community, Hoke maintains that fraud in Minnesota involves all Somalis.
And the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it.
He also wonders aloud whether the proceeds from this fraud are going to, quote, terrorism.
We don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it going?
Indeed, Shirley himself concludes at the outset of the video that
some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia, like the Al-Shabaab.
When asked about fraud money
The
going to,
Al-Shabaab.
quote, terrorism, then U.S. Attorney John Thompson made clear that the money was primarily going to real estate in Kenya, cars, and international travel.
There's no indication that defendants were sending money to terrorist organizations or were supporting terrorist organizations in that way. Most of it has been used to purchase real estate in Nairobi, where there's a large Somali diaspora. In the Feeding Our Future case, for example, I think we're somewhere between $60 and $70 million.
I
that
hadn't
we've
actually
recovered.
watched his
About $30
video,
million
and just
of that is
listening to him
cash
talk on those clips that we
liquid
showed,
money
I'm like,
seized from bank accounts. The
oh
rest is a
my.
combination of real estate and cars.
In a post
Where is it
9/11
done
America, there are few accusations worse than being associated with terrorism or supporting terrorist groups, especially for Muslims. In the case of Shirley's video, all Somalis are accused of being in on a massive conspiracy not only to defraud taxpayers, but also to fund, quote, terrorism. In their video, the
Some
pair
people
visit
call them our
numerous
terrorists.
registered businesses, daycare centers, and medical care offices, alleging that they are defrauding the government. Many of them do not want to speak, which leads them to conclude that they are committing fraud. But without entering these businesses, the pair fail to conclusively show illegal activity.
No way.
One article from The New Yorker posits that the reason the video is successful is
Drew's
the
little attempt at doing
confrontations
this is
that are
coming
its
out
centerpiece.
soon, by the way.
This has long
Great.
made for dramatic television
wait.
and news reporting.
This little girl is me. And you told somebody that she's dead.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Dr. Alden. Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. How are you?
We show him some of the undercover video.
I don't want to participate and make judgments of something that may have said when I was drunk or may have been slipped a pill. Who knows? That is not
Drunk or slipped a pill?
right.
That's your defense.
J. Caspian Kang writes,
Was that Chris
the
Hansen?
reality is that traditional investigative journalism is a frequently boring and frustrating endeavor that takes a lot of time, money, and patience.
Damn right.
A lot of effort is expended tracking down paperwork from public records requests or looking through LinkedIn profiles to find people who might have worked together or knocking on the doors of potential sources. When the work is done and enters the world, there's a decent chance that the reporting garners relatively little attention. When Nick Shirley uploaded his video to Twitter, however, it was promoted by the Attorney General Pam Bondi, who had faced mounting criticism
Also known
over
as
the delayed
a
release of the
cunt.
Epstein files, Elon Musk, who apparently had lots of reason to divert attention from the Epstein files as he's in them, specifically in an email asking Epstein what days would be best for parties on his island, and Vice President J.D. Vance, who also has an interest in protecting his administration, especially if he wants to run for president. Musk, the owner of the platform, spent days posting about and resharing posts about the video, which undoubtedly helped it get a lot of attention. After the video was published, the Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services posted on Twitter, citing Shirley's video, that they froze all child care payments to the state of Minnesota. On January 5th, the Attorney General and her deputy gave an update to a federal judge about the status of the release of the Epstein files, now more than 2 weeks after the December 19th deadline. In this court filing, they revealed that they had released less than 1% of documents, quote, potentially responsive to the act, which was widely reported on. The following day, Trump increased the number of federal agents and officers sent to Minnesota to some 2,000, which the Department of Homeland Security called the largest immigration enforcement operation in U.S. history. Oddly enough, federal immigration agents and Border Patrol were deployed alongside other law enforcement officials as part of what was ostensibly a crackdown on white-collar crime within a community that is overwhelmingly composed of U.S. citizens. The large deployment of armed troops turned deadly just the following day. Renee Good was shot and killed in her car by an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer who was off to the side of her car when he fired. Later that month, Alex Preddy was being tackled by federal officers when he was disarmed and then shot in the back on the ground by one officer, then repeatedly shot by 2 officers.
And I have
on January 23rd, William P. Barr, who was Attorney General in the first Trump administration, defended Pam Bondi against criticism for the delayed release of the Epstein files. In an opinion article for the Wall Street Journal, Barr argued that it wasn't possible for the Justice Department to release them all by December 19th, given the Herculean effort required, in his words. But his defense of Bondi doesn't end with the DOJ not meeting the deadline, as he defends the redactions as well. I'm curious as to how he would be able to judge the legality
I've only
of the
seen
redactions
them all
unless
collected.
Barr had seen the unredacted and redacted versions of documents released.
I was curious if they do come in
Barr
each per
additionally
turn.
argues that missing the deadline was not illegal as the Justice Department was given an unreasonable amount of time. The final paragraph, however, is revealing. Rather than unfairly going after the Attorney General in their crusade against the president, lawmakers should focus on passing legislation that will help the Attorney General combat real dangers confronting the American people. Violent crime, the trafficking of murderous drugs, and the breathtaking levels of fraud in government social services and welfare programs. Every prosecutor working on Epstein redactions is one less prosecutor working on these critical issues. Barr appears to take issue with the focus on the issue generally. I'd wonder if this was at all related to the fact that in the summer of 2025, it became clear that Barr had misrepresented the footage from the prison where Epstein died. Contrary to being released in raw form, as described in an accompanying press release, Wired revealed in multiple reports that the footage was edited in Adobe Premiere and there was 3 minutes missing. After Epstein's death in 2019, Barr told the Associated Press that he had personally reviewed the footage, which showed that nobody but Jeffrey Epstein entered his cell. The footage that was finally released years later came from the only camera that was actually recording video in the section of the jail where Epstein was held. Epstein briefly appears in the footage, but he is assisted up a flight of stairs that is barely visible by 2 guards contradicting Barr's version of events. Barr was not the only one to mischaracterize the footage either. Then Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino gave a similar summary to Fox News before the video's release.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
Epstein is seen for the first and only time on camera at 7:49 p.m. when the Department of Justice said he was escorted to his cell from another wing of the unit. It's important to note here, you don't actually see Epstein ascend the stairwell to his cell block. But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
The Department of Justice has recently announced the end of their Epstein files release. A statement from the Office of the Deputy Attorney General reads, "The department's collection efforts resulted in more than 6 million pages being identified as potentially responsive. The department is releasing the over 3 million responsive pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. Combined with prior releases, this makes the total production nearly 3.5 million pages released in compliance with the Act. The other 2.5 million pages are, according to DOJ, duplicative, non-responsive pages.
Who worked there?
Notably absent are the names of co-conspirators and members of Epstein's inner circle. Moreover, as with previous releases, some documents are entirely blacked out, including this one running 82 pages. More than once, over the course of the Epstein file disclosures, it was observed that documents naming Trump were at various points inaccessible on the DOJ website. On December 20th, some 16 photos were removed from the website, including one which showed 2 printed photographs of Trump. One of them showed Trump and his wife Melania, Ghislaine Maxwell, and just the top of Jeffrey Epstein's head. Another showed Trump with several women or girls. Following backlash over the photo's disappearance, it was made available again 2 days later. Just recently, the department pulled a document containing tips from the public accusing the president of committing horrifying acts with Epstein and other high-profile celebrities. The New York Times took this approach with the material. The files appear to contain at least 4,500 documents that mentioned Mr. Trump. One was a summary that officials at the Federal Bureau of Investigation assembled last summer of more than a dozen tips from members of the public involving Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein. It is unclear why the investigators put together the summary, which includes accusations of abuse by Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump. The emails did not include any corroborating evidence, and the New York Times is not describing the details of the unverified claims.
Interesting.
However, this particular document was subsequently unavailable, almost guaranteeing accusations of a cover-up of some of the most harrowing accusations. It has since been reinstated, again following backlash.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ken Klippenstein, independent journalist covering security and U.S. politics at Clip News on Substack. And Ken, I feel like we've talked to you multiple times over the course of the past just like month or two because you keep breaking these stories. First off, apparently the feds have figured out who is Commander Zero of Antifa.
Do you know about this?
Tell us, explain, please.
It's very funny. Just wait.
So I was given an intelligence report produced by the Department of Homeland Security that identified a 29-year-old young man with an apartment in Portland, Oregon, where he was allowing protesters to go and wash off if they'd been pepper sprayed, get some water, use the bathroom, that kind of thing. And in this intelligence report, they identified him in very solemn terms as the suspected leader of Antifa. We found him in Portland.
Got him.
And so, I see the guy's name and he just exactly.
Okay, sorry. We've got to do that.
I just look behind me.
We're obligated as a news organization to play that whenever we talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's important. It's funny because I always tell people, like, when I came into covering national security, I was expecting Jason Bourne, and it's like what you've gotten is more Reno 911. It's been and this is true of that in spades, because you look at that intelligence report, the picture of the guy, he looks like a composite of just like any random protester in Minneapolis, just like a guy, and no criminal record, no allegation of crime in the intelligence report, just the simple fact that he's opening his apartment up to protesters and to media. After there was a news cycle, pushed by Fox and conservative influencers calling him this leader, he invited the press, local media, just, hey, poke around. Here's the apartment, my bookshelf. Here's my couch. Looks just like an ordinary apartment. And the guy, to his credit, like he didn't hide anything. He was happy to talk to anyone. He talked to me, and he's just finds the whole thing funny and outrageous because he's just a guy.
But wait a second. Did he let any of the reporters who came in to see the bookshelf pull the book? Because he pulled the book, right? And the whole thing opens up. Isn't that the way that it works?
I don't know what level of operational security they're on. Presumably it's pretty tight because we've got the entirety of the federal government after NSPM 7 focused on these guys. One can only imagine that they're running a pretty tight ship, but I certainly didn't see anything like that.
Can you just explain, though, maybe just back up for a second about Antifa and the nature of Antifa activities, because it's not a centrally organized group, and yet this administration is insisting on...
It's not really a group.
Insisting on trying to find some sort of figurehead to go after the anti-fascists, which, what does that make you? But...
Right. So the administration, the White House, is convinced, and the course of my reporting, one of the most alarming things was realizing how much in private they reiterate this stuff and really believe it. It's not just rhetoric. A lot of those guys really think that there is after 9/11, the baseball cards mapping out the leadership
Nazis.
of Al-Qaeda infrastructure. They really believe that stuff. It's not just talk. It's not just Sebastian Gorka. It's not just the more flamboyant elements of the administration.
You know what I mean?
By and large, I really buy this stuff. And so from my conversations with some senior people within Department of Homeland Security, they're stuck in a position where they have to then take that and translate it and implement it, what they see as directives from the, democratically elected president. They say, okay, well, I've got to find some way to do this legally. And they say that's a big challenge because it's not based in fact that there's some organized group. And so what they've done, as was described to me by people in Homeland Security, is the best they can do is kind of find these guys that maybe interact with protesters and try to say,
for what?
Well, maybe he posted out support for anti-fascism.
Look at the chat.
I mean, if you could send me a link and stuff.
Send me videos on Signal.
At some point, I guess here's maybe something we can do that carries out the directive. But that's really what you're seeing, is they're mapping it out just like the U.S. government did Al-Qaeda after 9/11 and ISIS. It's exactly the same program. And the president has more or less said this directly. He's talked about the enemy within. His senior counterterrorism director, Sebastian Gorka, talks about finding these cells, the language of safe house. I mean, this is all national security speak that you would have heard reserved for these foreign terrorist organizations, these Islamist terrorist organizations in the Middle East. And now the war has come home.
Well, there's a couple. I've got a lot of questions about this. So, and I get the idea that there are people in the political leadership who genuinely believe this stuff. I mean, it's hard to sort of wrap your head around that. But I remember talking to a cop that we had started to interview on the Majority Report, in the run up to the RNC in 2004 in New York, and they were having meetings, and they were saying they thought there was going to be stormtroopers coming in with Molotov cocktails. I mean, they were all convinced that this. I mean, they were really
you got all this
hyped up. But is there, in the context of this, you got the political leadership, and they're basically pressuring the DHS apparatus to...
All this is unsettled. It's a huge, resource-dense area right next to you.
Yeah. And I said I was going over here. And then you put a city there. And I also had attack here, and you put a city
and you
right
gotta, it fits, don't it? You got the city there. Here, I'll send an embassy there.
They've got the fucking Cree.
Okay, what are you trying to say? That the Maori are settling you? And colonializing you? What are you saying?
I literally put tax where I wanted to put cities. And
Oh,
you
come on,
deliberately
you're not
put
gonna
cities where
engage
the
with that
fucking tax
joke?
were.
You're not going to engage with that
No.
joke, really? Yeah.
Because you're fucking up my plan.
Look,
They're
it's
like,
only because
there
I
are
settled up
Antifa
France.
out there, and
Huh?
there must be.
Go attack France.
I'm currently settling France. Like, they got... France is about to invade me. They got a fucking Grand Imperial and Great General over here. It's okay.
You fucking forced me around 2 fucking volcanoes.
It's all about faith, baby. What are you gonna do now, France? Come and fight me. That's you. I'm trying to buy walls in a city that ain't mine right now. Look at that. I get so much faith per turn. Go ahead, France. Try something.
Have you just been doing religion, have you?
It's a good yield. Later
We're going
on,
for
I'll be
culture,
able to
right?
use it for a lot of naturalists and rock bands.
Mm.
Early on,
true.
I used my religion to bring people into my fold. And then, you know, later on
We're
in the
going for
game,
wonders.
when it matters less to spread faith,
Mm.
I get the naturalist and rock band.
Yeah, true. I'm going for
Leaders,
wonders.
bring us those.
Makes sense.
Does that chain of belief break at one point? Like, are
Oh, yeah.
there? Okay, so there are people who are just like, it's just my job. I got to find something, and so we gotta finger somebody.
Yeah, it's almost like sometimes feels like Office Space because some of these guys at the senior levels are pretty smart. They're not the like field agents that you see like slipping around on the ice and do all this ridiculous stuff in Minneapolis. There are some smart guys, and they kind of it almost feels like Office Space where they're like, I've got 7 bosses and they want me to do this outrageous thing, and so I have to find a legal way to translate this.
Don't they feel bad about like?
Yeah,
like
that's why they're
putting
talking
this
to me.
kid on blast, and you know, like.
Well, maybe
yeah.
that's why they're leaking.
Yeah, that's why they're leaking. You could say they should do more and leave. Some have. This stuff isn't publicized. You're not going to advertise that you're leaving if you're at some, mid-level role that's maybe not quite high enough to merit the attention of the press, but that is happening. Yeah, they do feel bad. That's why they're sharing it. I mean, it's ridiculous. And when you look at this and you hear the rhetoric of, there's an invasion and we're going to war, they really are at war. This is how you would conduct a war. You map out the command and control elements. That's why you see the rhetoric being used, like safe houses and things. They really are at war in Minneapolis and at major cities across the country on this mistaken belief that there's some kind of insurgent force that we need to fight a counterinsurgency against.
Now, I know that there are like.
Hey, remember when all those people said the war on terror was going to come home eventually?
But people organize around this stuff. I mean, Minneapolis
What about
people
all the commies who
organizing.
say that
They're doing it
this
in
is
small groups and
imperialism
neighborhood
turned
groups. I know that there was, organizing around when ICE first came to LA. People would coordinate. Tomorrow,
mutual aid.
Bill is going to follow the agents when they leave the facility, and then et cetera, et cetera. Like, this guy seems like they have nothing. Like,
Literally.
he seems like
He's not been charged. He's not been convicted of anything.
If his
not even
apartment wasn't where it was located, if it had been 10 blocks away, it feels like he would have very little to do with any of this. Maybe, it seems like they can't find even as most of this is fictionalized, they can't find anything. I mean, there are people there. Surely there are people out there who are
Don't call me
more
Shirley.
militant and organized. Are they like pointing at this guy because there is so little there? Like, are we watching some type of undermining of this process by people internal in DHS by sort of pointing to like somebody who is clearly not associated with anything like that?
Well, so they're limited by whatever legal architecture allows them to target American citizens, which is more difficult than what you can do to foreigners. So one of the excuses or pretexts they've used to do so is what's called force protection. So once you've deployed ICE somewhere, you have a legal ability to protect them from purported threats. And so basically what they're doing is they're looking at the area because his apartment is right near where an ICE facility is. And they're saying, oh, we've got to map out threats to ICE personnel. And I'm sure they could come up with some example somewhere of, somebody got a window broken or something and say,
what'd you do? The city. Look next to Yerevan. Yerevan?
What, the barbarians?
Yeah, look where I just put my unit. I put it into blind fog of war, and that's where he landed.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
I guess I'll fortify him and hope he lives. Fuck.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Gonna get some bananas.
Well, actually, what we're doing here, we're just mapping out threats. So this is about defending the ICE presence there. But the problem with that is that you have an ICE presence in every state. There's a field office in every state in the country. And in addition to that, they're surging all these resources and getting in situations that predictably result in a civil response, protesters, unrest, that kind of thing. So they've kind of created the conditions under which they can then say, oh, we've got to protect our guys. So that's why we're going to collect intelligence on these people. And in fact, the Department of Homeland Security spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, in a statement responding to a story I had on a watch list that DHS has produced and whether they're adding U.S. citizens to it, she responds, she says, we don't keep a watch list. But then in the next sentence is kind of the tell. She says, but we do protect our assets from threats. She says something along those lines. So that's the kind of legal pretext they're using for doing this. Oh, we're not
moving my shit around
after these guys on an offensive basis. We're just protecting the people that we have. But we've sent people everywhere, so now we have to protect them everywhere.
But
you know what I can do is check this out. I got such a great idea. Okay, so this.
The Kree is spreading their religion.
My laptop camera's over here. There's it's like the up top camera, you get the face, and then the other camera, you get the legs. What do we think?
I think you should turn the mic off.
Can you hear it from the laptop?
Yeah.
Okay, how about now?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Ding ding.
I bet it will work. I bet people will click. They see this in the thumbnail.
Shenron's back.
That limits the scope in which they who they can look for. Like, right. So if I don't know, Black Panther militants are not necessarily threatening ICE, they have a harder time sort of like going and harassing those people. So it's almost like whoever's going to be living across the street from this ICE facility, you're going to be target number one just because it's literally the low-hanging fruit, and it has to be low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, and Trump did a major assist in this when he designated for the first time ever a domestic terrorist organization. You can't normally do that against American citizens because it's supposed to be limited to foreign actors because it strips your civil liberties away to put you on one of these lists because then law enforcement is able to do all these things they can't normally do. And so when he designated Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, what that does is it allows the national security state to look at someone's apartment like that and say, oh, he's letting people wash off if they've been pepper sprayed. That's aid and support. That's material support to a terrorist organization. Epic. It would never stand up in court, which is why they haven't brought it to court, I imagine. But it's enough for them administratively, internally, and secretly to create these watch lists, which the story was I was trying to give people evidence of here's what one of the database entries looks like, because the DHS spokesperson had pushed back on the idea that there was a watch list. Really, she's just disputing that word, calling it that. She would call it, oh, there's a internal protection, blah, blah, blah. But I think that's just a euphemism. So anyways, all of that to say, that's the kind of legal architecture they're relying on for this war.
Well, there also, I mean, there have been unconfirmed reports, but I just think common sense dictates it, that there are provocateurs at some of these demonstrations that clearly have ties to law enforcement. You can go back to Trevor Aronson's reporting from Black Lives Matter in 2020 when he uncovered an undercover FBI informant that was trying to stoke Colorado Black.
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm surprised.
What? The war, you just got war declared on by France.
Yeah, surprise war. I can't believe it.
Does that mean we're at war? Yes, I am also at war with Napoleon. I will move my forces.
Black Lives Matter demonstrations towards violence. I would not be shocked if that is much more widespread, given the scope of what the administration's trying to do here. It's what makes some of these
edit the names.
Responses by civilians in these different cities so remarkable is that they've basically given them very little in terms of pretext, so they're resorting to these kind of pathetic tactics like this.
Pathetic is a really good word for that, and something I want to try to get across, which is that this whole effort, it's Reno 911. That doesn't mean that people can't get killed, because when guys are running around with guns with all this insanity, that's obviously dangerous. But it should be understood that both internally they're collapsing in terms of morale. That I've talked to lots of agents that they're not going to join the protesters, but it makes them feel bad what's going on, and it just is having an effect that I don't think is being captured by A, the media, and B, the administration doesn't want to admit that. They're not going to come out and be like, yeah, you guys are, causing some problems. So to your point, Emma, I reported on an intelligence document from ICE or detailing Border Patrol support to ICE operations that they have going on secretly. One is to penetrate these things with undercover officers to create informants among them. So all of that is true, and it gives you a sense of the sprawling character of this war on the protests, and which is catching people in the crosshairs that resemble a lot of people who work for ICE, and because of that, when these protests happen, they feel bad in a way that they might not be inclined to if it's an immigrant who doesn't look like them, or if it's somebody you can say, oh, that's not like us. Increasingly, people I talk to, they're like, these guys are crazy commies, but they have the right to say whatever they want to say, and they don't feel great about that they're having to enforce this against them. So I think that's a point worth mentioning. In the context of
so follow up though really quickly. Do you have a sense of how widespread the perhaps internal resistance, like to Sam's point earlier about are they offering up this guy because it's so flimsy? Do you have a sense of how widespread the scope is of perhaps throwing what do you say, throwing in the gears of a bike or something like that? I'm mixing metaphors, but I mean we're seeing it a little with the Epstein files. I think they're
came with us for war, so we've also got that city state. I don't know how much
we share vision, right?
Matter? Yes, I believe so.
So you see where France is?
Yeah, I can see France.
Yeah, just move all your shit. Can you sail yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, just move it across the continent and start raiding him.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna make some knights and shit. I got some musketmen, but I'm probably gonna hit a dark age, so I'm gonna have to take back Cologne, I reckon. So I've stopped production of walls to make it easier. So we'll see what happens.
There's almost seemingly internal obstacles that are being created, perhaps by people that are of conscience.
So shocked
to your
he
point.
Declared war.
Yeah, well, they feel trapped. They describe to me because it's like if they go rogue, then it's kind of like
if I end up hitting this dark age, then I have enough archaeology museums that'll definitely hit heroic.
I'm not sure.
State that Trump has been shrieking about for the last 8 years. And I feel like, they might not agree with his policy, but he's the elected leader. At the same time, I don't see so much malicious compliance as trying to come up with the least insane way to implement something. And then also talking to someone like me about it. That's what the resistance tends to look like. It's definitely not partisan, because basically all the guys in these, I have to laugh sometimes when people are like, oh, Ken's just talking to some left-wing guy. It's like, there are not really any left-wing people in the Department of Homeland Security. So it's not partisan in character, and it never will be. But what it is just...
very interesting for... This is a long interview, so I'm going to move on. Very interesting for Napoleon to do a grand imperial push. Because France has that unit as their unique unit because of him.
Donald Trump loves maps. And as US president, he gets to look at lots and lots of very cool maps. One day in 2018, he was looking at maps in Key West, Florida. These maps belonged to the Coast Guard, and they showed suspected smuggling vessels off the US coast.
Using the Pacific, using the Caribbean, using everything they could use to get through.
After he toured the naval station and looked at a submarine, he and his team headed back to Washington. Miles Taylor, a member of his team, has an anecdote that he says happened on board the plane.
I'm sitting there with Stephen Miller and a senior member of the Coast Guard.
This is Taylor speaking to the Left Hook with Wajahat Ali about a conversation he witnessed between Trump's senior advisor Stephen Miller and the head of the US Coast Guard about those boats on the big map.
And Miller's grilling us on whether we could launch drone strikes on these boats. I will never forget the Coast Guard commandant saying to Miller, no, we can't do this. It would be a violation of international law. Stephen, in his very unique voice, said, Commandant, I don't think you understand international law.
Now, that's not actually a bad impression of Stephen Miller.
Monstrous violation of international law.
Now, Stephen Miller denies ever having that conversation with the Coast Guard Admiral about using drone strikes on boats in the Caribbean Sea. And yet, fast forward to the second Trump administration, and...
For the second time in 2 weeks, the American military has destroyed a boat allegedly smuggling drugs from Venezuela into the US.
American drones, reportedly following a plan created by Stephen Miller, started bombing boats in the Caribbean.
The Washington Post has reported a follow-up strike was ordered on a vessel in September to kill 2 people who survived the initial one, raising concerns on both sides of politics about whether a war crime was committed.
There was once a simpler time when ordering a missile strike on people who are drowning in the ocean would be considered a
monstrous violation of international law.
But it seems we are no longer in that time.
In the enforcement of immigration laws.
Stephen Miller is unusual for a number of reasons. He's one of only a handful of staffers from the first Trump administration to carry over into the second.
Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job.
He's also one of the few original Trump staffers not to have written a tell-all memoir. But if you read any of the memoirs by people who have written them, they're full of stories like this, of people desperately trying to stop Stephen Miller from implementing his ideas.
As long as Stephen Miller's in charge of negotiating immigration, we're going nowhere. He's been an outlier for years.
For a long time, no matter which party was in power, the US government has operated within pretty defined guardrails. Legal, moral, bureaucratic, and procedural guardrails. But now, thanks to people like Stephen Miller, those guardrails are being dismantled, or in some cases, destroyed entirely.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or tries to stop you, or tries to obstruct you, is committing a felony. Obviously, Greenland should be part of the United States. And so that's a conversation that we're going to have. The powers of the president
How'd that
to
convo
protect
go,
our country
guys?
are very substantial and will
You
not
get
be
it?
questioned.
So who is Stephen Miller, and how did he get into such a position of power? And is there anything that can get in his way?
You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us.
I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening. In the United States, there's a program for high school students run by the American Legion called Boys State.
Boys State and Girls State. 1 week that shapes a lifetime.
It's kind of a camp for teenage politics nerds.
You'll experience how government works.
Some people say they're a sports junkie. I say I'm a politics junkie.
The harder the country, the more glorious the triumph.
Its alumni list is impressive. Neil Armstrong, Michael Jordan, John Bon Jovi, Bruce Springsteen, Bill Clinton, and Tom Brokaw.
I've encountered governors and senators, captains of industry, and prominent academics who also have the same fond memories of their experience at Boys State.
At the California iteration of Boys State in 2002, a 16-year-old Stephen Miller was running for an elected position on one of the mock county councils. Miller gave a speech to the other teenage boys in his group, gathered under a tree at California State University.
We're going to force girls to kiss us.
Miller paced back and forward, declaring at the top of his voice that if elected, he would form a black ops force to spy on the other county groups, infiltrate them, and sabotage them. The boys loved it, of course, and Miller won with a resounding majority. To say he was interested in politics would be an understatement. He was a regular caller on right-wing talkback radio, primarily on the Larry Elder Show, and wrote letters to the local paper decrying the left-wing bias of his school teachers. That same year, at his high school in Santa Monica, Miller ran for class president and gave a similarly outrageous speech.
Hi, I'm Stephen Miller. I'm the only candidate up here who really stands out.
There are only a few clips available from his speech, but the quote that gets the most attention is this one.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors who are paid to do it.
What a cunt.
At the end of his speech, he refused to stop talking and had to be escorted off stage.
Fuckwit behaviour.
His behaviour at school was so unusual that one of his classmates made a little documentary about him.
I don't know much about him, but I know that he's pretty right-wing.
He expresses his views in an insulting way, and that makes him look like he has no integrity. And that's really unfortunate because
Hey, can you
he
send
could
your
really be a great
skirmisher down
politician.
to hit this man-at-arms? Well, you've got
The following
a
year, when the US invasion of Iraq began, Miller was recorded by a classmate giving his opinion on what should happen to the Iraqi leadership.
Well, but as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
The thing that interests me about these comments is, what is Miller doing here? Does he actually want to be able to spy on his classmates and be able to chuck his trash on the ground? Or is he trolling? Is he saying things that he knows are over the line, knowing that he will get a reaction from his audience? Well, he kind of answers that question himself.
I will say and I will do things that no one else in their right mind would say or do.
One of his classmates had a theory.
Maybe he enjoys the infamy, like some perverted power trip or something, which I think is completely disgusting.
His friend Chris Moritz thought that people who got angry at Stephen Miller just didn't understand his sense of humour.
Personally, I would have laughed at that. He's just joking. It's a joke.
Watching these old videos of Miller clearly thinks that he's being funny, whether or not his audience is laughing.
I was talking to my doctor the other day and I said to him, well, you know, I'm 17, I'm pretty sexy. Everything's going the way I want it to.
I was a teenage boy at roughly the same time Stephen Miller was, and I can tell you confidently that trolling, saying outrageous things to get a reaction, is very much a thing that teenage boys did at the time.
But something's just not going right. My hair is just receding. I look like I'm 35, and a balding 35-year-old at that. And he said, well, how much sleep are you getting? And I said, excuse me, what's sleep? Apparently, you're supposed to go to bed at nighttime. Usually, I sit in my room like this. Ha! Ha!
Stephen seems to have pitched himself as a class clown, an edgelord, a troll.
What a fucking weirdo,
what happens when an edgelord who breaks societal norms and delights when people get upset reaches a position of power?
Jim, I appreciate your speech.
Well, we got a clear idea of this in the early stages of the first Trump administration, when Stephen Miller challenged one of the most well-established myths about America's history and identity.
America is for Americans and Americans only.
This story involves a poem. You probably know it, but in case you don't, here's the current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, reading it when he was still a senator back in 2012.
Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles.
When this
There's
poem
a,
about the Statue of
tribal
Liberty
village
was written in the
in Valletta.
1870s, the only physical manifestation in America of the mighty woman with the torch was the torch itself. It stood in Madison Square Park, held by a disembodied bronze hand and lit up by electricity,
motherfucking ice
or,
cream
to put it
flavor
more
ass
poetically,
bitch.
the imprisoned lightning. The statue's head and body were still in Paris. It was to be a gift to America from the French government and would be placed on a 30-meter granite pedestal.
From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame.
The trouble was, while the French were happy to pay for the statue, they expected the Americans to fund the $250,000 pedestal. And the Americans were in a recession and couldn't afford it. So a fundraiser was created. A successful 33-year-old Jewish poet named Emma Lazarus was asked to donate a poem which would then be auctioned to raise funds.
She imagined the sight of a giant statue at the entry point of a great nation. But unlike the great monuments of the past, this would not signal an empire. Instead, it would signal one's arrival to a place of opportunity and refuge and freedom.
Her handwritten manuscript was sold at auction for $1,500. Thousands of other Americans donated money to build the pedestal, and by 1886 it was ready for the 350-piece statue to be assembled on top of it. Emma Lazarus died of cancer a year later, aged 38. In 1903, a plaque with her poem on it was added to the pedestal. Her words became a core principle of America, as wave after wave of immigrants entered the country during the 20th century.
Give me your tired and your poor, your huddled masses.
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. Your
Only if they're white.
huddled masses, yearning to breathe free.
Only honkies.
Support for Emma Lazarus's powerful words became bipartisan. As Marco Rubio
Crackers
said in
first.
2012,
This is who we were.
Sorry, C words.
For 225 years, this is who we've been. And the question now is this who we will remain? If we lose this, we lose ourselves.
in August of 2017,
I just want
Stephen
to
Miller,
talk about healthcare,
now
honey.
a staffer in the first Trump administration, was asked how a plan put forward by the president to decrease immigration intake and prioritise English-speaking
It was really White Boy
migrants
Jihad
for entry
summer.
aligned with the meaning of Emma Lazarus's poem.
What you're proposing here, what the president's proposing here, does not sound like it's in keeping with American tradition when it comes to immigration. The Statue of Liberty says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. Doesn't say anything about speaking English.
Here's Stephen Miller's response.
I don't want to get off
I love Hitler.
about history here, but the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of liberty enlightening the world. It's a symbol of American liberty lighting the world. The poem that you're referring to that was added later is not actually part of the original Statue of Liberty.
There is no way that any White House staffer in living memory would have considered saying this. Lazarus's words had become as significant as the American flag or the national anthem.
If we walk away from this, we walk away from what makes us different and special and unique from all the nations on the earth.
But Stephen Miller wasn't like any other White House staffer in living memory, and it appears
He's
he wants
what's
to
known
make
as
that fact
a
known.
cunt.
We go now to the White House briefing room and President Trump's senior policy advisor, Stephen Miller.
During Trump's first term, Miller made headlines for
Everything
attacking
is
the
breaking.
independence of the judicial branch.
We have a judiciary that has taken
can't hear
far
anymore.
too much power and become, in many cases, a supreme branch
Hey,
of government. One
Wait, I
unelected
still can't
judge
hear. Why can't I?
in Seattle cannot remake laws for the entire country.
Couldn't quite suppress a grin there, but he wasn't done.
Our opponents, the media, and the whole world will soon see, as we begin to take further actions, that the powers of the president to protect our country are very substantial and will not be questioned.
This interview was received by the media and the whole world exactly as you would expect it to be received.
Will not be questioned? Let me test that theory. What the are you talking about?
The president will not be questioned? You're unworthy to be in the White House. You're unworthy to be in government if that's what you believe.
The only way that statement could be more terrifying is if he yelled it in German.
To most government employees, this level of direct personal criticism would be tough to take. But for a troll, this is part of the payoff.
I will say and I will do things that no one else in their right mind would say or do.
According to the memoirs of former staffers, Miller was a lot. He was so relentless in his efforts to enact tough immigration policies that people were actually kind of scared of him. Career officials in the Department of Homeland Security tried to avoid talking to him so he couldn't badger them into doing things they thought were illegal or wrong.
Here's an idea.
According
Tell
to
him to
Jonathan
fuck
Blitzer
off.
from the New Yorker, at one point the acting Secretary of Homeland Security started taking his meetings in a classified security bunker which blocks outside
Who the fuck are
communication
you, Goebbels?
in order to prevent Miller from finding out details of a policy discussion. That's a very high school way of dealing with things. Former Defense Secretary Mark Esper wrote in his book that Miller once asked if he could decapitate the leader of ISIS, dip the head in pig's blood, and parade it around as a warning to other terrorists.
Nazi shit.
He says he informed Miller that doing that would be a war crime, or a
monstrous violation of international law.
Esper told 60 Minutes on CBS that on another occasion, Miller asked him to deploy 250,000 troops to prevent migrants from crossing into the US over the border from Mexico.
And I think he's joking. And then I turn around and I look at him and these deadpan eyes, it's clearly he is not joking.
Esper, who talked quite a lot about being spooked by Stephen Miller's eyes, subsequently found out that he was working behind the scenes to form a plan for a military operation on the US's southern border.
Whatever happened to that plan?
Well, it died. I gave General Milley specific instruction to tell Northcom, Northern Command, to stop working on it, to cease and desist, and that if anybody had any questions, you tell them they should call me direct. And I never got a phone call.
So that was the Defense Secretary in the first Trump administration, blocking Stephen Miller's plan. Fortunately for Stephen Miller, Mark Esper didn't get a gig when Trump moved back into the White House. The guy who did get that gig, Pete Hegseth, had no such qualms.
Today we have an announcement from the Pentagon that 1,500 active duty troops will be sent to the southern border.
It's not quite 250,000, but it ain't nothing. Now look, Donald Trump was re-elected in part due to his promise to enact tough immigration policies. An argument could be made that Miller is just the bulldozer that's clearing the road for Trump to enact the policies the American people voted for. But bulldozers are supposed to have brakes. Otherwise, they end up just going straight through someone's house.
The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower.
Despite the fact that Stephen Miller's official title is Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, it's become clear that his remit is far greater than just immigration policy.
What?
He's reportedly been instrumental in the capture of the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro and the saga over whether the United States was going to annex.
He's crying.
What does it say his agenda is for you?
I didn't see. I just laughed.
He wants you to have a big army. Wow, strong army. He wants you to have a strong army and a strong navy.
Well, it's all inland seas, so I'm not building navy.
Okay, Poundmaker's also at war with Napoleon. I'm sure he's contributing a lot.
Yeah, he's allied with me.
I have a research alliance with him as well, so I'm sure he's contributing a lot.
I bet. Especially with this.
He's got a melee boat in a lake over here.
Yeah. Real useful.
annex Greenland from Denmark.
Obviously, Greenland should be part of the United States. And so that's a conversation that we're going to have as a country.
So you can't take it off the table that the U.S. would use military force to seize Greenland. You can't take it off the table.
Jake.
And of course, he's been a key player in orchestrating the massive federal law enforcement operations in Democratic-controlled cities across the country.
The gangbangers that you deal with, they think that they're ruthless. They have no idea how ruthless we are. They think they're tough. They have no idea how tough we are. They think that they're hardcore. We are so much more hardcore than they are.
Is that Lex
and we have the
Luthor?
entire weight of the United States government behind us. What do they have?
Constitutional rights?
They have nothing behind them. So we are going to win. They are going to lose.
It's unclear how Stephen Miller defines winning, but it appears that he's determined to win no matter what the cost. And if something happens that could jeopardize that goal, like ICE officers shooting US citizens dead in the streets of Minneapolis, he's got a solution.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic...
illegal alien.
Speaking about Lex Luthor, you ever see the intro cinematic to DC Universe?
Is that the animated one?
No, the game. It's their MMO that they made.
No, I haven't.
Bro, Lex Luthor has such a boss moment in it. I don't know. Is that what it's called? DC Online.
I got 3 era score in 1 turn. So maybe I'll get it. Maybe I want a Dark Age. Need them trade routes.
So, like, the game opens with a voiceover from Lex.
My greatest triumph was at hand. The final campaign in my long war against Superman. While his powers were drained from constant battle, I struck, luring him from his self-imposed exile. But my obsession had blinded me to the real threat. To Earth's true enemy.
Green Arrow's just dead.
Get him, Diane. Yeah. It's Ant-Man.
Lantern! Pick on some on your own side! Cyborg, concentrate fire on Luthor while I call down some artillery.
Hey, it's the Batman.
Deathstroke, time for you to join the party.
Rip his head off.
Come on! We've got lots of murdering to do.
You know, the funniest part about this is that
the Flash getting hit by rockets.
No. It's how awesome this intro cinematic is for how shit of a game this is. Like, it's just a standard MMO, you know? But, like, you look at, like, Halo's design philosophy, they were like, we never want Master Chief doing something cooler than you can do just in the game. And maybe they broke that when he jumped out of a ship with a bomb.
Possibly.
That was pretty cool. But, like...
That was pretty cool.
You know, like, this is... You do none of this. Like this does not, like, it's a fucking MMO. You go to a quest and you beat up, like, the respawning enemies a few times, and then you turn in the quest, and, like, it's like nothing like this.
lose something?
Greetings, sister.
Kill 10 rats is exactly right. And, like, you don't even get experience for kills. You only get it for the quests, you know? So, like, you can't even just go kill stuff and have fun.
That is annoying.
Well, they're dead.
Hey, Batman!
What's this? Nobody kills the bat but me!
This is the part. I love Lex Luthor.
Bring him
He's just going, he's just grabbing her and going, call him.
to me! Batman! Adam! You don't deserve to live! Diana. Beaten by a mere man. No. You've lost everything. No. I beat you. Lex Luthor!
Brainiac had returned.
Sick.
Yeah, the plot is that they have to go back in time because they don't have enough superheroes. So he released an agent that makes a bunch of people end up getting superpowers. And that's why you're all just a bunch of mediocre, generic superheroes.
Domestic insurrectionist can prevent you.
You know, like, I think mainly because of Blizzard, like, World of Warcraft is known for its cinematics as well. So I think they really were trying to hit that MMO market. And, like, it's one of the, like, coolest, like, superhero shorts that I've seen. Like, it's pretty fucking awesome.
You from fulfilling your legal obligations
And, like,
duties.
The best part about it is that
is going to stop him
they
anymore.
did all that for the opening just for it to be like, and then we turned back time and none of that mattered. Remember when we killed all the heroes and Superman even got evil at the end? Didn't happen. Anyway, here's the game. And you're like, wow, great. Like, wouldn't it have been a lot cooler if everyone was actually dead except for like Lex Luthor? Like, basically no heroes were left and you were like the B team who had to like
That
come
would
up
be
and
cool.
fight. Yeah, that would be cool. But then they were like, but then we can't put Batman in the game and sell more copies.
The human guardrails that kept him largely in check.
It's almost
during
like
the
that's
first
what was
Trump
supposed to
administration
happen, because
are long
after
gone.
that it
And now
cuts
Stephen
to
Miller seems to be driving
in-game
his
graphics
break-free
instead of the
bulldozer
pre-rendered
wherever he
cutscene.
wants. The poetry of Emma Lazarus and myths about American values aren't barriers to
Did you
someone
take
who wants
suzerainty
to
of,
push through them and show that they didn't really matter in the first place. But one thing does seem to be restricting him.
I've been trying
to some
to.
extent.
We're fighting on it.
Minnesota residents
He
were
keeps
back on the
taking it
streets
from
today
me.
despite temperatures being
then I'll
well
take it
below
back from him.
freezing.
Videos showing the death of Minnesotans
Right now we're fighting
Alex
over
Preddy and Renee Good
who can
led to
give
a
more
massive
aid to
public backlash
Mussolini.
against ISIS tactics.
The Trump administration is finding it harder to defend its immigration
making cabs
enforcement
now.
operation in Minneapolis.
Eventually, the backlash led to a back down.
I'm giving
and
all
the
my gold to
withdrawal of federal
Mussolini
forces from
just
Minneapolis.
to block
Donald
Napoleon
Trump will
on getting a
continue to
Diplo
defend
point.
his immigration agenda, but seems to have realised that de-escalation is necessary to retain public support for his policy.
Now, generally, I have a neat little bow for the end of the episode, but I'll be honest, it is hard to know how to end a story like this. The administration may have withdrawn from Minneapolis and announced investigations into what happened there, but there's been no change of policy. Stephen Miller may not have been on TV for a few days, but he hasn't resigned. It's a tactical retreat, not a surrender. 1 year into the return of Trump, and it's clear that the pace of change is not going to slow down. Miller will continue to bulldoze the boundaries of what he can say and do, then maybe take a lunch break before pushing even harder. We know this because it's been his political agenda since he was in high school.
I will say and I will do things that no one else in their right mind would say or do.
There is no sign that he's planning to turn the dozer around anytime soon.
Killdozer?
No, that would be cool. Stephen Miller is not cool. Big difference.
Wendy did send you a link.
At the 2012 APEC Policy Conference, then U.S. President Barack Obama boasted about his sanctions against Iran.
Few thought that sanctions could have an immediate bite on the Iranian regime. They have, slowing the Iranian nuclear program and virtually grinding the Iranian economy to a halt in 2011. Many questioned whether we could hold our coalition together as we moved against Iran's central bank and oil exports. But our friends in Europe and Asia and elsewhere are joining us. And in 2012, the Iranian government faces the prospect of even more crippling sanctions.
Indeed, later that year, the United States increased the pressure, beginning a punishing decline in Iran's economy. Obama spoke to the Wall Street Journal in 2013 and called it
the strongest sanctions regime ever. And it has put a bite on the Iranian economy. They have seen a 5% contraction last year in their economy.
They're pregnant?
It's projected to be another contraction this year. The oil sanctions, the banking sanctions, the financial services sanctions,
My game is loading.
those are the ones that have really taken a big chunk out of the Iranian economy. So oil production and oil sales out of Iran have dropped by more than half since these sanctions were put in place.
This idiot put his
They've
troops
got
in the
over
water.
$100 billion of oil revenue that is sitting outside of their country. The rial, their currency, has dropped precipitously.
Sanctions began as soon as the 1979 revolution in Iran and
Was that
have
Sean Connery?
continued since. Pressure was increased under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, but under Obama, sanctions were greatly intensified. Hadi Kahalzadeh is a research fellow at the Crown Center for Middle East Studies at Brandeis University. He wrote a report in early 2022 about Iran sanctions. He describes how, in July 2010, Obama signed the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act, which applied secondary sanctions to Iran. Unlike primary sanctions, according to which a U.S. person or entity is prohibited from working with a sanctioned country, secondary sanctions punish non-U.S. persons or companies who do business with a sanctioned country. These were then expanded to Iran's central bank and their oil industry. This was the first time that the U.S. had targeted non-U.S. financial institutions that worked with Iran's central bank.
Like, I'm just confused.
The
Like,
second phase of sanctions.
Like, sure, okay,
Khalzadeh
there's
writes,
sanctions.
From 2010 to
I mean,
2015,
it's a
coincided
look. If
with
it's a video
period of
about
severe
the contributions into destroying Iran's economy, and that's all it really is, then you can make your own conclusions. This guy tends to have a very left-wing audience, so I think they can probably assume what kind of conclusion they'd come to. But I haven't seen anything that's like Obama bad for doing this. He's just presenting it.
It's just interesting to make this video right when is it Riyadh? The money? Like, hit zero. It's worth nothing. Like, it's literally worthless. Like, if you're arguing that that is not benefiting the people, I can hear the argument.
I don't think he's doing anything like
no,
that.
No, I know.
Though.
I'm just talking. I'm just discussing the actual subject, right? And people who talk about Iran like this and defend Iran like this, right? Or not like this, but like on the regime side where they use these sanction arguments to be like, well, the government was never able to do its socialist agenda. Well, they killed the socialists.
The socialist agenda.
They literally killed the revolutionaries. Like, they didn't hide it. But for some reason, these people are still convinced that this is some, like, socialist revolution that's been destroyed by the evil West. And I just don't understand, because it's like, aren't you people supposed to be pro-people, pro-women? Not pro-government, pro-state? And here you are defending a femicidal, theocratic state? Is that what we're really going with? Are we really supposed to take you seriously when you're sitting here defending people like Assad when he was around? And now defending the Ayatollahs? Like, are we really meant to take you seriously? Like, I hear the arguments about the sanctions, and the sanctions, you know, whatever. The sanctions, it's state politics. It's state bullshit. You know, sanctions are going to happen. Iran should put sanctions on America. See how effective it is.
My God, it really is zero. Yep.
Yeah, it's literally zero, yeah. So, like, I can hear the arguments about the sanctions and shit harming the people of Iran. I get that. Perhaps they should stop the femicide. And then they can talk about sanctions. You know, I think that's probably worse than pushing for a nuclear weapon. I don't know. Seems like your priorities are a bit fucked up. But what do I know? Hey, what was that? Mightier than
economic difficulty for Iran. Through oil and banking restrictions, the Obama administration sought to force Iran to the negotiating table over its nuclear program.
And it worked.
Here's how Obama's Treasury Secretary Jack Lew described the strategy.
In the case of Iran, there's no question but that the U.S. working with the global community to put extraordinary economic pressure on Tehran brought them to the bargaining table and produced an agreement that got Iran to back away from its nuclear program.
In part because the sanctions have been so effective, we were able to get Iran to seriously come to the table and look at how are they going to give assurances to the international community that they are in fact not pursuing a nuclear weapons program.
The proposed deal with Iran, which sought to allow temporary relief from sanctions in return for assurances that they would not pursue a nuclear weapon, was met with staunch criticism from the pro-Israel community. In 2015, Lew was booed at the annual conference of the Jerusalem Post.
There is no doubt that our sanctions work to bring Iran to the table prepared to make serious concessions. Following months of hard bargaining and tough negotiations, we struck an interim understanding with Iran in November 2013. In accordance with that arrangement, Tehran froze and rolled back parts of its nuclear program while we continue to negotiate on a longer-term deal. At that time, some denounced the interim understanding known as the Joint Plan of Action. Some said Iran would cheat, that our sanctions would fall apart.
Honestly,
and
Joint
that this
Plan of
program
Action
would
is better than
allow
trying to
Iran
remember the
to move
abbreviation.
closer to acquiring a nuclear weapon. But none of that came to pass. Iran remains under enormous
Because I always want to
economic
put
pressure.
the O second,
It has
like
halted
JOPC.
and scaled back key elements of its nuclear program, and we have gained unprecedented insight into Iran's nuclear activities.
A couple months earlier, Liu made his case to the Washington Institute for Near
Mao,
East
you want some
Policy
elephants?
for the nuclear deal. He
he's got
reassured the attendees that the damage
mind,
to
bro.
Iran's economy was so great that they
Miscellaneous, what
need
you
not worry about sanctions relief. As he put it, punishing sanctions put Iran's economy in a very deep hole. As a result
yeah?
of our sanctions, Iran
Deep
will
holes,
be playing
huh?
catch up for a long
How
time
deep?
to come. Our
Calm
sanctions have cost Iran over
Huh?
$160 billion in oil revenues
put the legs
since
back on.
2012, revenues Iran can never recoup. Additionally, Iran's GDP shrank by 9% in the 2 years ending in March 2014, and it is today 15 to 20% smaller than it would have been had it remained on its pre-2012 growth trajectory. It will take years for Iran to build back up the level of economic activity it would be at now had sanctions never been put in place. In late 2013, Obama spoke of his sanctions program, saying that they crippled the Iranian economy, making their currency plummet in value.
I and my administration put in place when I came into office the international structure to have the most effective sanctions ever. And so I think it's fair to say that I know a little bit about sanctions since we set them up and made sure that we mobilized the entire international community so that there weren't a lot of loopholes and they really had bite.
What's interesting is that he's basically saying that he created a new era of sanctions, an international sanctions regime that had bite, as he described it.
And the intention in setting up those sanctions always was to bring the Iranians to the table so that we could resolve this issue peacefully. As a consequence of the sanctions that we put in place, and I appreciate all the help, bipartisan help that we received from Congress in making that happen, Iran's economy has been crippled. They had a negative 5% growth rate last year. Their currency plummeted. They're having significant problems in
I got a problem for you.
The day-to-day economy on the ground in Iran. And President Rouhani made a decision that he was prepared to come and have a conversation with the international community about what they could do to solve this problem with us. And if it turns out 6 months from now that they're not serious, we can dial those sanctions right back up.
He speaks of the sanctions as being like a dial that he can turn down and turn back up, illustrating an eerie effortlessness to the punitive economic pressure, which in reality means unemployment and inflation.
Okay, how many
Already by
times
the
we gonna
nuclear
use this
deal,
B-roll?
Iran was taking measures to combat inflation, including through tighter control
we got
of
it
money
again.
by the central bank, according to the International Monetary Fund. Indeed, inflation dropped from over 36% in 2013 to more than 16% in 2014. In 2016, after the nuclear deal went into effect and sanctions were lifted, inflation dropped to a single digit, very rare for Iran. In fact, according to IMF data, that had occurred only 2 other times after the 1979 revolution. However, Donald Trump would turn up the sanctions dial. By exiting the Iran nuclear deal, the United States is able to protect its national security by applying maximum economic pressure on the Iranian regime. read a statement from the White House in August of 2018. The White House intended, with its pressure campaign, to bring Iran's oil exports to zero, denying the regime its principal source of revenue.
How'd that
oil
work?
exports, as a result, plummeted. According to Khalilzadeh, my analysis of data from the U.S. Office of Foreign Assets Control show that sanctions on Tehran tripled from 370 under Obama to over 1,500 under Trump, making Iran the most sanctioned nation in the world. The Trump administration sanctions
Should
were
be Syria.
far-reaching. They targeted almost
Still?
all Iran's industry, including
No,
oil and part of the
no,
service
but-
sector, including banking, insurance, and financial services. The financial implications were severe. Sanctions terminated the country's access to its own assets and reserves overseas and impacted its access to hard currency as well. In August 2018, the U.S. banned Iran from purchasing U.S. dollars
motherfucker.
and prohibited third parties from selling dollars to Iran.
My economy's
Sanctions
better than
also
yours,
restricted
Bonaparte.
third parties from engaging
not
in
winning this.
transactions using Iran's currency.
I will give
the rial.
Mussolini all the gold
Iran's
in the
central
fucking
bank
world
was designated as a foreign
just to make
terrorist
you lose.
organization. The inflation rate in Iran
Bitch.
rose from just over 7%
You
in
have
2016 to over
Yeah,
43%
I gave it all to
in
Mussolini.
2021
Why?
and remained
request.
high after Trump left
All right.
office. The sharp declines in national revenues saw Iran facing a fiscal deficit amounting to 40 to 45% of the national budget, the highest since the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s. Faced with this public budget deficit, Iranian policymakers prioritized paying the salaries of government employees rather than investing in infrastructure or paying off the country's debts to the private sector. Many private contractors went bankrupt owing to these unpaid state debts, and as one of the driving forces of Iran's private sector, these contractors were responsible for creating about a quarter of the employment opportunities in Iran's job market. Biden told Face the Nation that he had no intention of lifting U.S. sanctions.
Will the U.S. lift sanctions first in order to get Iran back to the negotiating table?
No.
Besides, Khalilzadeh writes, the assorted legacies of Trump's Iran policy will make it all but impossible for the Biden administration
How
to
are you
turn
able to
back the
settle so
clock
close to my
and
city?
restore the status quo ante. Inflation remained at over 43% in 2022, rose to over 44% in 2023, and dropped still to 32% in
city.
2024. Other challenges came with
Soon
Russia's
enough.
invasion of Ukraine and supply chain issues related to which also contributed to inflation. According to the pro-Iran Tehran Times, protests began in Tehran's main bazaars. Business owners shut their doors and moved toward their neighborhood's main
That's right.
squares to
Thank you for
protest the
stealing that gold from
unprecedented fall
Napoleon.
of the Iranian rial,
It's gonna
which
go
had taken
straight to
place in the mere
Mussolini.
course of a few weeks. According to Mohammad
There's no
Reza
way
Farzanagan,
after this next
professor of
gold dump, he
economics
can
of the
catch
Middle
up.
East at the University of Marburg,
Here you go,
from
Mussolini.
2012 to 2019, U.S. sanctions decreased the size of the Iranian middle class by 17 percentage points each year.
So my own studies shows that the sanctions have reduced the size of middle class of Iran by about 17 percentage point per year from the year of 2012 to 2019, and this situation has been continued until now. So we are observing a new poor population in
And
Iran,
where is the money
which are demanding
that
some
Iran
level of
does have
stability.
But two
going?
things, Farzanagan says, made things especially worse.
Two major events happened which make that year very much unique experience for most Iranians. First of all, the military confrontation with Israel in 6 months ago, almost 6 months ago, was a very new
Because Iran seems
experience
to have plenty of fucking missiles.
for many of Iranians, that all these years of negotiations and things like this resulted to a military confrontation with the U.S. and Israel. So that was very bad for many businesses. It creates a sense of uncertainty
Bad
and
for
unpredictability
businesses,
in the
huh?
bazaar. And the second event which happened last year was the snapback.
Indeed, in August 2025, the E3 countries, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, concluded that since 2019 and as of today, Iran has increasingly and deliberately ceased performing its Iran nuclear deal commitments. This includes the accumulation of a high-enriched uranium stockpile, which lacks any credible civilian justification and is unprecedented for a state without a nuclear weapons program. As a result, the E3 countries announced they would invoke the process known as the snapback mechanism.
It was a last-ditch effort by Russia and China to delay the return of sanctions against Iran.
The United States has betrayed diplomacy, but it is the E3 which have buried it.
The E3 took a tougher stance, insisting Iran give UN nuclear inspectors unlimited access to its bombed nuclear site. Tehran said it was willing to make a compromise, but it fell short of European demands.
I think the Europeans had long ago made a decision that they were going to snap back these sanctions, and it has less to do with Iran, the nuclear program, and more to do with the punishment of Iran for its support for Russia and Ukraine.
According to the Financial Times,
both are fine
from
with
December 29th, 2025,
like fuck
the
you.
Rial has lost about
like if it is just because of Ukraine,
since
good.
the 12-day war in June, hitting a record low of 1.45 million rials to $1 on the open market in recent days.
Epic.
The currency slide has accelerated as oil revenues have shrunk under sanctions from the U.S., which briefly joined the war to bomb Iran's nuclear sites. The country's stubbornly high inflation rate rose to 42.2% in December year-on-year. Anger over the collapse of the currency prompted shopkeepers selling electronic goods to shut their stores in central Tehran on Sunday in protest, with merchants in the capital's historic Grand Bazaar joining the strike on Monday. Since these initial demonstrations by the Bazaris, the protests have reportedly spread across the country.
How bizarre.
Whereas the last widespread protests against the government, which followed the death of a Kurdish woman in police custody, killed hundreds of people, an Iranian official
props on
apparently
him
told
identifying
Reuters
her as
that
Kurdish.
thousands have been killed. Reporting is complicated by an internet blackout implemented by the Iranian government, another indication of its scale and perhaps the nature of the response from security forces.
Ended it with clear, gunfire on protesters too.
Yeah. So
I don't think that was really that biased.
No, and that's why I kind of like this guy, and that's why I wanted to have the discussion.
Do you have the link? Did you get the link sent in Discord for what you wanted me to play?
Oh no, we're
can't
just
copy
gonna
it from the chat.
We're just gonna bump it down to when she comes on.
Okay.
And she'll talk about it then. We'll do it then. Do the Channel 5 video there in the links.
I already clicked something else.
It's 2015. Tesla Model S pulls up. Heads turn. That's the future. Electric, silent, fast, clean. The person driving it is either rich or an early adopter or both. They're ahead of the curve. Visionary. Everyone's thinking, I want one of those. Fast forward to 2025. Same Model S pulls up. Nobody cares. Half the parking lot already has Teslas, and everyone's thinking the same thing. How much did that depreciate? Good luck finding a charger. Hope they don't need to drive far in winter. The dream died. Fast. Every major automaker is hemorrhaging money on EVs they can't sell. Ford lost $4.5 billion on EVs in 2023. GM is scaling back production. Dealers have lots full of electric cars gathering dust. Even with $10,000 discounts, nobody wants them. The future of transportation became the vehicle nobody actually wants to buy. So how did we get here? That's what this channel breaks down. Hit subscribe. How did electric cars go from revolutionary to rejected in less than a decade?
That's right.
Let's go back to when EVs were actually exciting. Early 2010s. Tesla launched the Model S in 2012. It was legitimately impressive. Fast, sleek, high-tech, range of 265 miles. It made electric cars cool for the first time. Before Tesla, electric cars were pathetic. Remember the Nissan Leaf? Looked like a melted soap bar. Range of 73 miles.
True. It looked like shit.
Slow, ugly, nobody wanted one. Tesla changed the game. They made EVs desirable, luxury items, status symbols. And the pitch was perfect. Save the planet, save money on gas, advance technology, the future, be part of the solution. Governments loved it. Tax credits for buyers, incentives for manufacturers, mandates for future sales. By 2030, all new cars will be electric. California, Europe, everyone announced deadlines. The transition was inevitable, exciting, revolutionary. Car manufacturers saw the writing on the wall and went all in. Billions invested in EV development. New models announced, electric versions of everything. Ford went electric with the F-150 Lightning and Mustang Mach-E. GM announced they'd be all electric by 2035. Volkswagen, BMW, everyone. The hype peaked around 2020-2022. EVs were the future. Anyone still buying gas cars was a dinosaur, behind the times, not environmentally conscious. And then reality hit. Price became the first problem. EVs were supposed to get cheaper. They got more expensive. The average EV in 2024 cost $56,000. The average gas car, $48,000. That $8,000 difference is huge for normal people. And that's before you factor in that most EVs are luxury models. Affordable EVs basically don't exist. But you save money on gas. Okay, at current electricity and gas prices, you'd need to drive 100,000 plus miles to break even on that $8,000 difference. Most people don't keep cars that long, and electricity prices are rising as more people charge EVs. The savings shrink every year.
I'll immediately start throwing
range became the killer issue. Advertised range versus real-world range are completely different. Tesla says 320 miles. In perfect conditions.
I have
70 degrees, flat roads, no wind, highway speeds, no accessories running. Real world, cold weather cuts that range by 30 to 40%. Running the heater, another 20% gone. Highway speeds, more drain. That 320 miles becomes 180 miles, maybe less.
You don't need to put
and you
text,
can't use the full battery anyway. You don't want to run it to zero. And you don't want to charge to 100% regularly because it degrades the battery. So your usable range is actually 60 to 70% of the advertised range. Suddenly that 320 mile car is a 200 mile car. In winter, 150 miles. That's not enough for most people's comfort level. And if you've ever heard someone with an EV complain about range anxiety being real, despite what the ads promised, hit that like button. It tells me you're seeing through the hype. The theoretical numbers don't match actual driving reality. Charging infrastructure is a disaster. This should have been solved before pushing EVs. Gas stations are everywhere. You're never more than a few miles from one. Filling up takes 5 minutes. EV chargers?
Gas stations were not everywhere when cars started coming around.
No. They were not.
This is such a stupid argument.
I agree.
Like, no, you do not put the infrastructure before a commodity.
It has to be adopted for people to be able to use them.
Yeah.
Because there's a profit. That is a silly, silly
you know what
argument.
Model T and Ford actually, one of the big drivers for them was?
Gone.
Because it was mass produced, it was cheaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they actually made a lot of money on farmers.
Interesting.
Because farmers needed them to, like, you know, because they're constantly going over acres of land, you know? So,
Yeah,
like,
interesting.
that early car infrastructure came from farmers who would need to go to town to get all the gas that they needed for all their machinery.
Makes sense.
Because, like, they
And
had
it's like,
machinery that ran on gas already before the car comes in, you know?
It's like the story behind Lamborghini. It's kind of funny like that.
Some homo?
Good luck. They're
Yeah, you
scattered,
bought a Ferrari,
unreliable,
and he said, "This
often
sucks, I can
broken,
do it better."
apps don't work,
Just attract the
payment
dude.
systems fail,
And he
you
made
need
a-
multiple
he made
apps and
Lamborghini.
accounts for
And
different
Lamborghini
charging
still makes
networks.
tractors. That's
And
the
when you
funniest
find a
part.
working charger, you're there for 30 to 45 minutes, minimum. That's with a fast charger. Regular charger,
And honestly, it's probably
hours.
a better option than
Road trip in a
John
gas
Deere.
car,
They probably let you
stop for
repair
5
your own
minutes,
shit.
keep going. Road trip in an EV, plan your entire route around chargers, hope they work, add hours to your trip. The promise was charging infrastructure is being built. It wasn't. Not enough, not fast enough. And what exists is poorly maintained.
That is true.
Apartment dwellers got completely screwed. About 40% of Americans rent. Where are they supposed to charge? Most apartments don't have chargers. Installing them is expensive and often impossible. Street parking? No chargers. So you're supposed to find public chargers constantly, pay premium rates, wait in line, hope they work. That's not practical. EVs only work if you own a house with a garage and can install a home charger. That excludes huge
This is a
portions
weak
of the
argument as
population.
Like, they give you
But governments
chargers that
kept
you can
pushing
plug
mandates
into
anyway.
normal ports.
Everyone will drive electric. Sure, after you solve housing prices so people can afford homes with garages. The cold weather performance is unacceptable. This isn't a small issue. Lithium batteries lose capacity in cold weather, significantly. Chicago in January, your EV loses 40% of its range just from temperature. And you need to run the heater because it's freezing. That's another 20% gone. Now you're at 40% of your advertised range. People in cold climates bought EVs and regretted it immediately. Getting stranded in
doesn't
winter
surprise
because your
me.
battery died isn't an acceptable risk.
But, like,
battery degradation is the
saying
silent killer.
EVs
Nobody
suck
talks about
because
this
cold
enough.
weather exists
EV batteries
isn't an
degrade
argument
over
not to
time.
adopt
After 8 to 10 years,
EVs
you've
in
lost
other
20
areas.
to 30% of your total capacity.
Like,
That
EVs aren't really going to
300-mile
work in
range
Australia.
becomes
That's just
210
something
miles.
people
It
are gonna
wasn't
have to
enough,
replace
not
that
enough,
battery,
not fast
10
enough.
to
He's doing it over and
$20,000.
over again.
Sometimes
Yeah.
more.
Like, these are all very weak arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And you know your argument is dog shit when even Jack is like, that's a weak argument about electric cars.
Like, I'm not anti-electric car. I just think that they have their time and place, mostly in cities.
I mean, the thing is that it's obvious the marketing behind them.
Yeah.
It's solar panels are like only now recently coming around to be like more practical for everyone.
Yeah.
And they were
they're
marketed
dirt
the
cheap.
hell out of about how
Yeah.
you would eventually make money off of them. What does Elon Musk say to sell his cars? That you're going to make fucking profit from them. They'll be able to go drive and be a taxi service while you sleep. That's passive income, baby. It's the same shit they said about solar panels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At that point, the car is totaled. It's not worth fixing. So EVs have a built-in expiration date. After 10 years, you're facing a massive repair bill or the car becomes worthless.
This also is not true.
Engine and transmission can last 200,000 plus miles with maintenance. Repair costs are reasonable. EVs? Battery dies? You're done.
No.
Insurance and repair costs are insane. This caught people off guard. EV insurance is 20 to 30% higher than gas cars. Why? Repairs are expensive. Parts are proprietary. Body shops don't know how to work on them. Even minor accidents can total the car if
like the car batteries, you pay a fee and you have to return your old car battery in a regular car already.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like there's the battery being like out of commission does not make it valueless. Because they're really easy to refurbish and there's rare minerals in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
the battery is damaged. A fender bender that would cost $2,000 to fix on a gas car, $15,000 on a Tesla, because they have to replace entire sections and check the battery. And good luck finding a shop that can work on it. Most can't. You're stuck with dealer service, which is expensive and slow. Depreciation destroyed resale value. EVs lose value faster than any other vehicle. A 3-year-old Tesla loses 50 to 60% of its value.
That's because of how Tesla markets their vehicles.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the resale value of other EVs are, actually.
A gas car loses 30 to 40%. That's brutal. Why? Battery degradation concerns. Fast improving technology making older models obsolete. Lack of demand for used EVs. So you're not just buying an expensive car, you're buying an expensive car that's worth nothing when you try to sell it. The electrical grid can't handle mass adoption. This is the elephant in the room. Texas had grid failures from heat waves. California asks people not to charge EVs during peak hours. Imagine if 50% of cars were electric. The grid would collapse. Rolling blackouts, rationing. We don't have the capacity, and building it would take decades and...
This is also a really stupid argument. Like, the thing is like, you can clearly just look at a graph and see the buy demand for the EVs, and you can judge how fast they're being adopted and how much like solar and battery infrastructure you then need.
Yes.
Trillions of dollars. But governments are mandating EVs anyway, without upgrading infrastructure. That's insane.
No,
the
it's
environmental claims got exposed as oversold. EVs aren't as clean as advertised. Mining lithium and cobalt is environmentally destructive.
Only needs to be mined once. It can be reused. It's not a fossil fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So... suck my dick. Like, do you know how bad coal mining still is?
Yes.
Like, and how often children are used in coal, bro?
It's still one of the, if not the
like,
deadliest.
The kids fit really good in the mine. You think that you think that coal also isn't a conflict mineral, bro? Like, we're just doing no ethical consumption under capitalism shit at this point.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, we've covered why the incentives fail because there's nobody actually checking. It's just a Chinese manufacturer who can be like, okay. But, like, then there's also really big companies that are, like, in Europe that are just, like, doing it fine and ethical. So, like, it's not like all the cobalt is shit and child miners.
Only some of it.
I mean, a lot of it, but, like, some of the bigger companies are fine. Like, they're still exploiting people who are mining the materials and not paying them a fair wage and stuff, but it's like, this is what I say when you fucking pull manufacturing out of China to go to Vietnam. Like, it's still a sweatshop.
Yeah.
Like, it's still something that in this country would be considered slavery.
Yeah.
But, like, they're at least making a wage.
The lesser of two evils argument.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But, you know, a lot of these policies are half measures to make sure loopholes stay in place.
I gotta give up a luxury resource.
Often done with child labor. The carbon footprint of manufacturing EVs is massive. You need to drive an EV 70,000 to 100,000 miles before it's cleaner than a gas car.
No.
Most people don't keep cars that long, and the electricity charging them often from coal or natural gas power plants. So you're still burning fossil fuels, just somewhere else. Battery disposal is an unsolved
We're already
problem.
in another era.
Millions of EV batteries will need
It's because they had so much tech. So they're so advanced.
Dark Age.
I somehow got a golden age. I don't know what I did.
I didn't just lose cities, I only lost loyalty. My loyalty must have been so high I only lost a little bit. Which means I can just move one of my governors. And should
I don't really
stabilize
need
it.
any of the... I rather kind of like get the era score instead of a golden age. I'm kind of upset. Because like, what do I even do with any of these right now? I guess Heartbeat of Steam. Like, I would take the settling one, but like, I'm currently trying to get Napoleon to fuck off. Like, I can't focus on settling right now.
Disposal in the next decade. We don't know how to recycle them at scale. They'll end up in landfills, leaking toxic chemicals. Great for the environment.
Again, car batteries, literally, it took like an overnight policy to make sure that didn't happen with car batteries.
Yeah.
Like, if that actually becomes a problem, like, again, really stupid argument, bro.
The mandates felt authoritarian. This created backlash. Governments telling people you must buy electric when EVs don't work for most people's lives felt like overreach. Can't afford the premium? Too bad. Live in an apartment? Not our problem. Drive long distances for work? Figure it out. People don't like being forced to buy inferior products. And that's what EVs are for most use cases. More expensive, less convenient, more limitations.
I mean, yeah, right
the
now, they're
backlash
rich
was
people
inevitable.
items.
Manufacturers are panicking. They invested billions based on government promises and market projections that were completely wrong. Dealers can't move EVs. They're offering massive discounts, 10,000 off, 15,000 off, still sitting on lots. Ford is losing billions. GM is cutting EV production. Even Tesla is struggling. Sales are down. Demand collapsed. The manufacturers are trapped. They've committed to EVs because of regulations, but consumers don't want them. So they're building cars nobody will buy and losing money on every sale.
Bro, jump in for conclusion.
So how did we get here? Tesla made EVs cool and created hype. Governments pushed mandates without infrastructure. Manufacturers invested billions. The promises didn't match reality. Price stayed high. Range was oversold. Charging infrastructure failed. Cold weather revealed limitations. Battery degradation created long-term concerns. Insurance and repair costs shocked buyers. Depreciation destroyed value. The grid can't handle adoption. Environmental benefits were exaggerated. Mandates felt authoritarian. Reality killed the dream. Electric cars went from revolutionary to rejected because we were sold a fantasy. The technology isn't there yet. The infrastructure isn't built. The economics don't work. And forcing it on people who don't want it created backlash. The future of transportation is stuck in dealer lots with $15,000
like,
discounts
because I
that
said
still
so.
aren't enough.
That's what this video
Maybe
is.
the real question isn't how we got here. It's why governments and manufacturers pushed this so hard before solving any of the actual problems. If you've noticed car lots full of EVs nobody wants...
If you notice car lots full of EVs nobody wants, it's China. It's China floating the cars.
Yeah, literally. We already know this. Where'd it go?
Squisser Microsoft, Squisser Oracles, Squisser Colianachus, Squisser Kiniachus, Cordala Susakas Aboresha, Nimmer can stop, Nimmer can stop, Nimmer can stop, Nimmer can stop, my ink in several like pork buck.
All the bad shit that Britain and its colonies did around the world, they kind of practiced on Ireland first.
They tried to get rid of all Irish speaking and it was all English for a couple of 100 years.
Some of my very earliest memories are intense shame because we were speaking Irish at home.
That is the cause of of language deaths all over the world.
But I mean, the real credit for the Irish language revival goes to these families who refused to break that chain in the first place, who kept the language alive, for us in particular, because we're from the north.
In the north of Ireland, what you had was quite a high concentration of Protestant people, so you had sectarianism. So if you were an
Prot.
So we can start killing the Protestants. No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
Irish Catholic, which meant that you were effectively an Indigenous Irish person. You couldn't access education, you couldn't vote, you couldn't own land over a certain size, you couldn't speak the Irish language.
British people thought it was like a sense of identity, kind of, and that if people were speaking a lot of Irish, playing Irish sports, Irish traditional music, they'd want their own country back.
It was genocide. They didn't want us to just become like them. It's like, we want you to die and disappear so you can be replaced.
The real credit should go to all the families in the west of Ireland that didn't break the chain. But if you're going to gas us up, we'll take it every now and again. Kneecap.
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 Kneecap. I'm so proud of them, I really am.
I know there's a bit of controversy at the moment, but I think they're great.
I don't know. They probably specifically licensed this.
Value a lot to have something in common with people like them. It's such a nice feeling.
Which parts of Ireland currently have the highest concentration of native first language Irish speakers?
Oh God, I'd say it'd be the Gaeltacht.
The Gaeltacht area is like there are small pockets around Ireland where the day-to-day language is still the indigenous native language of Ireland, which is Gaeilge.
Cool.
This video scares me about claims.
Yeah.
House Republicans 2 days ago canceled a plan,
they probably have
vote to try to hold Bill
music.
and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress because they were refusing to testify in the Jeffrey Epstein probe. But again, this is being led by Jim Comer.
Who?
Remember, he was the guy that was cracking the Hunter Biden case.
No.
Which was non-existent.
Bro. The Hunter Biden slam dunks are so funny right now. Because people are trying to do the Hunter Biden post in response to the Epstein files stuff. And, like, all the people who Hunter paid for sex have nothing but good things to say about him.
That's
and how
so
he was
funny.
a great client and stuff.
That's hilarious. That's genuinely fucking funny.
Like, he's genuinely... like the least perverted out of all the pervert scandals that we've had. Like he's better than Anthony Weiner, I think, who just showed Weiner. I don't know if it was non-consensual Weiner, or he just got in trouble for getting his Weiner leaked. Does anyone remember that? I assume it was non-consensual, but back then.
Congress.
I think we obviously know what religion you're going to vote for.
Of course. I'll even put 2 points into it.
Do trade city state because we have a trade city state and it gives us
Trade?
15 gold for trading with them.
Okay.
So this would immediately give us 30 gold for every trade route we're sending to them.
Well, I'm not sending any.
To the city state?
I am focusing on internal trade routes at the moment to get my era score up.
But they're trying to just focus on people who are aligned with Democrats, who are in the Epstein files, and not the screaming...
This is what I have to say about that.
Look out, faggot!
orange elephant in the room of who is currently in the White House and in the Epstein files.
Or Elon Musk, who they put in charge of looking at fraud just last year.
Right.
massively caught lying about saying they wanted me to come to the island so bad I denied them, as opposed to what he actually was doing was saying, hey, when is your wildest party, and it not working out.
How many minors will be there?
Or Peter Thiel, who we give government contracts to all the time, who is actually like helping ICE make these databases of American citizens who have a problem with their occupations of our cities all over the Epstein files, these emails.
Yeah, but okay, hang on. There's another video that I saved. So like, I'm obviously not a Peter Thiel defender, but like he was pretty open that he totally was a piece of shit and just didn't believe it was as bad as people said and Epstein was fine. Like, he's on record saying that. So like, credit to him for not lying about something to the same extent that everyone else is. You know what I mean? If you're gonna diddle kids, at least be a little more honest about it.
Yeah, like, that's what you like to do. People like to brag about their hobbies. Brag about your hobbies, so we know.
Stop.
Is that inappropriate? Too soon?
There's this video, it's like...
Here's a deeper point, man. And I don't mean to do this every time I'm on.
Duncan Trussell was right, baby.
Such a crazy
I know this clip.
That if you're not careful,
he was
folks
so
from
correct.
Deep, dark wells of perspective are gonna infiltrate your shit because people are gonna like try to exploit you. That's the main thing. Is like
Should've
people
listened to your
recognizing
friend.
what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. Right? That's a fear.
Like radium, like.
Alright, so now that people have had a few days to digest the millions of emails and documents linked to Jeffrey Epstein, it's now starting to appear that Joe Rogan's had a lot of people on his show that are now confirmed to have been closely linked to the predator and criminal himself, which has definitely left a lot of people scratching their heads. I mean, it's one thing to have maybe one or two guys linked to Epstein on his show, but when you realize that Joe Rogan's platformed more than 9 different people and counting at this point, who were named in the files sometimes thousands of different times, it all certainly raises more than a few questions. And it's not like anyone's accusing Joe Rogan of secretly going to Epstein's island or anything, but the very fact that he's had so many of these weirdos on his podcast just proves how accurate Duncan Trussell was in the opening clip there. Like, all of these creepy billionaires flock to Joe's podcast because they feel a sense of safety and protection with Joe. Not only because he never challenges these guys on anything or even questions their links to Epstein, but also because he's so easily manipulated and will believe just about anything you say to him, especially if you have power over him.
He will do that.
Peter Thiel, for example, who's a billionaire tech investor and co-founder of Palantir and PayPal, admitted to Joe Rogan that he met Jeffrey Epstein back in 2014, about 8 years after Epstein was initially arrested for all of the despicable and nasty stuff that he did to children.
You know, I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think...
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically...
when you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like 2000.
07, 08.
Okay.
Upon learning this, though, Rogan doesn't even think twice before making excuses for Thiel, saying that he knows a lot of people who were tricked by Epstein, instantly letting Thiel off the hook.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, were you like, oh, well, there you go?
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met that guy.
So that right there is the very reason why so many of these elites just love going on Joe's podcast. Because Joe's best friends with whoever's across the table with him that day. And he was probably so starstruck by Teal and his connections that he never even thought to second guess the guy on his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Now that the files are out though, it seems pretty clear that Teal was a lot closer to Epstein than he led Joe on to believe. I mean, there's a bunch of back and forth emails between them about having dinners together in various places, and there's even one where Teal suggests meeting him on a quote-unquote island, which could very well be the island, if you know what I mean. There's of course nothing immediately acknowledging the crimes or anything, but I would venture to say that doing business with a convicted sex criminal for personal enrichment generally means you're a bad guy.
It was the other 5% that sullied the whole operation.
Yeah, that one.
Not to mention being in regular communication with them. But of course, Rogan doesn't bother looking even an inch further into any of that, which is why a lot of people criticize Joe as an interviewer. Like the guy can't shut up about Epstein and all the stuff surrounding him, but as soon as he has someone on the show that's literally sat down and had one-on-one conversations with the guy, Joe immediately brushes over it and then switches the topic.
I know a lot of people that met that guy. He got a lot of celebrities to come to his house for parties and things.
Well, I think it was, I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, I know there was some secret club, secret society you could be part of.
Right.
And
of course.
Again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the vague vibe of the whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people. Look at the fucking Soho House. Like, look at that stupid thing. I mean, you just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to, and everybody wants to be a member. Oh my God, gotta get it. And then you get like the Malibu Soho House. It's different from the other ones. You have to have a membership only there.
And you see, Peter Thiel is really just the tip of the iceberg
What?
when it comes to JV guests that have been involved with Epstein.
Joe, I'm not sure you're this is a pedophile island, Joe. With a guy who is literally like a data collector and knows everything on everyone, and he's just like openly saying on your show, yeah, I went to the sex island. Yeah, it was after actually he had been caught.
Yeah.
And after the second time, boy, did I think a lot about it. What did you think about? Maybe throw that one out for a follow-up question. Free tip. Don't want to tell you how to do your job or anything, but
expert interviewer.
For the big ones like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but it actually goes way deeper than that. Like, believe it or not, Joe's literally platformed Epstein's personal chef, Adam Perry Lang, who worked for Epstein for 4 years straight back in the late 90s, flying with him on his private jet to cook for him at Epstein's various different properties, including the infamous Epstein Island. And this was all public information prior to that podcast. So it was pretty strange that Joe didn't bring that up once. There was even an article written about it. And of course, there could have been some kind of agreement that Joe signed to not mention it with him during the podcast, but nonetheless, it's all very fishy.
What's happening, brother? How are you?
Good to be here.
Good to have you. I have enjoyed your restaurant many times. This is my favorite steak restaurant in all of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in here, because
burger the favorite dish?
A really crazy time for restaurants. And I mean, that's basically that's the gist of it.
What?
It's a crazy time.
It's bananas. It's absolutely crazy.
It's bananas.
Here's Dr. Peter Attia, who was apparently Epstein's private doctor and shared thousands of emails with Jeffrey, which of course are extremely
This is
twisted.
getting weird,
I'll touch
Joe.
on that later, more in the video.
Were you
Just
on
know
the
that as of
island,
right
Joe?
Now, there are about 9 or 10 people who went on Joe's show that are named in the files, which is just a mind-boggling number of people. As weird as that may be, though, there's not really one single answer to it that people people can agree on. You know, some people theorize that Joe's been bought out and paid for by the upper crust of society, or even the CIA, and others think that it's merely a coincidence. No matter what you choose to believe in, though, the one thing that's true here is that Joe gives the softest, most patty cake style of interviews to a select group of people, and a lot of those people were named in the Epstein list. And Donald Trump's a great example of this. Like during that Donald Trump interview, which now has over 61 million views on YouTube alone, Joe Rogan never even brought up Epstein or the suspiciousness surrounding Epstein's death, which is a topic that Joe's talked about on hundreds of other episodes before this one. He basically just gave Trump the easiest interview of his life.
One of the beautiful things about you is that you freeball. Like, you get out and you do these huge events, and you're just talking, and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you and you were making fun of Elon one time. You were doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, "You'd be in jail." Like it's great timing. And I think
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business. First of all, it's a very tough business.
It's the most dangerous business.
It's the most, well, for a job.
Yes.
So the softball interview basically greenlit all of the cronies to go on Joe's show, as Joe's spine basically disappears whenever someone in the Trump administration appears on the show. Like a couple of short months after that Trump podcast, Joe had Kash Patel on, where he let Kash basically lie to his face and his millions of listeners about everything having to do with the Epstein files and Epstein's suspicious death.
Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation between Elon and
Have a
Trump.
nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump-Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
And no, Kash Patel was not named in the files, but he's directly responsible for the delay of their release. And he literally lied under oath about their existence late last year, which is now making millions of people online call for his arrest.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
So Kash Patel is Trump's personal shoe shiner. And of course, he manipulated Joe into believing everything he said about the Epstein files and Epstein's death. And just to be clear, Patel isn't in the files, but this just shows you why a bunch of these fishy, mega-rich guys feel safe going on to Joe's podcast. One guest that did entertain Joe's theories around Jeffrey Epstein's death, though, was none other than Barry Weiss, who is a New York Times opinion writer turned independent commentator and is married to a woman who was just named in the Epstein files, Nellie Bowles, who actually went back and forth with Epstein and seemingly met up with him a bunch of times accompanied by Barry Weiss. And so when Joe brings up Epstein's death, she seems to entertain the conspiracy theory a little, but then quickly makes it seem not even that important. She even admits to knowing a bunch of people who hung out with Epstein when he was alive, saying that everyone knew about his crimes and didn't do anything about it, which of course just flies right over Joe's shiny bald head.
Can we just agree that he was murdered?
I
If you had all your chips on the table,
Yes.
like Barry, you got to go all in. What are you gonna do?
There are too many coincidences
Yeah.
to make it plausible that Jeffrey Epstein
No, no one knows.
No one knows that. But what
we don't
people
know.
knew, no, meaning,
someone must.
But
know.
what I was going to say is like, I've talked to enough people that knew him, met him, went to parties at his house, and said like everyone knew this about him. It was like a Harvey Weinstein thing,
right?
In the sense of the young women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or in the sense that everyone knew about Bill Cosby that came into contact with him. Like there were things that were just agreed to never speak about. You know, it's like. It's just absolutely sick. I was when the story broke about him hanging himself. I was obsessed for like a few days, but then I had to move on to other things. Like, the world is a big place.
That's what they're
Jews
hoping
are getting beaten
for.
in the streets. Yeah, but it's also like there actually are things that are more important to me than the story of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And I hope that there's some investigative journalist digging into the truth of what happened there.
But to be fair to Joe here, he honestly seems like he didn't know Barry's connection to Epstein during this podcast from 2020. But now that she's named in the files as her wife's quote-unquote babe by Epstein, and now that she just hired Dr. Peter Attia at CBS, who is deeply affiliated with Epstein, the whole thing just looks pretty bad for Joseph Rogan. And you already know he's terrified of addressing any of it. Speaking of Peter Attia, though, who's actually one of Joe's more frequent guests that seems to be more close to Joe than usual, he was also listed in the Epstein files, and it appears that he's way more screwed than even someone like Peter Thiel, as he's on record emailing Epstein that he, quote-unquote, can't tell anyone what Epstein does, along with saying that eating pussy is low carb. Horrendous, given the nature of Epstein's crimes. So Peter Attia probably lost his whole career due to the Epstein files, especially now that he's come out publicly and stated that he's ashamed of his affiliation with Epstein, straight up just admitting to being the guy's good pal. And being that he's actually sort of close to Joe Rogan, it just makes you wonder how Rogan will address it, if he will at all. I mean, Joe Rogan must be shitting his pants right now with how many friends of the podcast are being exposed before his very eyes. And remember, these are the files that Trump's Department of Justice were comfortable with making public. So there's certainly millions and millions of more incriminating things to be released. Like, this is much deeper than you think. Of course, a bunch of the Joe Rogan fanboys are rushing to his defense right now, though, saying that Joe Rogan's had more than 1,200 different guests on his platform, and
what was low carb? He said eating pussy is low carb.
Guys like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Peter Thiel on, regardless of whether they were affiliated with Epstein or not. Which might be true, given that they're some of the biggest names in the world, but the fact that Jeffrey Epstein himself is now on record trying to get in contact with Joe Rogan just shows you how safe Jeffrey and all his goons felt in Joe Rogan's presence. And this info was pulled from emails between Epstein and a man by the name of Lawrence Krauss, who after going on JRE in 2017,
what's going on with the nonsense over
Rogan
there?
About the opportunity to get in contact with Jeffrey, which apparently Rogan was timid about. Regardless though, they've got to feel like Rogan's on their side or something like that, right? Like they must feel a sense of security around the man, given that he never brings up anything involving Epstein's crimes around the associates that he interviews. For instance, during one of the many podcast episodes Joe Rogan shot with Elon Musk, Musk conveniently listed everyone he thought was going to be on it and left himself right off of it. Which, now knowing that he apparently desperately tried to get on Epstein's island and was found to be too dorky to make the list, just seems super pathetic.
That is
it's so
honestly
obvious.
hilarious.
Yes, like known Epstein clients, who are obviously extremely powerful.
Like you?
Oh
wait, that's right. You tried and failed to be
very
one.
Wealthy, are Bill Gates.
Bro's writing him like, "Hey, can I
Bill
come
Clinton,
over and fuck a girl?"
And Reid Hoffman.
Got any?
And by
And
girls,
those
I mean
two,
minors.
those
And
three.
Epstein's like, "This guy's gonna get us fucking sent to prison again."
Why was Reid Hoffman so intent on destroying Trump?
Yeah, how do you put someone in jail and you don't even name the clients? That sounds kind of insane.
I think, yes, it would.
Oh.
Yes,
It's
because
just stunning that they've been able to hold it back for so long. It's really kind of amazing.
Yes.
Like when people say that people can't keep secrets, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at this.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of these things are not like it's common knowledge, but we don't actually have the proof.
Right.
So the proof is there. I mean, there's lots of videos.
So yeah, I really wonder if Joe will ever talk about Elon being in the files. Based off how Elon's tweeting like a maniac about it and defending himself way too much on his own app, though, he'll probably go on to JRE soon here to clear the air, which will definitely make for another video for this channel since it will indeed be super awkward. Aside from that, though, when you step back and look at the whole picture here and consider the sheer number of people involved with Epstein that went on to Joe Rogan, something strange seems to be going on that a lot of people think is much deeper than just a coincidence. Like, Rogan's built his entire brand on being the guy who asks questions, who doesn't trust institutions, and who's skeptical of power, and who loves to entertain conspiracies, especially when they involve Jeffrey Epstein. Yet, when that exact world of power, money, and influence sits across from him in person, his skepticism seems to just disappear. And it's not like Joe gives this type of treatment to just about everyone, you know? I mean, I'm sure you all remember how he screamed at that primatologist who called into the show years ago, who infuriated Joe by simply disagreeing with him about the existence of a fake cryptid species of chimpanzee, the Bondo ape, which is just...
Upon unlocking technology/policy, instantly builds the corresponding building if there are no mutually exclusive buildings. Must be built on flat land. So it instantly, so as soon as you unlock something, it will build that building in that city, I'm assuming. It can't be civ-wide. That's nuts. But again, right on point with the law. That's fucking great. I kind of want to build it just to see. Ooh. 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 Intriguing. We'll see. I might build it.
Wild if you haven't seen that already.
Allison from Florida is going to challenge you. Allison, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a primatologist. There's no such thing as a
Have you heard
this
You're
before?
a fucking idiot. Go online and look it up. You're a what? What do you do? It's a new discovery. You're a primatologist? Well, look it up. You're not current. Pay attention. Go online and look it up.
Yeah, this is student.
Yeah, you've learned some shit from the college. When did you graduate?
I have a PhD from
When
2000.
did you graduate? When?
From 2000.
Yeah, when was the last time you got online and researched primates? Have you ever looked at any of the new discoveries? Have you looked at any of Carl Amon's work?
Yeah, I've been.
What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I'll tell you why you're laughing, because you don't have a point. So you're trying to, oh, you're ridiculous. I have a PhD. Meanwhile, there's all sorts of photographs of this primate, this gigantic chimpanzee. Not only that, it's on National Geographic, stupid. NationalGeographic.com. CNN.com, stupid. No. There's bones, there's tissue samples, there's hair, there's fecal matter, there's all sorts of different things. Now, they've mapped the DNA of this animal already.
Oh, please.
What do you mean, oh, please, stupid? You haven't paid attention to it at all. These are legitimate scientists and primatologists that are in the Congo studying this thing. And you don't know. Yet you're calling up. You've done zero research on this. You haven't looked into it at all. You're telling me we know all the animals that are in the world? Are you telling me we know all the animals in this gigantic, several thousand-mile-long, intense rainforest?
So I just wonder what that spark was when Joe did dozens of podcasts with a bunch of Jeffrey Epstein's friends and associates. But no matter which camp you're in, whether you think Rogan's compromised and bought out by the CIA, or just straight up a famous guy that has a bunch of billionaires on his podcast, what the files truly expose is the Lincoln's so-called journalistic curiosity. And as more names, emails, and connections continue to surface, it's going to become harder and harder for Rogan to keep pretending and beating around the bush. Like he can't just call his critics mentally ill losers like he did with Bert Kreischer anymore.
Instead of like saying, I hope that guy gets hit by a bus, fuck him. All these slobs that are on Twitter and that are talking shit about comedians and are angry about comedians, they have one thing in common. They're almost all failures. They're either failures or they're extremely
The hard
mediocre.
F made me think he was
They're
going
in
to
the
say something
middle
else.
of like mediocrity. No one's got them as their favorite comedian. No one's got them as their favorite podcaster. No one's got them as anything. They just don't do that well. So what do? They're attacking people. And the most anxiety-ridden, fucked up, mentally ill people I know are these lazy slobs that are online all day complaining about people.
What's the annex
So yeah,
limit?
pretty crazy stuff. And honestly, by the time this video
What's
comes
the
out, I bet
annexation
there will be
limit?
way
7?
more JRE guests named in the files that I still
raises.
haven't covered yet. So subscribe if you want to see the part 2. And as always, thanks so much for watching.
Are we looking at cynicism or are we looking
Did I lose a unit? Or was that you? It was being built there. Okay. Shit. Shit.
Got a
fuck.
real good video here.
Oh, okay. Factory.
Okay, today I'm going to be making
my
a dump
God.
cake on my Model T. So the other day I got this manifold cooker from Snyder's Antique Auto, and you're
This is
supposed to put it on
pre-watch.
the manifold in the Model T, and it can cook cobblers and cakes and things while you're driving on tour. It's perfect for camping, and this will be my first test of it. Let's get started. Okay, first things first, let's open up the left side of the hood, or the passenger side of the hood, and we must put the manifold cooker on the manifold. This is what takes the exhaust gases out of the engine, so it gets super hot. And putting this on here, this will get super hot now. Okay, the manifold cooker is
What do
in
you think?
place. Let's take this little pin out of here. Get out of here.
Oh my god.
Would you eat something cooked in a car's engine?
I would not know.
I mean, it's
I
separate
would
from the
not.
engine, Jack.
Sure.
Right? That's fine.
Why not?
It's separate from the engine. What's the worst that could happen?
Poisoned?
This is what holds the lid shut, so it doesn't rattle off. I'm gonna need both hands.
I'm gonna need both
here
hands.
is the inside of the manifold cooker. This
Look
is
at that.
a reproduction.
Wow, look at that.
Both hands. Okay, here is the inside.
Spot welded.
That is pretty clean as well. Maybe.
I'm just saying, there's only spot welds, though. Maybe there's external welds as well. I'm just...
I am not sure what you're saying.
The welds,
What about them?
they're just
They look
little
like-
spots instead of the whole thing being welded together.
It could be on the outside welded though. That could just be the inside for those little spots.
Yeah, that's what I was
Of the
saying.
manifold cooker. This is a reproduction, but they do have old ones as well. There it is. Anyway, let's get started with this dump cake. It is called a dump cake, by the way, because you dump all the ingredients in here, not because it comes from the dump. Now I must go get a can opener because, unfortunately, I do not have one of those just sitting in my car.
Okay, you ready?
Okay, let's go get a can opener. Okay, I've obtained the can opener. Let's go outside.
Just a giant, scary-ass knife, and then the camera cuts. Like, he's doing, like, this is the skeletons in my closet shit. Like, he hides gags in these videos.
It's all a bit.
Like
Like it has to be.
and make the dump cake in the Model T. I wonder if you have to preheat these things. First, we'll open this can of cherry pie filling. Oh, I just went through the side of this can. Oops. You know what? We have to open it this way.
Oops.
Okay, here's one
Oh, well.
can. Okay, now I'm gonna put this in here. Okay, that's one can. Okay, now we have 2 cans of cherry pie filling in there. Now we're going to open the pineapples. Okay, let's add the crushed pineapples and the juice. Now we need to kind of mix this. Now we're going to add a box of white cake mix. Oh look, a box top. It's way easier to cook out here because you don't get as much flour on you, or I don't get as much flour on me. After this, we're going to have to get a stick of butter. I put more on my engine than I did in here. People would be like, why do you have flour on your engine? Oh, I made a cake on my car. So I was grabbing the butter from the fridge and I realized I still managed to get flour on myself. What? Okay, I've put the butter in here. Let's go ahead and add water to the radiator and check the oil. And I'll go ahead and close this.
Bro's got modern infantry here, and I got my swordsman units defending me.
That's all you need.
You better get in there, Pen. Get in. Okay, I'm gonna need both hands. Okay, the lid is closed. Let's check the oil on the car. If it drips, there's oil. Okay, there's oil. Great. Now we've got to fill the radiator. I emptied it because it was cold, and I didn't want it to freeze. And I didn't put any freezer in here. I rarely do. Okay, I've put water in the radiator. Now I'm wondering, will this smell like cake while I'm driving, and will people want a piece, and will I have to share? These are important questions one should ask.
I wouldn't.
I was just checking my gas. It appears we're going to have to go to the gas station. Yes. So that'll be our first stop.
Do you see how he checks the gas?
I missed it.
I was just checking my gas. It appears we're going to have to go to the gas station.
Amazing.
Yes. So that'll be our first stop. Okay, let's go ahead and start the car.
Please tell me it's one of them wind-up ones. Fuck yes! That's awesome. It's like a lawnmower. It's literally a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess let's drive around until the cake is done. Okay, I drove to the
Wow.
Natchez River. There's a
That
sign
seems like
for
a
it
lot
right
of
up there.
pollutants just to cook a cake.
Anyway, we're about 24 minutes from home right now, or I'm 24 minutes from
This
home.
seems highly
And I stopped here
inefficient.
to check on the cake.
Bro is Cancer Alley.
So it'll be another 24 minutes to get home, and by that time I think it'll be done. So we'll start heading back now.
Brother,
I was gonna
the
go see
cake
my
is
friend
flowing
Daryl.
everywhere.
But he is not home right now, so I'm gonna turn around and head back. We're actually closer to Palestine, Texas than we are
Model
Jacksonville
T
right
fans
now.
everywhere are crying.
Anyway,
this is
so
worse.
let's go ahead and
This
start
is
heading
worse
back.
than
Let me start
Whistling
the car
Diesel.
again. Okay, this is how far I have to drive. Start heading
Is
back.
that a
Let me
cat?
start the car again.
What's his background? It is a cat. It's a bread cat.
It's a stock meme from the internet. Also, what kind of
Okay, this
psycho
is how-
only has 2 apps at the bottom bar? What is wrong with you?
So let's go ahead and start heading back. Let me start the car again.
And Safari?
Bro,
What?
He's just look at his messages and phone calls.
Jesus.
That's
What
pretty
else have we
funny.
got? Steam. Was he play steampunk games? I want to know what games he plays. Audio editor, sure. GIF legacy, sure. Okay. Yeah,
It's just
I have
a few editing apps.
I have all this random old technology. Here's my brand new iPhone.
No. He just collects antiques. He's just into antiques. He's not Amish.
I'm so disappointed now. I
He
thought
ju-
it was just
he-
like
he's an
discovered a
antique
camera.
collector. That's his thing.
And he's just made a personality out of it. That
Yeah.
is almost funnier.
I mean, it is his personality. It's his special interest. He's
Okay,
a cultural
this is how far I
icon.
have to drive. Let me pull it up really quick so you can see how far away from home I am.
Bro just doxed himself, put his whole address in there.
So as you can see, we're about 22 minutes away from home right now. And also I was looking up some recipes for the manifold cooker, and I realized it doesn't get hotter than 150 degrees usually. So we might have to cook this in the oven as
wow,
well.
You think?
And this might be ideal for keeping things warm while you're going on tour. And you could probably make hot dogs in it. But it suggested making pre-cooked foods in here. And notice how the flour on the engine is not burned. So we might have to cook this in the oven and then heat it up in this thing. Well, it's already heated up. It has melted the butter some. But overall, the cake is not that
It has
hot,
melted the butter
so
some.
I don't
That
think it's
looks
gonna fall
horrific,
in here.
dude. That looks horrific. That scared me.
But you see the proof of concept.
No, I do not.
There it is. This is the perfect
There
car
is
for
zero
camping.
proof.
It is not the
Okay, let's
perfect
get
car
back
for
on the road.
camping.
Let's start the car.
You sit on the gas tank on a wooden bench.
It's literally a lawnmower.
This is why it's not the perfect car for camping.
There we
gotta
go.
need
We had
both
to get
hands.
gas to the engine. Okay, let's go. Okay, we just made it back. So I'm pretty sure the cake did not finish. Oh, I know the cake did not finish.
Wow.
So we're gonna
I'm
finish
shocked.
it in the 1917 Hughes electric range. And
Oh
now
my
we know
God.
how this thing operates. It warms up food. So I didn't drive it enough to finish the cake, but you can see the cake is boiling. So it was working, but it would have required several more miles, or
I
probably
think you might need to mix it, sir.
a few more miles. I drove it about 40 miles. Anyway, we'll just put this in the oven and finish it off the rest of the way. So I drove it a little over an hour, and it still didn't finish, but you can see it was starting to. Also, this car turned 100 on January 29th of this year, and I forgot its birthday. So I guess I bought it this for a birthday present, and I'm about to buy it some new transmission bands for its belated birthday present as well, because first gear is very rough in the car. It's almost non-existent, and the transmission band is tightened down all the way, and we still don't have first. So I need to get some Kevlar transmission bands for it and fix that. Other than that, it runs like a top.
What does that mean?
Let's go finish this cake. But yeah, this truck was made January 29th of 1926. And the engine is original. Okay, we're in my apartment. Let's turn on the 1917 Hughes electric range.
It's cool that you had electric stoves
There the
even
coils
back
glow.
then. Do not put anything
Okay,
in
let's
there.
stick this in the
That's worse than the
There the
engine.
coils-
Look at that. That is like where
That's
Freddy
right.
Krueger be murdering the children.
That's not
glow.
cool.
Okay, let's stick this in the oven.
The
With the
pineapple.
top closed on it. Okay, it is in the oven. Let's close the oven. Okay, I finished off the dump cake in the 1917 Hughes electric range. Let's go ahead and take it out of there. That looks and smells really good, if I do say so myself.
I bet you do.
I mean, it's just fruit and
Now I'm going to
Betty
take
Crocker
it out to my
cake
grandma
mix. You can't really fuck
so
it
she
up.
can try it. Okay, now I'm headed to my grandma's house in my modern Toyota Tundra from 2012. Also, I wanted to show you this little car charger that I have. There it is. And there is my dump cake right there. Let's go to my grandma's. Okay, we're at my grandma's house. Here is the cake.
Let me get this.
Yeah.
Smells good.
No. Did you tell her you half cooked it in an engine?
It's good. But it's too hard to eat.
R.I.P. Mum.
Did it say that?
No.
That would have been tragic. Can't end things like
What
that.
is what is this? Dinner and Q&A. How many subscribers does this guy have?
Mind your own business. Do you think this is just a guy that I found? This is an only me guy? He's bigger on TikTok.
Makes sense.
This is his most viewed video. It has just over 250,000. Or a quarter of a
I'm going to be
million.
making a pineapple upside down
So 250.
cake on my 1908 home comfort wrought iron
Okay,
range
why are you dressed like a vampire?
in a shed at my grandma's house on the lake, which is 7 minutes away from here, my apartment where I live. Let's go.
Did you see the turn?
Okay, we'll be going.
Bro literally is a character.
House on the lake, which is 7 minutes away from here, my apartment where I live. Let's go.
Now the door.
Okay, we'll be going in my 1926 Ford Model T truck. Let's get it started.
Here's my lawnmower.
He's hauling ass in that thing.
I'm here. That broke interesting.
Oh, I see. He's actually the vampire hunter. He's making his stakes.
Okay, I have gathered the wood, and as I said, we're in a shed, so it's a mess in here. The player piano's in here as well. It's used as storage, and it also has the wood stove that I want to put at my museum house whenever I'm able to purchase an old Victorian house and put it there.
How did
once I get the museum, y'all can come see it, and y'all can stay there. It'll be a bed and breakfast, and the money I make from that will bring me.
Huh?
Somehow, I gained 2 squares into your territory right at your city. I don't know how.
You, culture bombed.
Ah, interesting. So it takes.
Yeah, remember
even
we. Yeah,
other
yeah. Remember
territory.
we gave you got that policy voted on.
I didn't realize that's what it did.
No places are suitable for a national park. Are we for real right now?
Profit as well to continue making more videos and content that's more interesting. Anyway, let's put this wood in here and get
Literally
it started.
nothing is good enough for a
Okay,
natural
let's
park.
put
My
the wood
territory's
in
too
here.
ugly.
We're probably going to end up burning some bituminous coal as well. So not just wood, but actual coal from the earth. So there are no fire starter logs to assist me, so we're going to have to use newspaper and small twigs, and we'll work our way from smallest twigs to biggest logs. And that is how we'll start the fire without the aid of a fire starter. So since we're going to start out burning wood, the grate on the stove inside there, on the burner grates, should be the flat end, not the grate like that with holes in it.
My
That's
God.
ideal for burning coal because it lacks lots of oxygen. This is ideal for wood. Let's go ahead and crumple up some paper, put it in there, and put the smallest twigs and work our way up and start the fire. Okay, now I'm going to light the stove. Now, every time I cook on this stove, I always get comments on your hands are dirty. You need to wash your hands. I wash my hands all the time. I don't record my whole life on camera. Also, there is soot in this stove. I don't know if y'all are aware, and that will blacken the hands. But yeah, no, my hands are clean, or they were clean when I first started out. But yeah, so let's get this fire started. Also, to the people who think everything has to be old, I'm not Amish. It's just I have a certain style that I like, but it doesn't have to be that style. For instance, I'm recording on an iPhone. Duh.
Wow, you feel like an idiot now, don't you?
Also,
No, it's very funny.
He sure showed your ass.
That's very funny.
It is. It is. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's get this fire started. Okay, now I believe the fire is burning decently. Let's check. Yes, that looks good. So now we just have to let the oven warm up. People always ask me, how do you control the temperature on that stove? So the more air a fire will get, the hotter it will burn. So to raise the temperature in the oven and of the range, you open the damper to allow more air into the firebox. Now you also have a damper up here. This kind of cuts back on the smoke output, kind of dampening the fire by pushing smoke up against it basically and only letting a certain amount of smoke out. You also have a damper at the back of the stove.
I don't want that smoke.
If you were to close this
Damn,
damper,
he has a lot of science.
it
I'm gonna
closes
go
a little
and
damper
literal
up
if I can
here.
get to
It
it.
closes a flap up here, which forces the fire and the heat from the firebox and the smoke to go around, down this wall, under the oven box, then straight back, then up the chimney.
His
That
university,
causes
like his
convection
science
currents
right
in the
here
oven,
is
and it cooks your food more evenly
next
that
to
way.
his city. That's
And
the
that's how you
problem.
work this thing. Okay, the range has preheated. Now we will begin mixing our pineapple upside down cake. Okay, we're going to start by melting 1/4 a cup of butter. I just washed that pot, so it's wet on the bottom.
Great.
Fine with me. Okay.
Okay, our butter is melting. Okay, the butter has melted. Now we're going to add it into this little dish. This is all I could find to cook the pineapple upside down cake in. After we add the butter to here, we're going to add 1/2 cup of brown sugar. This is going to make up our crust. Now we're going to lay out some pineapples over this. Now we're going to fill the holes with cherries. And I just know somebody's going to comment on the cleanliness of this. Well, I'm not making this cake for you, so I'm making it for myself. Okay, now we'll set this aside and start making the cake batter. Put it in here.
Bro reads the
Okay, to start making the cake batter, we're going to put 1 1/2 cups of cake flour in this little mixing bowl. Now we're going to add about 1 teaspoon of baking powder. Now we'll add 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda. Now we'll add 1/2 teaspoon of salt.
Oh, these
Now we
fucking
must melt
barbarians.
6 more tablespoons of butter.
Like, don't I have enough to deal with Napoleon?
Not melting.
Okay, the butter has melted. Let's add that to the cake mix. Or the cake batter.
Shenron!
And I went ahead and added some coal to our fire. It looks like it's just now starting to ignite.
Great. My
About 2
great
minutes coal
people
is down
can collect
there,
Shenron
and I
as well.
stacked it in the back
That's
as
great.
well. There it is. So that coal will burn way longer than that wood. Anthracite would be the best, but bituminous coal is the second best. Now burning the coal, we've got to watch for clinkers. This is a clinker. It is as hard as concrete, but that is what a clinker is. Clinkers are just impurities in the coal, and it all melts and then congeals, basically. Okay, now I'm going to add 3/4 a cup of white sugar to this.
Also
and now
known
I'm
as
going
sugar.
to add 2 egg whites. Here are the egg whites. I beat them by hand with this fork in this bowl. Took me about 5 minutes.
Technically not by
Let's
hand,
go
that's
ahead
with
and
a
add
fork.
those. Now we're going to add 1/3 a cup of sour cream to this.
Pedantic.
Now we're going to
I
add
know.
a teaspoon of vanilla extract to this.
All right, go to bed, naturalist. We won't be needing you for a long time, I guess.
Now we're going to add 1/4 a cup of our pineapple juice. Now we're going to add 2 tablespoons of heavy whipping cream.
It's by hand because no mixer. OMG.
Okay, now we're
it
going
was
to
a
pour this
joke.
over our cherries and
Oh my
pineapple,
god,
brown
you
sugar, and
people.
butter. Now we're going to bake this until it's done.
Bake this until it's done.
Let's check if our coal has ignited yet.
Now, I'm not sure if you heard, but in the beginning he
has.
said that
It's
this
under
will
that wood
eventually
log
go
right
into a museum where he's going to have a bed and breakfast and
this coal is
serve
starting
food
to
out of
ignite as
this
well.
to
It is
regular
hot.
people.
Great.
Now that some of our coal is burning, we might add more. Over here in these bags, I have 500
Someone clearly
pounds
doesn't
of
bake.
batu-
Do not talk shit. Okay? You have no fucking clue.
Bro, Mussolini is in the atomic era. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Look at his science per turn.
This coal. I paid $127
No, that's in
for it
Civics.
at a Farrier supply. When this stuff starts burning, it smells sulfur.
The Civics are even higher.
Now we'll just let the cake bake.
Wendy, I was joking. I was joking. Because he's being like, all these people who say in the comments that it's not old stuff. I'm filming this on an iPhone. Okay? I was joking, saying that he was still using technology. It's like a multi-level joke.
Okay, the pineapple upside down cake is coming along nicely. There it is. Cooking away. I think it might be done.
It's actually baking.
Okay, the pineapple upside down cake is done. Here is a toothpick, and we're going to insert this into the cake.
I can see a pre-insert
And
spot.
it came out clean.
Staged.
It is done.
Not first poke.
Let's
you
take
know
it
it was
out of
done.
here. Also, our coal fire is burning hot. Well, it's hot in the back. This will probably burn the rest of the night. If I close the damper, it will definitely burn the rest of the night. People would do this back in the day. They would restock the fuel in their stove, and then they close the dampers, and it'd still be going the next morning, and they'd add to that and let it burn the rest of the day so that your stove was already warmed up and ready to go for the day. Okay, here is the cake since I took it out of the oven. Now I'm going to flip it. So here's the cake
They
just
did?
in case it doesn't make it when I flip it. Okay, here we go.
What?
One pineapple is sticking. Ow. Okay. And there it is.
Looks pretty good.
And there is the cake.
Looks like a good pineapple upside down cake.
Okay.
I don't get cherry. Is it just one?
Oh, a whole bunch. Put my log on the fire.
Oh, that's good. That's very communist. Delicious.
Okay, enough.
Research radio, already on it. How's my factory coming along? 2 turns, great.
It's in my asshole.
Coal power, don't want coal power. No coal power. Ooh.
Oh, so you're Amish too?
I'm a who?
Not you. Leonard. Woke matriarch.
Whatever. Bang, 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 bang. Trade routes. New one. Need to make a new trader. One turn trader, very good. Fuck it, let's make some spies and start stealing some shit as well. I could, what I should do is make ships to get era score. Because I haven't made any yet. Military engineer, I need one of those. Very interesting. I might be able to bridge the water gap between the cities on the other side if I build the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh shit. I didn't fucking hit the share. It was just on a pause screen.
Good one.
Speaking of lame as this guy's my new favorite. I love this guy. Okay, Jake Monroe, alt-right nationalist goth, fighting the woke matriarchy and alternative subcultures. This is my new favorite neo-Nazi, or if he's a neo-Nazi at all. I mean, he says he's an alt-right nationalist, so I assume he is.
Woke matriarchy.
But he's awesome. Okay?
Men and women should be working together. That is how society has always flourished throughout all of human history. And what we're seeing is...
Like, if this is where you're getting your news from, you are not going to make it. Like, people... Dude... People will be like, oh, I can't believe you're getting your news from a Twitch streamer, right? Like, that's what they used to say about me all the time, to like clown on dumbasses. And it's like, yeah, at least this is my background, right? Like, this is my job. This is my background. This is what I've done professionally for like a decade plus. And on the aesthetic front, like, sure, when you look at the actual things behind me, it comes across as a little silly. It's not as professional looking as like a CNN studio or whatever. But like, when you got guys like Asmongold on the one side and guys like this on the other side, and this is who you're going to, like, they don't even pass the smell test. No pun intended again. They don't pass the smell test. They don't pass the aesthetic test. Like, how the fuck are you going to this guy? Like, oh yeah, I get my political commentary from Timu Marilyn Manson. Like, what?
This new feminization of westernized culture, and with this newfound liberty that exceeds any liberty that a man has ever had, women are now in their feminist state choosing to remove any and all responsibilities to Western civilization, to raising children. They're shedding themselves of all of these responsibilities, and they're exerting themselves in places where they really...
You know what? He's right. We have a huge motherless crisis. Leaving all these dads to raise the kids by themselves. At least somebody is standing up for all those dads who disproportionately are in their children's lives compared to the women. Nope, that's what I know for sure. That it's the mothers who always be walking out.
That's what I've heard as well. Pretty crazy.
Pearl told me.
Reliable source.
Oh, I muted.
values like this. You can't have a beat on. You know what I mean? You can't get your beat on. You can't be sitting there for like 35 minutes putting black lipstick on and then, you know, sip your drinks through a straw too, ironically enough, even though I'm doing the same thing right now. Because, you know, you don't want to get your lipstick on the side of the glasses that you're consuming drinks out of. Like, what the fuck is happening, bro? You put on a full beat. You put on a full beat. You can't be talking about traditionalism and shit. What the hell?
And the nature of these situations. I mean, Exhibit A was what we saw there with the ICE agent and Renee Good being shot and her wife being surprised when she said, drive, baby, drive into the federal agent. Did she just get shot? That's unbelievable. I did not expect that. It's amazing how that was not included in this ICE disruption training that they all went through. Did you see that? They were like ICE Watch or something. There was like a training.
They have like pamphlets and teaching of how to fight against ICE.
I think they're missing a chapter, dude. I think like whenever you see an ICE agent in front of you, you don't accelerate.
God, he's so cool. Where'd you get your news from, bro? I don't think you've heard about it. It's awesome. This guy is dope. I love this guy. He's my new fave on the right. It's like a goth guy with full beat talking to a drawn anime character. And these are the guys who are supposed to be the new movement. I swear to God.
Amazing.
If a cute purple-haired girl in college asks you if you want to save England with her, marry her. Yeah, they're doing like, I don't know. They're just doing like the new meta of fascism here. It's pretty crazy.
Hey, the big man's back.
We don't need the Quaalude guy again.
I think we saw that.
I know, it auto-played. But if there was one video to repeat, let me tell you.
That would be the one.
It's a pretty good video.
It's 2026, which means it's time to talk about Project 2025. Again. When the Heritage Foundation published its conservative blueprint in 2024, the Trump campaign jumped to distance itself from the 900-page manifesto. Trump surrogate Howard Lutnick told the New York Post that no one associated with Project 2025 would come anywhere near the Trump White House. They were radioactive. A year later, Lutnick is Secretary of Commerce, and he works alongside a whole passel of those supposedly banned Project 2025 guys. So, how much of the manifesto did these people operationalize in year one? A lot. The website project2025.observer estimates that the Trump administration has already carried out about 50% of the document's goals. Hooray! And they couldn't have done it without a big assist from the Supreme Court. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts. Okay, we're gonna break it all down, but first let's talk about the one weird trick that made it all possible. The authors of Project 2025 have a lot of political and cultural goals. They want to criminalize abortion, end gay marriage, do away with environmental regulations, and lower taxes for corporations and billionaires. But most Americans are not down with that. Polls consistently show broad support for abortion rights, LGBTQ equality, protecting the environment, and funding the government, particularly when that involves rich people paying their fair share. Clearly, the Project 2025 agenda was never going to get passed by democratic means, and so the authors pinned their hopes on undemocratic means. Specifically, they sketched out an agenda for a president with sweeping powers, effectively unbound by the law. And the law that they most want the president not to be bound by is the Constitution's spending clause, which says that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. That is, you pay your taxes into the U.S. Treasury.
And all of us have to pay our share.
And Congress tells the executive branch how to spend the money.
Our taxes must provide the necessary funds to improve and expand our school system, to pay for city streets.
That's what the federal budget is. It's a law passed by Congress telling the executive branch what to do with your tax dollars.
None of us can escape.
And the big idea of Project 2025 is, what if not? What if the president can just ignore Congress and spend money however he wants or refuse to spend it at all? Then the president can use tax revenues to extort states into doing what he wants, irrespective of the will of the voters, and he can grant all of Project 2025's wishes simply by weaponizing U.S. tax dollars against the citizens who pay them. Blue states refusing to cooperate with ICE threaten to cut off all federal law enforcement funding. Mad about trans kids playing on the middle school volleyball team threaten to withhold education dollars from states that don't forcibly out trans kids and exclude them. Don't like foreign aid? Shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development, better known as USAID. If the president can just ignore the budget bill and do whatever he wants with the cash, then he can rule more or less by fiat. And that was always the foundation that undergirded every other aspect of Project 2025. Russ Vought, the current director of the Office of Management and Budget, wrote the chapter of the manifesto that laid all of that out. He said that the purpose of OMB is not to spend federal money at the direction of Congress, but instead to enact the best, most comprehensive approximation of the president's mind as it pertains to the policy agenda and direct, on behalf of a president, the amount, duration, and purpose of any apportioned funding to ensure against waste, fraud, and abuse and ensure consistency with the president's agenda and applicable laws. That's not what the Constitution says at all, and it's not what the Supreme Court said any time before 2025. In 1974, President Nixon said that he just wasn't going to spend all the money allocated by Congress under the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. And SCOTUS said, "Oh, yes, you are." Then Congress passed the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 to make it clear that the president cannot simply impound tax dollars and refuse to spend them. In 1988, the court invalidated the Line Item Veto Act, which would have allowed President Clinton to cross out parts of the budget that he didn't like. All of which is to say that prior to 2025, it was settled law that the president could not just commandeer American tax dollars. But Vought had a plan to challenge legal precedents that served to protect the status quo. And that plan was to just do it anyway and hope the Supreme Court's conservatives would bail him out. And so far, they have. We are living through some very strange times. And so now is probably a good moment to wipe all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shocking, powerful in taking back now. And in that time, you can see this an incognito unlimited plan, or try incognito / public health spending. And that led to hundreds of lawsuits with federal funding recipients seeking to force the government to pay what it owed. The first of those impoundment cases to reach the Supreme Court was Department of Education versus California. A consortium of states sued to get the department to release grant funding for teachers, which the Trump administration cut because there was language in the funding documents that referenced diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI. Project 2025 has literally hundreds of mentions of DEI. The introduction demands that the next conservative president make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency, regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It's a lot. When Elon Musk and his Doge Bros descended on the government, they used AI to scour government databases searching for grant language containing any of these forbidden terms, which is how those teacher grants wound up in the crosshairs. A district court in Massachusetts ordered the Department of Ed to pay up, and the First Circuit, which sits over Massachusetts, agreed. But in April, just when it looked like the Trump administration would have to hand over the cash, the Supreme Court's conservatives, minus Chief Justice Roberts, jumped in with an unsigned 2-page shadow docket ruling saying that the government didn't have to fork over the money it had already promised to pay for teacher training. The putative justification for this was that the district court lacked jurisdiction over the case. Remember, jurisdiction is the right to hear a specific claim. The conservative justices said that under a law called the Tucker Act, all cases against the government for money owed belong in something called the Court of Federal Claims. The CFC is a tiny court where, contractors who install paper towel dispensers in the men's room at the Pentagon go if their checks don't show up in the mail. The Tucker Act has never been applied to grant recipients denied funding because the government decided retroactively that it didn't like some of its own grant terms, particularly because the grant recipient plaintiffs were asking for more than money. They wanted injunctive relief. That is, they want the court to order the government to quit making arbitrary policy changes in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. And they had other First Amendment claims which cannot be handled by the Court of Federal Claims. But the justices just brushed that aside and said the administration didn't have to pay. Then in August, the court put out another 4-paragraph shadow docket order in a case called National Institutes of Health versus American Public Health Administration. Once again, the Supreme Court allowed the Department of Health and Human Services to simply zero out $783 million, which had already been promised to grant recipients because of supposed DEI language in the contracts. Then in September, SCOTUS effectively allowed Russ Vought and his minions to nix any congressional grant by waiting until the very last minute and saying, nah, don't wanna. Okay, this one requires a little bit of unpacking. See, when Congress was trying to rein in Richard Nixon back in 1974, it included a provision in the Impoundment Control Act that allowed the president to come to Congress and say, look, I don't want to spend this money, and here's why. The law allowed the president to hold off on the expenditure for 45 days to give Congress time to consider it. If Congress did not respond, the president had to spend the money as allocated in the budget bill. Now, obviously, that was a provision designed to hem in the president, but instead, the Trump administration argued that it was designed to give the president a pocket veto tied to the budget calendar. So the fiscal year ends on September 30th. That's when all the money in the budget has to be spent. 45 days before that is August 15th. And so Trump argued that he could say to Congress on August 17th, I'm not going to spend this money, and run out the clock, which is very clearly not what Congress intended. And so the trial judge ordered the government to disperse the $4 billion to USAID grant recipients before the end of the fiscal year. And once again, the Supreme Court said he didn't have to do it. In a one-paragraph order, they said the asserted harms to the executive's conduct of foreign affairs appear to outweigh the potential harms faced by respondents. That is to say that the harm to the president's authority by being forced to follow the law is worse than the damage to grant recipients cut off from their promised funds. Can we just sit with that one for a minute? Because the relevant legal analysis here is about balancing harms between the two sides. And in all of these cases, the Supreme Court said, the people asking for their money aren't really being harmed that much. The real harm is to the president, who can't do exactly what he wants right away. According to Harvard School of Public Health, cutting USAID funds has already led to hundreds of thousands of deaths.
Epic.
Elon Musk bragged about feeding USAID to the wood chipper, even though it meant he had to miss some terrific parties. Here's a running analysis by Boston University epidemiologist Brooke Nichols of the health impacts of these cuts. That is what the Supreme Court's conservatives weighed against harms to the president's authority and found to be too minimal to consider. And by the way, this hostility to USAID is straight out of Project 2025, which referred to the global aid agency as a permanent and immiserating feature of the global landscape.
Who's that?
The chapter on USAID says that Biden deformed the agency by treating it as a global platform to pursue overseas a divisive political and cultural agenda that promotes abortion, climate extremism, gender radicalism, and interventions against perceived systemic racism. The solution for this, according to Project 2025, was to support the reasonable management of oil and gas reserves as the quickest way to end wrenching poverty and the need for open-ended foreign aid. Or they could shut down the whole thing entirely, which is what ended up happening. And not just USAID. The Trump administration has effectively zeroed out the U.S. African Development Foundation, the U.S. Institute for Peace, the Inter-American Foundation, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Every one of those agencies was established and funded by Congress. And thanks to Project 2025 and the Supreme Court, Trump was able to simply defund them, firing all their staff and canceling grants. All of that was part of Project 2025's long-term plan. They haven't yet managed to kill the Department of Education, one of the primary goals, but they are still working on it.
President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise.
If stealing Congress's power of the purse is the means, the Project 2025 end is an attack on everything that conservatives consider woke. That includes DEI and LGBTQ plus issues, of course, but it also covers any policy that fights climate change or makes space for criticism of America or subsidizes healthcare or subsidizes childcare, makes life in cities where most of us live affordable. And there, too, Project 2025's authors have succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. For instance, the manifesto called to repeal fuel economy standards for new cars, which they claim are deadly. I believe the theory here is that more efficient engines make new cars more expensive, which means people will drive old cars, which are less safe. Ipso facto, gas guzzlers save lives. Of course, that excludes all the money car owners don't spend on gas, but Math is hard, especially when you're slashing teacher training grants. Immediately upon being sworn in, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy rescinded the Biden-era fuel economy standards. He also went to war with New York City to end its congestion pricing plan to reduce road traffic and encourage use of mass transit. Apparently, he's deathly afraid of the subway and thinks it's Marxist to object to traffic jams. Fatalistic energy.
If you want people to take the train, take transit, then make it safe, make it clean, make it beautiful, make it wonderful. Don't make it a
Hatred of mass transit is a recurring theme in Project 2025, which treats it as a frivolous waste of tax dollars, unlike highways for gas-powered cars, which are a solid investment. With respect to media, Project 2025 expressed deep antipathy for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which oversees several international news outlets, including Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which were established by Congress during the Second World War as a means to counteract Nazi propaganda and spread American democratic values. These agencies are funded under the federal budget with a mandate to continue broadcasting, but Project 2025 accused them of promoting anti-American propaganda that parrots adversarial regime talking points or promoting politically biased viewpoints, by which they meant criticizing Trump. They're also torqued about reporting on the erosion of democracy in Hungary under Trump's ally Viktor Orban. Trump appointed former Arizona gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake as head of USAGM, and she's worked hard to shut it down. She testified to Congress that VOA was a rotten piece of fish and tried to replace its original programming with content from right-wing news channels Newsmax and One American News. So far, she's been blocked by a federal judge in D.C., but as of now, the agency staff has been reduced by 80%. In fact, conservatives have wanted to kill off all non-corporate media for decades. In 1967, Congress established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to support public media. Recognizing that market forces will not produce educational and cultural content needed by American communities, Congress found that it is in the public interest to encourage the development of programming that involves creative risks and that addresses the needs of unserved and underserved audiences, particularly children and minorities. For almost 50 years, CPB has doled out cash to local public radio and television stations so that they can produce programming for local residents, as well as airing shows like Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers, and for adults, All Things Considered. And the Public Broadcasting Act is still on the books, but Trump persuaded Congress to claw back all the funding for CPB. Dozens of public radio stations are expected to close within a year. As a final act of patriotism, the board of CPB voted to dissolve the entity entirely rather than leave it as an organ for the president to potentially resurrect and funnel tax dollars to prop up his preferred brand of MAGA media influencers. They'd seen Lake try to turn VOA over to Newsmax, and so they put out a statement ruefully acknowledging that a dormant and defunded CPB could have become vulnerable to future political manipulation or misuse, threatening the independence of public media and the trust audiences place in it, and potentially subjecting staff and board members to legal exposure from bad faith actors. And then they shut off the lights and locked the doors for good. Another mission accomplished for Project 2020.
I like the frogman
But
emoji.
Project 2025's biggest culture war fixation was on LGBTQ plus people, and there, they won huge with a major assist from the Supreme Court. They called to restore standards of lethality and excellence to the military by kicking out all trans service members. And in February, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth ordered the military to do just that.
Service members who have a current diagnosis or history of or exhibit symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria may elect to separate voluntarily. There's a timeline here, and then eventually involuntarily.
This is why I didn't want to hit that last golden
Courts
age.
in Maryland and Washington
The fucking
blocked that order for being
barrier to the
illegal
next
gender
one. I've been fucking
discrimination based
spamming
solely on
archaeologists,
animus, having
and I'm still not
nothing
even
to do with
close.
military readiness and denigrating the service of honorable members of the armed forces. But the Supreme Court said, go for it. Trial judges said that trans and non-binary people should be able to have passports reflecting their gender identity. The Supreme Court's 6 conservatives allowed the Trump administration to take them away on the theory that displaying passport holders' sex at birth no more offends equal protection principles than displaying their country of birth. In both cases, the government is merely attesting to a historical fact without subjecting anyone to differential treatment, which is kind of like saying the house you grew up in is your address forever and the government should be free to put it on all your identity documents for the rest of your life. It's historically accurate. What are you mad about, right? Project 2025 is absolutely rabid on the topic of ending
The
gender
TOS
confirming
is
care
a
for
social
trans kids,
contract.
and there too the administration scored some major victories. In June, the Supreme Court upheld the state of Tennessee's ban on health care for transgender children, and the Trump administration has pressured hundreds of hospitals and universities to withdraw care for kids and force trans students out of sports by threatening to withhold federal subsidies. Again, none of that would be possible if the Supreme Court hadn't allowed Trump to commandeer the federal budget and start using federal tax dollars to extort states into abiding by his edicts. So, yeah, that's Project 2025. And that guy. If there's one thing that Project 2025's authors hate more than trans people, it's an independent federal bureaucracy staffed by experts and career civil servants beholden to the American people and not the partisan whims of the president. Although the document avoids the term deep state, it's full of attacks on government employees. Vote sneers at a sprawling federal bureaucracy carrying out its own policy plans and preferences, or worse yet, the policy plans and preferences of a radical, supposedly woke faction of the country.
The French cities
Vote
are so tight, it's absurd. Like, every fucking time I send a cav in there, they get demolished.
Yeah, yeah.
It's hilarious.
I got a little builder here. Steal a little builder for him. I can't even get my naval unit I produced to do coastal raids because you have a COD, so I can't go through its borders. And it's
That's
blocking
weird.
it. Yeah, you would think being an alliance would make it so I could go
Yeah.
through a COD, but
That's very strange.
Once fantasized publicly about traumatizing civil servants for their crimes of wokeness.
When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma.
He's presided over purge after
I can't
purge of
go
government
past a
employees,
COD.
often crafting pretexts to
They-
fire
you've
them
got
for
cities
cause, ensuring
below
black
that.
marks
I
on their
only
records, and
just
hampering their
recently got
ability
the
to
city
collect
where I could
unemployment.
produce them
And
above
here
a COD.
again, the Supreme Court said, go for it. After Trump signed an executive order on February 11th empowering Elon Musk and the Doge Bros to slash government payrolls, the administration summarily fired tens of thousands of civil servants. A judge in California enjoined the terminations, finding that they
His
violated
capital
workers'
is a
rights and
coastal
Congress's
city, though,
mandate
so
for
you can
agencies
ram it
to
with,
perform statutory functions. On the
Ironclad.
shadow docket, the court took just 2 paragraphs to say, nah. Project 2025 also urged President Trump to end public sector unions, and on March 27th, he issued an executive order outlawing collective bargaining rights for 2/3 of federal workers on purported national security grounds. On August 28th, he issued another order expanding that ruling to even more public employees, again, on the basis of national security. At the end of Trump's first year in office, 300,000 federal employees had left or been fired. And yet, the budget deficit is still $1.8 trillion, pretty much exactly what it was for the prior 4 years, and the national debt went up by more than $2 trillion. So I don't know where those cost savings went from firing all of those people, but it wasn't into the national treasury. But for all their successes, Project
No way.
2025's backers failed to achieve some of their most important goals. The authors advocated for using the Comstock Act, which is a 19th century law which banned the interstate transport of obscene materials, to effectively outlaw abortion and limit access to birth control. That has not happened, nor has the Department of Health and Human Services managed to ban mifepristone, the most commonly used drug for performing medication abortions. The Affordable Care Act, better known as Obamacare, is still standing. And 17 Republicans in the House broke ranks with the president and voted to extend subsidies to ensure that their constituents' health insurance premiums wouldn't skyrocket in an election year. More broadly, while the Heritage Foundation guys did get a lot of what they wanted, almost everything can be reversed by a different president. Now, that's not going to help the millions of people who get sick or even die because Doge killed USAID and other foreign aid agencies. And the damage to the federal bureaucracy, both in terms of squandered legitimacy and brain drain, will not be easily reversed. But once you've wrested power away from Congress and given it to the president, that power stays with the office. The next president can undo much of what Trump and Project 2025 have done, with, of course, a very big asterisk that the law is whatever the Supreme Court says it is on any given day. In the meantime, Heritage took a major blow this year when it waded into the culture war on the side of an unabashed white nationalist. In October, former Fox News star Tucker Carlson invited MAGA influencer Nick Fuentes on his show, where Fuentes did what he always does. He said a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, attacking organized Jewry and Christian Zionists. It's kind of his shtick.
It was the Zionist Jews, like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager. It was these the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed to me to be the biggest impediment.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
There was a major backlash led by conservative influencer Ben Shapiro, and then Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, jumped in to say that he and his organization were behind Carlson 100%.
We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson,
Welcome
who
to
remains,
Germany.
and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation.
The Heritage Foundation has consistently presented itself as a bastion against anti-Semitism and an unabashed supporter of Israel. Dozens of longtime staffers quit in protest, with many of them decamping to a think tank called Advancing American Freedom, which is associated with former Vice President Mike Pence. I interviewed a former Heritage staffer who told me that the organization is a shell of its former self and will never wield the same intellectual influence that it did before. But don't count those Heritage Project 2025 guys out yet. The Washington Post got its hands on a draft report for Saving America by Saving the Family. It's a plan for you, yes you, to get married, have babies, and never get divorced, even if you really wanna. It starts with a plan to ban social media for children under 16. Then they'll ban porn, which is linked with lower relationship commitment and quality. Then they'll crack down on dating apps, which promote fear of settling. Oh, you think you're worth more? These Heritage guys are here to tell you you are not. And they want to make it harder for couples to get divorced. No, actually, let me not sugarcoat that. They want to make it harder for women to get divorced. They want to get rid of no-fault divorce, where people are allowed to split up simply because they don't want to be married anymore. They want to get rid of community property divorce laws, which divide assets equally, because they say that provides an incentive for the lower-earning spouse, who is almost always the woman, particularly if she stays home with the children, to leave and take her husband's money. They object to alimony for the same reason. Instead, they want to offer tax incentives for couples to stay married and have lots more children. So who's psyched for Project 2027?
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case.
Wait till you see what I just picked.
Russians? I knew it was the Russians. Even when 3 million documents all pointed to it being Israel, I knew it had to be the Russians. The new tactic now on the, I don't know if you want to call them right-wing media or what, the Zionist media. How about that? That's what we call them, the Zionist media. The new tactic now is to say Jeffrey Epstein didn't work for Mossad, that he worked for Russia.
Of course.
And we have Larry Loomer. I'm sorry. Laura Loomer. I'm sorry. She's trying to do her best psyop on people by saying it's all Qatar, that he was somehow working with Qatar. You think I'm kidding? Here, let me read this to you. Jeffrey Epstein communicated with Qatar's ruling family about the Muslim Brotherhood and visited Qatar 2 days before the U.S. presidential election in 2016. Wow. I bet he's working for Qatar and not working for the Mossad and the CIA. As Kurt says, the fact that if Jeffrey Epstein's dead, he worked for the Mossad. If Jeffrey Epstein's alive, the Mossad worked for him, and Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Rothschilds. Well, we know he did work for the Rothschilds. So there's credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive. That would be my, if I had to bet, gun to my head, is Jeffrey Epstein alive or dead? I would say alive. That's what I would say. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein's private plane was invited to, because there isn't only one Jeffrey Epstein ring. There's not just one guy, right? So if they did kill him, what about all the other guys running the other rings and the other people doing the dirty work of the deep state? They would probably be hesitant to keep doing it. They'd probably be afraid. And they'd probably want to get blackmail on the people they're working for.
And a lot of maybes.
So
and not
I don't.
A lot
so
of
that's
actual,
why I think I would
like
not be surprised if Jeffrey Epstein is still alive.
okay?
Jeffrey Epstein's private plane was invited to land in Doha, Qatar, by
hit the
Sakor
pipe, buddy?
Javad. So it's all this stuff. Emails
Bit of
revealed
meth?
Epstein was in communication. He is currently the chairman of the board of directors. Is
he in Argentina
Epstein has
like
extensive
Hitler?
dealings with Qatari real estate brokers and members of Qatari's ruling family.
He's in there with
he
bad
was
empanada
operating
there.
at the top of intelligence. He was, of course. He had presidents on his island. He had the royal family on his island. He had financiers. He had academics like Noam Chomsky and people in Harvard. He had Alan Dershowitz and top lawyer. He had everybody. He had everybody because he was working for the Rothschilds with the Mossad and the CIA. He had everybody in it. He had artists and movie stars and had everybody, politicians. So this is what she's trying to do. Qatar is the largest financer of the Muslim Brotherhood. And also Qatar is one of our biggest allies. We have our biggest military base in Qatar. So this whole idea, but why would we be doing that with people who are our enemies? Anyway, Epstein, I love the other side of it anyway. So it's, here we go. So that's her big idea, is that he's working. So that's Laura Loomer's. And
My
then
game crashed.
you're gonna skip the part where he met multiple times with Israel's president. Let me choose which files are true and completely disregard the 2 million mentioning my employer or Israel.
We're at 6 hours
so that's what
anyway.
they're saying back to Laura
Yeah.
Loomer. New
Perfect
photo
timing.
surfaces of Jeffrey
I'll
Epstein
save
wearing
when I'm
Israeli
done.
forces
When
shirt.
uploads.
Well,
No kidding.
they'll have the
no
auto
kidding.
save, so I'll
So,
load the auto save to get a clean save.
Here's CBS News. So now you know CBS News has been bought by the Zionists, like straight up. Like the news in the United States has always been what they refer to as Zionist occupied. Right? So Zionists,
Oh my God.
if they don't run
Okay,
the
can you
media
pause it,
in the
please?
United States, the media has always...
So, I was about to ask the question, hey, do you think Jimmy here is using the term Zionist as a substitute for the word Jew? And that is confirmation. Yes, he in fact is. Jimmy just casually dropping...
Can this guy say Jews in 10 more different ways? Probably.
Like, when I'm talking about Zionists and Israel, I'm talking about Zionists and Israel. When Jimmy talks about...
most Zionists are Christian.
Exactly. And when Jimmy talks about Zionists, he completely ignores
He's talking about the tiny
Christians.
hats.
He's talking about the Jews. And he made that very obvious just then. And this is the thing that I've been calling out a lot on Twitter recently, is this essentialism, this attitude that a group of people are all the same because you don't like a specific couple of them. This is the mentality that the hate speech laws should have been targeting. Instead, what we found out is the hate speech laws are actually essentially an Australian Jewish organization backed and essentially written laws specifically targeting anti-Semitism, nothing else. Not targeting...
I can't hear you over the loudest intro of all time.
Not targeting...
XCOM's way louder.
Is it really? So not targeting essentialism, right? The root problem of ideologies like this. Targeting just anti-Semitism? Okay, so what happens when the same ideological bent of essentialism gets used in an Islamic context? Let's say a guy who is a complete and massive sook in Australia, a Jewish guy, a Zionist, right?
Okay, join this game and I'll clean save from it.
Okay. So, I've no idea how to pronounce this guy's name, but he loves to sue people to silence them for criticizing Israel. Loves to do it. So, this guy, every single time...
Probably Rubenstein, am I right?
Fucking tweets. It's bathed in this Nazi-like ideology painting all Palestinians as terrorists or painting all Muslims as terrorists, something
Play
like
the
this.
original XCOM X-Files mods. Like, do you mean original XCOM? Do you mean Enemy Unknown? Or the original XCOM? Please be more specific. That'd be like saying, like, play the first Divinity. You just said, yep, I asked you 2 questions.
And it's like, if we really, and this is entertaining the idea of introducing hate speech laws, right?
I haven't played it. So
And we're just
see how much it
spitballing
is.
here. But like in the idea of hypothetically entertaining the hate speech laws, and we're painting it as a target of essentialism, should we not?
Is it freeware?
Target.
How old it is? Can I get it?
You
for
might
free?
be able to. Like,
And then,
should we
like,
should
do
we
a
not
bunch
be
of stuff to
we
get
be
it working?
targeting this essentialist attitude
XCOM,
of
the
treating
complete
everybody
pack.
as one thing because they're born somewhere or they're a part of a religion or their skin color is something? Shouldn't we be targeting this? Isn't this the problem?
Is it
But if
UFO
the-
defense? Is that the first one?
But if the hate speech laws here specifically target anti-Semitism,
It's
how
actually
do you
on sale
deal-
right now. I have the 5 classic ones for $3.
That's a good deal. You should do that.
But if UFO defense, is that the first one? Or is that the second?
And it's like, should these
This
hate
one's
speech
from
laws
93.
not target Nazis, Zionists, Islamic extremists, whoever holds these kind of views? Should it not be targeting these kind of people? Should that not be the general idea of these hate speech laws? Instead, they specifically isolate one group. Seems a little like special treatment. I don't know. It's a bit sus. But we'll see how it's actually implemented. It could be one of these feckless laws that Australia implements just to look cool on the global stage. It could be another one of those things. So we'll see what happens. The Israeli president's coming to Australia, so that's fucking cool. Like 300 cops are being mobilized to protect him. So I love that Australia's spending tax dollars to protect war criminals. That's great. That's real cool. But yeah, Jimmy Dore, what a cunt. The exact
Been
type
deferential
of person
to the Zionist
that these
narrative,
laws should be targeting.
right? Which is why when you
That's
look at
the point of my
TV
rant
news,
here.
they don't tell you the truth about what's happening in Libya, or they don't tell you the truth about what's happening
What's
in
happening
Iraq,
in Libya,
or
Jimmy?
Iran, or Syria.
Well,
What's happening in
or
Iran,
anywhere,
Jimmy?
because they never will
Yes,
go
he
against Israel and Zionism, and but now they just outright bought CBS News, which includes 60 Minutes, and
I also just want to point out that he was just killed, and then also the United States just rendered the guy they believe is responsible for the Benghazi organization attack.
Oh.
Like the guy who organized the attack.
Damn.
So there clearly was ops going on in Libya at the time from the U.S. if
Mm.
they rendered this guy.
Yeah, interesting.
So
Didn't hear about that.
you know who was the first person I heard it from?
Probably an Assadist. Syrian girl.
New frontiers of discovery
Nah.
expand our understanding.
No?
From the tiny atom.
Even dumber,
to the
believe
majesty
it or
of outer
not.
space.
Even dumber.
CIA Sarah.
Mysteries long
That's her
tolerated.
book. It's the
awesome.
Benghazi
Closer
file
than ever
book.
to reveal
That's
them.
her
I don't have a
classic.
mood for clowning right now.
So yeah, I saw that she posted
choose
about
how
it,
to
and then
use
later I
this
saw it
knowledge
from
and push
Ground
back
News
the
or
greatest
something.
darkness we have
okay.
faced. Coupe the Navigator. You named
Coupe
the
the
land of the
Navigator.
long white cloud. And
Is-
now you
do I
are
have an
called
ability
upon
that
to
lets me
settle new
buy
lands,
city center
protect
buildings with
and
faith?
honor
How
the
come I
land
can
and
do that?
sea, just
Is
as
it a
your
wonder that I
Taurus
built?
protect your people. The Maori
I don't
will
see
guard
anything
the
about
world's natural
buying
beauty
things with
for
faith.
all
Did
the
you sign
ages
up to a secret society?
Yes, actually, is that what does
might
it?
Be that. It might be that. Depending on which one you got.
What is
you
this
doing,
unique
playing
unit?
Handbone?
Slapping my femboy thighs.
All right, I'm in. I don't know if all my gold is gone.
Let's make sure that's pulled down a little.
Whew. War. Whoosh time. Yeah, gonna have to go.
Yeah. Once we get this
So here they are. They're going to tell you that CBS, this is Barry Weiss's CBS, is going to tell you who Jeffrey Epstein was really looking for.
Poland says it's looking into possible connections between convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Russian intelligence services. The announcement came after the U.S. Justice Department last week released millions more files related to the federal investigation into Epstein. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said Tuesday, quote, more and more leads, more and more information, and more commentary in the global press all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented pedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence services.
About any links between Epstein and Russian espionage, our own CBS News' Olivia Gazis in Washington spoke to Poland's foreign minister on that. Take a listen.
Well, honey traps, that's a classic KGB tactics. And there seem to have been...
this guy seems reliable.
A lot of horrible...
It's the KGB that hasn't existed for, I don't know, 40 years now, 30 years. It's a classic KGB honeypots. That's what he's talking about. Really? The Mossad doesn't do honeypot? Really? I don't know if you've ever heard of something called Monica Lewinsky. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Okay.
What?
But that was Israeli. So
What?
So this guy is, you know, how do you get to be the head of a
Are we saving?
political group?
Yeah, I just
especially
did.
in Poland. He's just a propagandist, and that's what this is. So the propaganda in Europe is they want to have more war with Russia. I don't know where it's coming from, but that's what it is, and so that's what this is. And Barry Weiss's Zionist news media is going to sell you a complete line of complete BS. And if you believe it, you're the mark. You're the sucker. You're the dummy. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Compromise being produced. So yes, it requires investigation. Haven't read 3 million pages of this monster seeking Polish children.
So nobody believes
He personally read
that
3
this
million
guy
pages?
read 3 million pages
That's great. What a legend.
of anything.
Fastest
Let
reader
alone
in
the
the
Epstein
world.
files. It's almost like Hillary Clinton is telling them what to say behind the scenes. Honest to God.
What?
It's
There
her
it is.
second favorite thing, fisting her victim until she can work their head like a puppet. Did you really think that Lindsey Graham's, that was his actual voice? She's inside operating like in the Men in Black. Come on. All of this is in defense of the Epstein Island list, and every defender is now technically involved. That's all. So here he's got more to say.
To recruit for his horrible activities. So of course, when Polish citizens are either harmed or doing harm, we investigate.
And Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk said that any compromising material that Russia might have gotten could still be used today, which then, he said, creates risks to democratic institutions along with national security. He also called Epstein's network a satanic circle of pedophiles and said that any links whatsoever will have to be clarified.
So that's what CBS News wants you to think, just like they wanted you to think that Russiagate was real and that Russia had all this compromising material on President Trump. And it turns out it was Israel. Israel is the one who is controlling Donald Trump and most of our politicians. Turns out Russia, that was always a misdirection. And the reason why the Russiagate thing worked and they pushed Russiagate so hard
Couldn't possibly
was because
happen at
they
the
had
exact
in
same
the
time.
chamber a war with Russia.
One thing existing
via
means another
the
can't
Ukraine
possibly
coming.
exist.
They were
Yeah, like America
provoking
being
a war with
fascist.
Russia because
Bro
they
said
wanted a war
via
with
the
Russia
Ukraine.
because they thought they were going to be able to,
Amazing.
that Russia was weak and they would be able to take it over and balkanize it, meaning they would be able to do a color revolution inside Russia.
Yes, there it is.
And that they would crush them economically,
Man, seems
crush
like
them
your
with this
allegiances
war,
are
weaken
somewhere
them,
else, Jimmy.
and then split it up and sell it off to BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. That was their idea. Didn't work. They were willing to crush the European economy to get this done. They blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, which took cheap energy from
Jimmy,
Russia going to Europe, and they got rid of
source?
it. So now Europe's hurting economically. They're paying 2, 3, sometimes 4 times the amount they need for energy.
Actually,
and you know what that does to your
the other guy,
manufacturing base when you have to pay that much more. So that's what this always was about. That's why Russiagate. They pushed it so hard so they could use it, and now they're trying to go back to that. Well, Russia has all
Germany
these
put out
so they're
fucking
doing the
warrants
same
for a
playbook.
Ukrainian
Barry Weiss,
citizen's arrest.
because
So
she's
yeah, it
horrible,
must have been the US,
and
right?
she's not
dickhead.
smart at all. Barry Weiss, she's a very mediocre mind, and takes one to know one. That's how I know it.
Versus you,
and
Titanic mind.
So they're still trying to do it. And if you fall for it, you're a sucker. That's CBS News.
She has a mediocre mind. Takes one to know one. As in, he has
at
a
least
mediocre
at
mind.
least he is self-aware enough. I missed that. So at least he's self-aware enough to know that he's a fucking moron. That's at least something.
I mean, he's getting a good paycheck.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you take Russian money. Yeah, RT pays well. Ask Benny Johnson.
Well, remember, they didn't disclose it. That was the issue. As long as you publicly disclose it to the government that you're an agent for a foreign government, then it's legal.
Mm.
But he didn't get shut down with the Russian media ban, so...
That is true. Subsidiaries.
Where'd you get these frogmen?
Oh, here's Reuters. Oh, Reuters also doing it? Yes. Tell me the Zios don't run the media. Poland to pull possible links between Epstein and Russia. Here's the Washington Post. Epstein built ties to Russia and sought to meet Putin. Files show.
They do show this.
So here we are. Here's the Daily Mail. Daily Mail's Epstein sex empire was honey trap, directed by KGB. Oh my God! I thought, of course, and Trump, and they also hacked into the DNC servers, and Seth Rich didn't happen.
Who's the goblin
and
in the
blah
background?
blah blah, and yeah, and Russiagate is real.
It was.
That's what this sounds like. Russiagate is real.
It was.
It's Russia.
They actually proved
this.
it to be real.
Russians, I knew it was the
so
Russians. Even when 3 million documents all pointed to it being Israel, I knew it had to be the Russians. I knew it. So Jeffrey Epstein wanted to take over Russia as well, and it just didn't work out. Just didn't work out. And they know better than the... anyway, it's just... Oh, so Russiagate sounding a lot
He
like
sounds like a
Ziogate,
rambling
if you ask
old
me.
man.
The one thing that powerful do not want anyone to do now is to investigate. That's what they don't want you to do. Just believe Barry Weiss, and she literally shapeshifts right before your eyes. Let's keep going. Here's this. It says the whole world knows Jeffrey Epstein was working for, except generously paid Western mainstream journalists and commentators, apparently. Because when everything else fails, the Red Scare remains the one tested and true tactic of this patriarchal bunch. There you go. Epstein was Jewish. Ghislaine Maxwell was Jewish. And her father was Mossad. So the
Jews, you're right,
operation
man.
was Russian. Was Russian.
You're right, dude.
Had to be Russian.
It's all the Jews. You got it.
This is the most difficult question in the world.
I'm with the Nazis. How about
Let's watch
that?
this.
Who did Jeffrey Epstein work for? Apparently, depending on who you ask, this is the most difficult question in the world. There's nowhere in those 3 million files released by the FBI is there an indication about who the world's wealthiest and most powerful blackmailer may have spent decades passing across some of the most incredible blackmail material ever
Did
collected
he just
in the
make a
history of
lizard
espionage.
reference? Yes.
Or, it's the Russians. Because clearly, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're Vladimir Putin and you've apparently spent decades getting about half of the entire US economic and political establishment on tape, committing crimes that laws haven't been invented for yet, you will take this amazing leverage and watch the same people slowly turn NATO's not 1 inch eastward into US military bases right next to you in Poland and Lithuania,
All of
and
these
Latvia,
people
and
are
Estonia,
just like
and Romania, and you do
the
nothing about
dumbest
it.
fucking
Then you'd watch them
people on
stage a
earth.
coup next door to you in 2014, resulting in the deaths of ethnic
Wasn't that
Russians next door
Chomsky?
to you. and you'd only take the most conservative
Yes.
Who
action.
said
Eventually, in
that? It was
2022,
Chomsky,
when you start making noises
fabricated by
about turning your
Chomsky,
longest
yeah.
land
Epic.
border into
Epic.
NATO territory, and you finally did something about it. The same people on whom you apparently have 20 plus years worth of
Epstein's
HD
guy.
blackmail footage, so you don't commit crimes that we don't even have names
Yeah.
for yet. Will then
Cool.
impose just about every sanction in the book on you, attempt to destroy
So
your currency, blow
we're
up your Nord Stream
proving that the
pipeline and blame it
Jews
on you,
ran
and seize $400
Epstein
billion
by
worth
using
of your financial
Epstein's
assets.
guy as
And
a
they would arm
source.
this large
Right.
patch of wheat next door and turn it into the
Awesome.
world's
Love that
weirdest proxy
circularity.
military for the
That's
sole
awesome.
purpose of tying you up in war. And knowing fully well that you could make the entire government
These
collapse
people
with
are
just
just going to
one
unravel
document
over
leaked
the
by
next
intrepid
year.
journalist,
It's going
you
to be
would
so funny.
do nothing. I mean, you'd have to be a genius on the level of a mainstream Western journalist for this scenario to make sense, because clearly these guys are geniuses.
Let me begin tonight with something that I think is even more important, even more
Does it have a source
extraordinary.
for who this guy
Growing
is?
suspicions of a Russian connection.
Says hot
Epstein
spot.
had apparently limitless supplies of money. Where did it come from? The FBI says that he was Putin's wealth manager.
It really kept a straight face in everything. Now, of course, over here in the real world, we know that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent, working with Israeli training alongside a network of Jewish and
Bro
Israeli
said
business
over
and
here in
political
the
elites
Western
to
world?
advance the interests of the Israeli state, whose flag is a blue and white star of David. Did I mention Israel? Israel. And we know this because he freaking said so in the files that the FBI released, which the genius Western mainstream reporters are quoting. His conversation records with ex-Israeli Prime Minister and former Defense Minister Ehud Barak said so. Heck, the FBI itself said so. So except we're meant to ignore Epstein's own words, ignore the FBI's professional assessment, ignore the...
I mean, so this is right from the files. This is the FBI, and the FBI say Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence agencies. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. That's the FBI telling you that. Okay. All right.
FBI's professional assessment, ignore the fact that he helped Ehud Barak broker an Israeli security arrangement with Mongolia and sell surveillance services to Cote d'Ivoire, ignore the fact that he housed an Israeli operative in his Manhattan apartment on 3 different occasions between 2013 and 2015, ignore the fact that his emails were littered with going this and do that, and ignore the fact that the trusty old Red Scare option really doesn't work like it used to. We just have to face the material reality that we are presented with. That the metaphorical Western dog is being wagged by its Israeli tail. And that said tail has multiple decades worth of visual evidence of crimes that regular people like you and I don't even know exist. Now this is only half of a full release, if there will ever be a full release. Blaming Russia can't help anyone now. The call is coming from inside the house.
Well said. All very well said. And here's my last slide on this. Literally all Western media right now. Let's ignore the Israeli elephant in the room. Let's keep. It's just unbelievable. They're so bad at deflecting, the Zionists. They wouldn't make it on a disabled senior soccer team. Honestly.
I love Hitler.
It's Russia is becoming our least convenient enemy. They refuse to go along with any of our plans. Our lifelong foe is being so uncooperative. So that's the latest from your establishment media, and that's why you watch a show like this, because what's the
You're
point
an
of watching establishment news media unless to make fun of it, or unless to show you how they're trying to control you? There are people, most of the people I know.
Okay, I was about to say exactly what he said the second part. I'm like, hey Jimmy, I've got some news for you. You can watch it. It's a great example of how not to do news, as is your show. A great example of how not to do news. Also a great example of fabricating reality to then trap an audience inside your simulacrum, realistically. How's Assad doing? Still playing CSGO over in Russia, huh?
Yeah, there's a new report that said that he was too busy playing video games while people were like, we gotta leave, bro. He's like, hang on, I have a kill streak.
Amazing.
So, all right, it's the time you've all been waiting for. I'm about to show my taint in 5,